Chapter 32-49 Meeting again, it's you. Tianjing noticed it was Han Sen who had arrived, so she frowned. What a coincidence that we meet again, and out here of all places, Han Sen said with a smile. Fate has definitely made us cross paths. What are you doing here? Tianjing looked at Han Sen coldly. She placed Bauer behind her back. Han Sen shook his head. Do not worry, I am only passing through. I did not expect to see you guys here. Tianjing did not believe what Han Sen said. She coldly looked at him and said, leave now or I will be cruel to you. I have been walking so far. After reaching here, I am so tired that I cannot move. You just walk around for my daughter's sake. Let me rest here before I move on. Han Sen sat next to the campfire. Tianjing wanted to say something, but Bauer tugged at her sleeve and said, Big sister, let Dad rest here for a little. Tianjing looked at Han Sen and said, fine. For Bauer's sake, I will let you stay. Thank you. Han Sen sat down next to the campfire. He looked around and said, what a coincidence. I did not expect to see you guys here. Tianjing looked cold as she asked, what are you doing here? Han Sen was an evil land pulse master to her, so she would not dare be nice to him. I am looking for a land pulse, Han Sen said with a greedy look. I have heard there is a super land pulse around. Han Sen was planning on following Tianjing and the others to locate the land pulse, but then he met that person in the jade carriage. That encounter led him to think something was amiss. From what he had observed, the jade carriage was obviously following Tianjing and the others. It was doing the same thing as Han Senator to be able to find where Tianjing and the others were. The employed method would have had to be the same as how Han Sen tracked them. There was a mole next to Tianjing. Aside from Bauer, there was only Wuxia. There was no need to guess which of them was a traitor. So, Han Sen decided to catch up to them in a hurry. He was not worried about Tianjing and Wuxia, the two of them, but the person in the jade carriage was different. If he was late, the people in the jade carriage would nab the gene egg for themselves first. Tianjing looked at Han Sen but did not say anything. She thought Han Sen must have followed them on purpose. If Han Sen was following them on purpose, why would he expose himself so soon without them having discovered a land pulse? The ice fields were very big. If Han Sen had not been following them, to suggest it was a chance encounter was an incredibly slim one. It was extremely hard to believe. Lady, I heard that you are a student of Xianmizong, Han Sen said as he continued warm-up by the fire. I wonder what Xianmizong's relation to the Chu kingdom is. The Six Kingdom nobles and the king really respect Wu Wei Dao Palace, Tianjing said. The Chu kingdom does too. In that case, might there be a student of the Chu kingdom in Xianmizong? Han Sen asked. Of course, there are. Wu Wei Dao Palace is comprised of people from 6 kingdoms. Tianjing displayed a frown and asked, what are you trying to say? In fact, Han Sen was very eager to talk about this. His meaning was obvious, but Tianjing did not think of things that way. She did not understand what he meant. Han Sen had to spell it out. If Xianmizong has students of the Chu kingdom, and this is a place that belongs to the Chu kingdom, you should find a student that belongs to the Chu kingdom. Having someone to guide is better than running around aimlessly. Oh, I just remembered. There was a guy with you. Is that guy someone from the Chu kingdom? He is not from the Chu kingdom. No matter how stupid Tianjing was, she knew what Han Sen was implying. She was stupid and never suspected Wuxia. As for Han Sen, who was an unknown and evil land pulse master, she would sooner trust someone like Wuxia than him. Anyone would have preferred to trust the people around them than the strangers that cropped up like Han Sr. Who are you? Tianjing asked Han Senator. She was getting suspicious about his identity. I am just a man in search of land pulses. Han Sen could see that Tianjing understood what he meant. He stopped talking. He went to sleep near the campfire. Tianjing wanted to say something, but she heard footsteps sound from outside the cave. This time, it was Zhenxia coming back. Zhenxia was holding a little beast. It was unknown what kind of gene race it was. He wanted to say something to Tianjing, but he saw Han Sen sleeping next to the campfire. He frowned and asked, "Why is he here?" Tianjing looked at Han Sen and hesitated. She said, "He found us here by chance. We can let him rest here for a spell." Zhenxia looked at Han Sen with a bit of worry. He walked up to Tianjing and said, "This person is unknown to us. Meeting us here again is a bit too much of a coincidence, don't you think?" "I agree. This person is strange." Tianjing nodded. "But that is fine. If he has any evil schemes to execute, he will not be able to do a thing before our combined might." "Right," Zhenxia thought. He put the washed little beast atop the fire to cook. He kept looking at Han. Senator Tianjing was thinking too. If that guy really does have some conspiracy, he would not expose himself this soon. He showed up now and said what he did. Did he do that to split up me and Zhenxia? Is he really warning me that there is something amiss with Zhenxia? "Sister, the meat is good. This piece is nice. You should try it first." Zhenxia gave Tianjing a slab of cooked meat. "Sister, is the meat cooked well? I am hungry." Bauer rubbed her eyes. She was attracted by the presence of the meat. She woke up from her sleep. "It is done. You should eat this first." Tianjing gave the piece of meat she took to Bauer. Bauer was fine with it. She accepted the meat and started to scoff it down. She was hungry. "Slow down. Do not choke. There is still more to come." Tianjing stroked Bauer's head as she spoke. "Is there meat? Can I have a little? It has been so long since I ate anything." Han Sen got up and looked at the meat as he spoke. "If you want food, then go out and hunt it yourself," Tianjing coldly said. "We have no food prepared for others. Lady, you are my daughter's teacher. For Bauer's sake, give me something to eat. This is a cold place. All the gene races are in hiding. Where am I going to find prey this big?" Han Sen looked bitter as he spoke. Upon hearing Han Sen's words, Tianjing felt her heart jump. She thought, he is right. On this cold day, not even gene races would emerge from their caves. Where did Brother Zhen find this prey? Seeing Zhenxia look totally normal, Tianjing thought she was letting her imagination run away with her. After all, finding a beast nest was still possible. "Let him eat something," Tianjing said to Zhenxia after thinking for a moment. Zhenxia nodded. He cut off a leg and gave it to Han Sen, saying, "For Bauer's sake. Consider yourself lucky." Zhenxia's face did not change, but he did look a bit murderous. Chapter 3250 Betrayal. After eating, Tianjing and the others were going to continue their journey. She said to Han Sen, "We will have to go our separate ways now. If we meet again further down the road, do not hate us for behaving impolitely." "Fine. We will go our own way here," Han Sen said with a nod as he exited the ice cave. After Tianjing and Zhenxia left, they noticed Han Sen was in front of them. He was not walking very fast. When they passed him by, Han Sen stayed behind them. Zhenxia made the jade Kirin turn its head in his direction. He coldly looked at Han Sen as he asked, "What do you want?" He looked murderous. If there was something he did not like, he was ready to kill Han. Senator Han Sen felt hopeless as he explained, "You guys go on ahead. Go your own way, and I will go on mine. Is there a problem with that? It looks like you are here for something," Zhenxia said as he slowly drew his sword. Never mind, Brother Zhen, Tianjing said as she worriedly looked at Han Sr., let him go first. Zhenxia put his sword back inside its scabbard. He coldly looked at Han Sen and said, you should go first. I was up ahead, but then you guys caught up, went further, and said I followed you. What is wrong with young people these days? Han Sen shook his head and sighed as he walked past Zhenxia. After he passed them, Han Sen slowly walked ahead. He went very slow. Tianjing and Zhenxia were behind him. They could not go forward or backward. After walking an hour, Zhenxia could not hold his anger in anymore. He ran at Han Sen with his sword drawn. He pointed it at Han Sen and coldly said, you are deliberately walking that slow. What is your problem? What do you mean? What is my problem? I have come here to look for land pulses. Of course, it is only natural for me to walk slower. How am I supposed to see if there are land pulses by walking quickly? If you are in this much of a rush, I suggest you do not follow. Han Sen shook his head after speaking. He looked at the area around them as if he was really searching for land pulses. Zhenxia was so angry that he wanted to vomit. He just wanted to use his sword to sort out the annoying and clingy man. Whatever. Just ignore him. We are merely going our own way. Tianjing stopped Zhenxia. She hurried the Jade Kirin to proceed past Han. Senator Zhenxia stared at Han Sen as he followed Tianjing. He curiously said, Sister, this guy is obviously not nice. He is probably associated with the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Why don't we dispose of him? Tianjing replied, this man is weird, but if he really has come for the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he would not expose himself this soon. Perhaps our encounters with him are pure circumstances. Let's just ignore him. We should speed up and lose him. Tianjing had already made her decision. Zhenxia did not say anything. The two of them sped up to leave the area. They lost Han Sen completely. If Han Sen wanted to chase after them, he could have done that. Chasing them was pointless. He had already warned Tianjing, but it was evident she was not willing to listen. If she wasn't going to listen, then it did not matter to him. Plus, he was there for the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He was not a good person. He just needed to be faster than the people in the carriage. Upon seeing that Han Sen had not caught up to them, Tianjing and Zhenxia sighed. They walked for 2 days before Tianjing stopped in front of a giant ice mountain. She circled the ice mountain a few times before eventually pointing at the ice mountain and saying, if I am reading this correctly, this is the Ice Jade land I have been looking for. Zhenxia observed the ice mountain, but he could not discern anything special about it. It looked similar to the many other ice mountains strewn across the ice fields. If you did not just tell me that this was the Ice Jade place you seek, even if I walked over it now, I would not have noticed the place that harbors the Ice Jade Evil Lady, Zhenxia said to compliment her. Ice Jade lands are very rare, Tianjing said with confidence. There are no weird scenes or signs, but this place's ice air is very clear. That counts as a sign. According to Xian Mizong's records, the Ice Jade Evil Lady should be around this area. There is an 80% to 90% chance that she is here. If things are indeed like that, then this really must be the place, Zhenxia said. Sister, how do we begin? Tianjing examined the ice mountain for a long while. She pointed at the corners of the ice mountain and said, let's start over there. We should dig 1,600 feet. After achieving a depth of 1,600 feet, we should start digging carefully. Within 1,900 feet of that, we should be able to find it. Just command me. I will do the menial labor. Zhenxia combined with a gene race. His arms became giant, metal claws. He dug into the ice mountain Tianjing was talking about. Using the claws, he was able to dig out a 22 to 26 square foot ice cube. With his powerful claw power, a 1,600 foot hole only took a short amount of time to create. He did not dare use his powerful claw to deep any further. He was afraid of hurting the gene egg further down. Don't dig too fast or you will harm the gene egg down there. Wuxia had already slowed down. He carefully dug, but Tianjing still made sure to remind him. Wuxia had to be more careful, so he slowed down a little. He had been digging for 10 hours to unearth the next 98 feet. Suddenly, they saw the presence of green light beneath the ice. That green light was well hidden. If one was not close enough to look, one would have thought it was a reflection of sunlight. Tianjing and Wuxia looked ecstatic. Wuxia went down to dig through the layers of ice. As the sheets of ice were removed layer by layer, there was an egg that looked just like ice within that ice. The egg was in the ice. If one did not look closely, one would have easily not noticed that it was a gene egg. One would have thought it was just a part of the surrounding ice. This is it, Tianjing said. This is the legendary gene egg. It is no wonder old teacher said coming here to dig was perfect. This is why. The gene egg is formed right now. She then unearthed the entire gene egg, which was the shape of the ice. The only difference was that there was some green light on it. Tianjing collected the gene egg with both her hands. She looked happy. She was going to use the God Spirit brand to register as her own. Tianjing had only just moved when Wuxia slapped Tianjing on the back. Tianjing flew away. Wuxia nabbed the gene egg. Wuxia, what are you doing? Tianjing got up off the ground with blood dripping from her mouth. She looked at Wuxia with shock. I am sorry, sister, but I must take this gene egg back. After that, Wuxia fired a light out into the sky like a flare. Sister, are you okay? Bauer moved to help Tianjing get up. I am fine. Let's go. Tianjing held Bauer to leave. Wuxia said, I am sorry, sister. If I let you go back to Xianmi Zone, there will be no more place for me there. He quickly approached the injured Tianjing. Wuxia, I did not expect you to be this sort of person. I treated you so nicely, but you are stealing the gene egg. Furthermore, you will now try to kill me. Tianjing looked at Wuxia with anger and sadness. I am sorry. I have no choice. Wuxia did not look like his nice, old self anymore. He looked cold and emotionless. Chapter 32:51 Chu Yuan, if I were you, I would not take another step forward, a voice bellowed from the sky. Wuxia and the others raised their heads to look. They saw 9 holy white deer drawing a carriage. They had just ripped through space to arrive. They came down and stopped next to Wuxia. The voice came from within the jade carriage. Greetings, my prince. It is fortunate I am not embarrassing you. I managed to get the ice jade evil lady gene egg. Wuxia quickly bowed before the carriage. He took out the gene egg and placed it down before the carriage's door. The carriage door opened. A beautiful man, clothed in white, was sitting inside. A maid made her exit and collected the gene egg. She presented it to the handsome man. The ice jade evil lady gene egg. Chu Yuan took the gene egg. He used one hand to hold the gene egg and a finger to break the gene egg. The shattered ice fell from his hand. It became a green light and disappeared. Wuxia's face changed. Mister, what are you doing? Chu Yuan looked at Wuxia and coldly said, You have already done a half-decent service. With your power, you have remained undercover in Xianmi Zone for so long and not been noticed while also being able to bring back important messages. It is impressive. You are not bad. You have done some good deeds. Mister, are you saying Is the gene egg fake? Zhen Xia's face changed. If you thought Tianjing was a person who was dying and got close to her, you would be a dead man, Chu Yuan calmly said. Zhen Xia did not believe him. He looked at Tianjing, who had been injured. She was already standing straight. Her weak presence was fully recovered, and she no longer looked angry. It is no wonder you are the Chu Kingdom's first Mr. Chu Yuan, Tianjing coldly said as she wiped the blood away. Zhen Xia looked awful. He did not expect to have been played by Tianjing like this. He apologized to Chu Yuan, saying, I am sorry, mister. This is my mistake. I delayed your business. Please punish me. Chu Yuan was not going to blame Zhen Xia for this. He smiled and said, being tricked by a woman is no big deal. If you have never been tricked by a woman before, that likely means you are one of two things. You are either a monk or a useless fool. You have done well. You surpassed my expectations. When I return to my Chu family, I will reward you. Thank you, mister, Zhen Xia said with a hasty bow. Why don't you go back first? Chu Yuan sat in the jade carriage. He waved his hand and made Zhen Xia go back a little. He turned to Tianjing and asked, Miss Tian, you are the future leader of Xianmi Zone, are you not? You are in a love triangle, yet you broke it so quickly. I admire you. Thank you for the compliments, Mr. Chu. Tianjing felt bad, but she did not make herself look like she was feeling anything particular. She knew now was not the time to feel sad about being betrayed. There was an enemy in front of her. If she did not sort this out, she and Bauer were sure to be killed. Her body's power increased. A pair of wings appeared behind Tianjing. Her hands quickly turned to jade stone. They became Xian jade. Chu Yuan was sitting in the carriage watching Tianjing. He was not going to stop her. He smiled and said, the legends claim the Xianmi Zone have a unique skill that is so amazing it is the most magical gene skill ever. If you are the Xianmi Zone's inheritor, I suppose you can show us what it is like. I thought about doing that too. Tianjing held Bauer while her other hand became Xian Jade. She pushed forward. Her hands produced some waves. Some weird symbols were in the waves. It was like a door of waves. When the wavy door appeared, Tianjing flapped her wings and held Bauer. Like lightning, she went toward the wavy door. Suddenly, the wavy door was gone. Chu Yuan was sitting in the jade carriage. He had watched everything happen, including how Tianjing and Bauer had disappeared. His face did not move a muscle. Zhen Xia was in a panic. He knew how amazing the door technique was. Traveling through space was not hard, but Tianjing used all she had. She probably used the door technique to teleport beyond the ice fields. Chu Yuan had claimed he had done well, but Zhen Xia knew he was being too confident. He had messed the entire ploy up. If Tianjing ran again, this would all be for nothing. Mister, please allow me to get Tianjing back so that I may fix my mistake, Zhen Xia said with a bow. Chu Yuan laughed. He shook his fan and coldly said, I said you did well, so that means you did well. There is no need to worry about it. As for Tianjing, she will be back. Tianjing had used her door technique to traverse space. When she came out from the door, she noticed there was a jade carriage that had 9 holy when white deer in front of her. She looked around and noticed she was still where she had been. She hadn't been able to leave the ice fields. She did not even leave her spot. Tianjing's face changed. Her Xian jade hand cast many more of those wavy doors. She held Bauer and entered each one. No matter how many times Tianjing used her door technique, she appeared before the jade carriage every time. She looked absolutely awful. Chu Yuan waved his fan as he said, Miss Tian, do not keep wasting your time and effort. Your door technique is great, but it will not work in my God garden by Sima. You also won't be able to form a door to the underworld. Tianjing knew wasting time to use her door technique was pointless. She looked up into the sky. A holy light was visible for 100 miles away. The holy light came from the jade carriage. It came from Chu Yuan like a holy sun. The Chu kingdom's first Mr. really is so strong, Tianjing said. Her Xian jade arm let out flashing waves. The spells cast were glowing across her arm, making her arm power stronger. When it reached its maximum, she swung a punch at Chu Yuan. The waves in front of Tianjing's fist turned into a wavy door. The fist power went in and was gone. In the next second, the wavy door was behind Chu Yuan. It looked scary with all of its light. With that distance, not even a god spirit would have been able to dodge it. Chu Yuan wasn't planning on dodging. With a holy light, which was what he sought to use, he looked like a god. The Xian light struck his god light and became nothing. It was not able to hurt him. It did not even ruffle his clothing. Miss Tian, that is enough. Chu Yuan looked at Tianjing as she felt a scary power emerge. Her body was suppressed by nothingness. Her legs started to shake. She could not withstand the scary pressure. Tianjing used the best of her powers. No matter how she used them, she could not erase the power of that pressure. Her legs writhed. Chu Yuan is scarier than the legends about him. Tianjing was shocked. She knew things were not going to fare well for her. Chapter 3252 Stop it. Chu Yuan looked at Tianjing and said, Miss Tian, Chu Yuan, will make a promise that if you take me to find the real Ice Jade Evil Lady Jean Egg, your life will be safe. You will be allowed to leave the Chu kingdom alive. Tianjing gnashed her teeth as she responded, Mr. Chu Yuan's personality might not be as mighty as ordinary people. Her body went under more and more pressure. Chu Yuan laughed. I, Chu Yuan, have a personality that is not as good as ordinary people. It might actually be worse. Compared to commoners, I have what it takes to control lives. If I want someone dead, they will be dead. If I want someone alive, they will remain alive. That might make my personality not as mighty, but it sure is worth it. Don't you think so, Miss Tian? Do you think a student of the Xian Mizong is afraid of death? Tianjing coldly asked. Chu Yuan pointed at the bower in Tianjing's arms and asked, Maybe, Miss Tian, you are not afraid of death, but can you watch her die for you? Before Tianjing could speak, Chu Yuan went on to say, Even if you are capable of watching her die, can you watch a student of Xian Mizong and your friends die? Mr. Chu, you overestimate your reach. If you dare to touch the Xian Mizong, even though you might have courage, you will not come out of it alive. Tianjing looked at him disdainfully while speaking. Chu Yuan was not enraged. He just pointed at Zhen Xia and coldly said, Aside from the Qin kingdom, people respect the Wu Wei Dao Palace's 10 parties in the other 6 kingdoms. I will not ruin that place, but he is different. He is a student of Xian Mizong. If he goes back to Xian Mizong and tells the Xian Mizong leader you are trapped inside a deep hole in the ice fields, do you think the Xian Mizong students and their master, the Xian Mizong leader, will come and save you? Upon seeing Chu Yuan's power, Tianjing's face changed. If they stayed indoors, Chu Yuan's power could do nothing to them. If they left and went to the Chu kingdom, it would be hard to tell what would happen. Plus, with the guidance of that traitor, Zhen Xia, it was possible Xian Mizong would end up deeply injured. Thinking of that, Tianjing's face looked bad. Even if she died now, Chu Yuan could still make the same plan. Tianjing looked at Chu Yuan. She was not like a normal woman scolding Chu Yuan for being evil. That was because this was a world that employed the simple premise of survival of the fittest. There was nothing to complain about. In here, I can do whatever I want, such as making your little girl forever disappear from this universe, Chu Yuan said. He turned his gaze to Bauer. No. No, Tian Jing's body shivered, but her hands were pulled by a power. Her arms opened, as Bauer, who was previously held by her, fell into the ice. That power only controlled Tian Jing. She was unable to move. Everything else was fine, which included Bauer. Bauer stood on the ice. She looked at Tian Jing, who could not open her eyes or move. Big sister, this man is bad. I will help you fight him. Tian Jing made a wry smile. She looked at Chu Yuan opening his arms. She failed to grab Bauer as she fell through the air. Bauer's body looked like it was drawn to the man via suction. She went flying toward Chu Yuan's hands. Let her go, Tian Jing said while gritting her teeth. I promise I will take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Chu Yuan did not look happy because of that. He still grabbed Bauer, who was in front of him. He grabbed Bauer's neck and said, You agreed too late. The deal was back then. Now, I want her dead. Ouch! Before Chu Yuan could finish speaking, he suddenly screamed. He pulled his hand back. His hand had 3 bloody claw marks. A red cat was on Bauer's chest. It growled at Chu Yuan. It was like it was trying to intimidate him. Interesting. A wild gene race is actually able to hurt me. After saying that, Chu Yuan quickly healed the wound on his hand. His wound was immediately healed. There was not even a scar left behind. Chu Yuan looked at Bauer and the little cat. His lips were curled in a smile. When his maid and Jinxia saw that smile, their faces changed. Their bodies quaked. In their eyes, there was the obvious presence of fear afflicting them. They knew that for him to smile like that, meant that he was very angry. The aftermath would be very serious. Even his own people thought this was very dire and something to be very afraid of. What an interesting child and gene race. Come. Come to me. Let me have a look at you. Chu Yuan waved at Bauer. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Do not worry. I have changed my mind. I will not kill you guys now. I won't kill you. I will make sure to treat you nicely. I will make you guys grow fat. When we get back to my garden, I will break your lower bodies and bury you in the garden for fertilizer. At least your upper body will be above ground and still alive. You will be connected to my demon blood flower stalks and become a part of the demon blood flowers. When the blood goes into the demon blood flower, you will not die fast. You will slowly lose all your blood. Even so, you guys still won't die. Your bodies will be modified by the demon blood flowers. Then, you will lose your mind. 1 year. 2 years. 10 years. Finally, the demon blood flowers will have fully absorbed your blood. Mr. Chu, I already agreed to take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady, Tian Jing said with a shaky voice. Stop trying to annoy this child. Otherwise, I would sooner kill myself than take you to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Chu Yuan, who was sitting in the jade carriage, was being eviler than a demon. It made his heart a bit scared. Chu Yuan licked his lips and coldly said, What I said never changed. Now, she and her cat cannot die even if they wanted to do. As for you, you will take me to the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Let her go, or I will kill myself this moment. Do not question my power and decision. You can suppress me, but you cannot stop me from killing myself. Tian Jing's voice shook as she spoke. Chu Yuan coldly said, You can commit suicide. After you kill yourself, your brothers and sisters, and even your master, will come to the ice fields and die for you. If you want that to happen, then by all means die. His eyes weren't even on Tianjing as he spoke. He raised his hands and looked at Bauer. His face looked a bit insane as he stared at Bauer and said, "Come. I really want to see the look of pain on your face when you start getting eaten by the demon blood flower." "Stop," Tianjing broke down and cried. No matter how strong her willpower was, meeting a sicko like Chu Yuan was hard to endure. Tianjing would have preferred to die now. She wanted to die peacefully without any aftermath, but the aftermath she would be given was too hard to accept. It was scarier than the act of dying itself. "This is my decision, and no one can oppose it. No one can stop me. Not even a god spirit can." Chu Yuan's face looked very mad. Tianjing could see a demon bloodlight inside him. "If your filthy hands get any closer to my daughter, you will never have anyone telling you to stop again." A voice was heard from not too far away. It was not loud, but Tianjing froze when her ears tuned in to hear the words spoken. Chapter 3253 The Hand That Draws a Knife. Tianjing was no stranger to that voice. She heard who the master of the voice was but could not believe the master of that voice was appearing there now to shout out what he did. When she turned around, she saw the person speaking was the one she imagined. She was so shocked about this turnabout that she could not describe how she felt. She found it hard to believe that man who was callous enough to use children for blood sacrifices to detect blood pulses was the one showing up in front of her. Han Sen did not want to reveal himself too soon. Even if Tianjing was forced to find land pulses for Chu Yuan, that was still a good thing for Han Senator. He could wait until Tianjing and the others were around the gene egg before swooping in for some thievery. Who would have suspected that Chu Yuan was such a sick and crazy person who really wanted to kill Bauer in the most horrible way possible? That was why he had to stand up and be heard. Han Sen getting involved was better than Bauer getting involved. At least with him stealing the show, it would not be as shocking. Chu Yuan's hands froze in midair. He did not know how Han Sen had managed to get into his God Yuan by Sima. According to the theory, in the God Yuan by Sima, he was the boss. He was the god in its range. No one could gain access to that place without him being made aware of the intrusion. Truthfully, before Han Sen said anything, Chu Yuan had not noticed Han Sen was already there. "Oh, why is no one going to make me stop?" Chu Yuan did not look back at him or bring his hands down. He knew who the person approaching was. "It will because by then, you'll have no hands." "Who will have to tell you to stop then?" Han Sen kept walking forward and talking. Because he did not look to be brimming with a vast amount of power, his casual walk made it look as if he was a bloke out for a stroll. "It looks like you are very confident in your knife skills." Chu Yuan still didn't spare him a glance. "I am only confident in myself," Han Sen said. Chu Yuan lifted his lips and coldly laughed. "It is a shame that your confidence is plain ignorance in my eyes. We both use knives. From what I can tell, your skills with the blade are crap. My knife skills are not that great, but they are good enough to lop your head off," Han Sen coldly said. "That is interesting. I did not want you to die so quickly. Now that you have said that, I will be the one to cut your head off. Let's see whose knife is faster. Is it my knife, or is it yours?" Chu Yuan's eyes were filled with rage. He reached out his hand, ready to draw the knife attached to his waist. Chu Yuan was very confident in the speed of his abilities and the speed at which he wielded his knife. He had been practicing with a blade ever since he was young. He trod the path of the knife at 3 years old. At that time, people were still wearing nappies and crawling around on the floor. He, however, was slashing things with a knife. It was just a draw of the knife now, which was something he had practiced a billion times. Success was not down to luck. Even for geniuses, that was not the case. 20 years could go by like a day. Chu Yuan had practiced with knives, so he understood knives. Now, on the current path of knives, no one in the Chu kingdom was as good as him. Along the path of knives, the power within him and the god Yuan by Sima made Chu Yuan's knife be like a god knife. There were no barriers in between. The draw was faster than teleportation. Thus, Chu Yuan was so confident in his knife being able to cut off Bao'er's head first. Chu Yuan's hand had only just touched the scabbard when his wrist felt pain. His eyes opened wide as his pupils shrank. He lowered his head and saw the blood gush. The hand holding his knife was detached from his arm. A lot of blood spilled. Everyone was shocked. Zhen Xia and the maid could not believe what they were seeing. The maid had followed Chu Yuan for more than a few years. She had seen countless elites be killed by Chu Yuan. Too many famous elites had been beheaded by Chu Yuan's knife. Those people never even knew how they were killed. From what the maid could tell, Chu Yuan was a god when it came to knives. In reality, he was more like a demon with a knife. Whenever that knife was out, someone was being killed. There was never an exception to that. This time, Chu Yuan was prepared, yet he had been prevented from drawing his knife. Someone had cut the hand he would use to draw his knife clean off. The maid thought back to their prior encounter with Han Sen and felt a chill down her spine. She went cold. She could not believe that there was a knife wielder better than Chu Yuan in this world. Zhen Xia was even more shocked. He never thought a guy like that could have such a scary knife skill. That is Chu Yuan, the Chu kingdom's main mister. He did not even draw his knife, and his hand has been cut off. Zhen Xia's back felt a chill. Tian Jing's presence had already disappeared, but she still stood there frozen. She stared at Han Sen with a look of disbelief. She did not even see how Han Sen had managed to cut off Chu Yuan's hand. She did not even see Han Sen draw the knife from his own waist. Chu Yuan did not care for his severed hand. He stared at Han Sen with his severed wrist still bleeding. With his god spirit blood pulse and the power of a gene race, the broken hand could respawn. Now, the wound had a weird purple color covering it. It made his wound worse. It was not healing as it should have. Han Sen walked next to Bao'er and picked her up. He looked at Chu Yuan coldly as he said, "Do you not agree? You have another hand if you would like to give it another go. This time, I will wait until your knife is drawn. You are going to regret this." Chu Yuan sounded cold, but his eyes were like they were on fire. His other hand quickly grabbed the handle of the knife. His hand had a black demon flame. It looked like there was an evil spirit gathering upon his hand. Not many people knew Chu Yuan's left hand was scarier than his right hand. That was because no one had forced him to use his left hand before. He had a god spirit gene race called Demon Left Hand. It was something like an annihilation god spirit. With his god Yuan by Sima's power, that knife was sure to kill someone. It would consume the souls of people. After people died, their souls would not be permitted to go away and be reborn. When Chu Yuan drew the knife, the god Yuan by Sima power and the power of the demon left hand strangely combined. They formed to become a weird, gray power. That power ripped the rules of the universe. It created a scary and destructive power that people had not previously been able to fathom. Break world power. Tian Jing screamed with shock. For Chu Yuan to be able to break the world at that age meant he was just as smart as Zhuo Donglai, who used the purple mist holy clothes. Chu Yuan did not have something like that, but he could still break the world. Han Sen's face did not change. His heart felt weird. Chu Yuan's break world power did not look right, but he could not put his finger on the reason why. Die. Chu Yuan looked insane. His knife mind madly exploded. When the knife was out of its scabbard, it was like he had already hewn Han Sen's head off. He roared. Dong! Dong! The knife was out of the scabbard. Chu Yuan's left hand flew into the sky. Blood spilled. Chu Yuan could not believe it. His eyes opened wide as he stared at Han Sen, who had barely moved. Tianjing, Zhenxia, and the maid were in shock. It was like they were seeing a ghost. No. Impossible. Chu Yuan already broke the world, but his hand was cut off. Tianjing looked at Han Senator. She was unable to believe that the man before her was the same man who sold her bower. She could not believe this was that same evil land pulse master. Chapter 3254 Life Soul, who are you? Both of Chu Yuan's hands were gone. His eyes were blood-red as they peered at Han Sr. I am just the father of a child, Han Sen coldly said. I will exact vengeance for this transgression. Chu Yuan hissed these 7 words through a small gap in his teeth. His legs had an explosive power that enabled him to break space and leave. But Han Sen's finger moved. It resulted in Chu Yuan's body suddenly falling from the sky like a bird that had lost its wings. He was like a plane that had run out of fuel. Pang! Chu Yuan fell onto the ice. His body was suppressed. He could not move. He just laid on the ice field, writhing in pain. Did I say you were allowed to leave? Han Sen walked up to Chu Yuan. He coldly looked at Chu Yuan, who was on the ground and unable to move. I hate killing people, but I despise people that bully my daughter even more. It was at this point that the 2 maids started to do something. They looked at each other. One of them drove the 9 holy when white deer to run toward Han Senator. The other took out a knife. She was like a bolt of lightning heading straight for him. Han Sen's eye froze. The Dongxian Sutra's break world power shocked the universe. The 2 maids and the 9 holy when white deer were on the ground. They struggled but were unable to get up. Zhenxia was shocked and hopeless. He turned around and wanted to leave. All he managed to do was move his body before he felt as if a super crazy magnet was yanking him back. His entire body was wide open and spread out upon the ice. Tianjing looked at Han Sen, Chu Yuan, and all the others in shock. She still could not believe the scene that lay before her eyes. Bauer looked at Chu Yuan and said, Father, this man is so horrible. The man of her ire was struggling on the ice. Han Sen wished to say something, but he saw a little cat jump out from Bauer's chest. It fell in front of Chu Yuan. Its red cat eyes were staring at the man. Get lost, Chu Yuan had just said those 2 words when he suddenly saw a small cat open its mouth. Its body was only the size of a fist. When its mouth opened, it was able to swallow Chu Yuan in a single gulp. Catcha! Catcha! It bit the man twice before gulping him down in one swallow. The cat then put out its pink tongue like it was still hungry for more. It licked its lips. Upon witnessing that, Zhenxia and the 2 maids were shocked. Han Sen could not help but look at the little cat in shock too. The little cat was just a newborn. Even though Chu Yuan had been suppressed by Han Sen, Chu Yuan's body still had break world power active. For the little cat to be able to consume such a body did not seem normal. After small cat consumed Chu Yuan, its little belly looked bloated. It let out a big burp, enabling its body to produce some bloodlines. They were like silk wrapping up his body. They quickly worked to form a fist-sized blood cocoon. Is he going to evolve? Han Sen looked at the blood cocoon and started to think that was the case. The little cat was only interested in Chu Yuan. It did not care for Zhenxia and the 2 maids. Even the 9 holy when white deer were ignored by the creature. They weren't spared a glance. That was fairly abnormal behavior. Ever since Chu Yuan started to break the world, Han Sen felt that his power was a bit weird. Break world powers required the learning of another world's reverse power and combining it with the main power. That was how break world powers came to be. Chu Yuan's body's reverse power seemed to be a bit weird. The power that combined on his left hand was like a demon. From what Han Sen had been able to see, it was more like a beast soul than a gene race. Beast soul. Han Sen thought about those words. His heart skipped a beat. Beast souls. Yes. That power was more like the power of a beast soul. It was not quite the same though. Bauer picked up the little cat in the cocoon and walked up to Tianjing. She pointed at Jinxia, who was restrained and down on the ice, and asked, "Big sister, how are you going to deal with his asshole?" Tianjing looked at Jinxia. She bowed to Han Sen and said, "Thank you for saving me. I have yet to learn your name." Han Sr., he did not think there was any need to lie about his identity. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Tianjing thought about Han Sen's real identity. After all, Han Sen had used one sword strike to break the formation of the Black Dragon. He had sundered Jade Wall City with his might. It was a news article that had reached every corner of the 7 kingdoms. The #1 swordsman of the Qin Kingdom was someone everyone in the 7 kingdoms knew about. It was just that Tianjing did not really know what he looked like. "I might not be the #1 swordsman, but I am definitely the #1 evil officer." Han Sen pointed at Jinxia and said, "You can deal with this person." After that, Han Sen went over to the 2 maids from the Chu Kingdom. Han Sen looked at the 2 maids as he asked, "Do you guys want to live or die?" The 2 maids looked conflicted and confused. They were not sure what their answer should be. "Chu Yuan is dead," Han Sen said. "Even if I let you go, you will still probably be killed. Fortunately for you, I require a driver and a maid. If you want to live, I can permit you to live." The 2 maids looked at each other. They gnashed their teeth and said, "Thank you, master. I want to live." "If you guys really want to live, then go and prepare the carriage," Han Sen coldly said. He then turned around to stop looking at the girls. The 2 maids felt the pressure on their bodies was relieved. They were free again. They looked at each other and walked over to the 9 Holy One White Deer and Jade carriage. Han Sen looked at Tianjing with interest. He wanted to know how Tianjing was going to deal with Jinxia. Han Sen thought Tianjing would have trouble. After all, they used to be in love. Who would have expected Tianjing to instantly decapitate Jinxia in a flash without a single glimmer of hesitation? This woman looked weak. I did not expect her to be so decisive. Han Sen was a little bit shocked. "Thanks, Mr. Han, for giving me a chance to slay a traitor." Tianjing walked back to Han Senator. She bowed and went on to say, "I bet you are also here for the Ice Jade Evil Lady." "Yes." Han Sen nodded. "I can take you with me to find the Ice Jade Evil Lady," Tianjing said. "With my Xian Mizong's old leader's sacrificial item, I will not require the Ice Jade Evil Lady. But I must take the sacrifice back to Xian Mizong." "Sure," Han Sen said. "I only need the Ice Jade Evil Lady. You can have everything else we find." Tianjing fixed her hair, bowed, and said, "In that case, I thank you, Mr." In the 33 skies, Berry Path God walked before an old tower. He bowed to the tower and said, "Mr. Leader, a 17-life soul has been put out." From the old tower, Qin Xiu's voice sounded. "Oh? How long was that life soul out there for it to be put out?" Chu Yuan was an elite of the Chu Kingdom, and he had a life soul power of 17. That would have been more than enough to break the world. In this universe, not many people can stop people like that. Go and find out who that was. "Yes," Berry Path God answered before departing the old tower. Chapter 3255 Planet Under the Ice. The ice fields had many systems. If it was not for the leadership of Tianjing, Han Sen would never have thought that an unremarkable place was where the rare gene egg would be found. A small, ice mountain was in front of them. It was surrounded by many more ice mountains. It was only a few 100 feet high. It was not very tall. Compared to the other ice mountains, which were a few 1,000 feet high, that small ice mountain was not very eye-catching. Tianjing took out a map. She compared it to the small ice mountain for a while. She looked at Han Sen and said, "This is where our Xianmi Zong leader found the Ice Jade Evil Lady's place in the days of yore. If the records are correct, there will be an ice cave behind this small ice mountain that reaches straight to the bottom of it." Han Sen got out of the jade carriage. He looked up at the ice mountain and said, "I am curious. Back then, when your party's leader saw something here, what was it that he saw? Why did he not take the Ice Jade Evil Lady with him and instead left some items behind?" Tianjing replied, "I am not too sure what went on. Our leader left a message behind in a secret scroll. He only spoke about the Ice Jade Evil Lady's location and went on to talk about how to take back the lost items. All in all, he did not mention much about the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He only kept saying that after taking back the lost items and returning them, we could not be greedy to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. If we were to be greedy, very bad things were sure to happen. Do you think the records concerning the Ice Jade Evil Lady went missing?" Han Sen asked after thinking for a moment. Tianjing confidently replied, "No. Our Wu Wei Dao Palace is very serious when it comes to record keeping and the like. Some very special, classified information has a very unique way to be kept in storage. There could be no mistake with this stuff. Even if I am wrong about this, wouldn't it be all gone? You would surely not just lose a small part of the greater picture." Han Sen did not really think Tianjing was telling the truth about this. No matter how classified the methods were, if it was done by a human, there was a high chance of there being a problem. "I will do what I promised you. As to whether or not you get the Ice Jade Evil Lady, that will be none of my business." After Tianjing said that, she walked toward the small, ice mountain. "You guys wait here," Han Sen ordered the two maids. He brought Bauer along to follow Tianjing. Just as Tianjing said, the base of the mountain contained an icy cave. It kept going down. Whether it led was a complete mystery. Tianjing was an inheritor of the Xianmi Zong, which meant she was not like any other woman. Seeing how she dealt with Zhenxia, the woman's heart was certainly not like any other woman. No one could promise what happened to Zhenxia might happen again to Han Senator, therefore, he exercised caution. He did not put complete faith in her. After entering the ice cave and walking through it for a while, Han Sen found himself able to believe her a bit more. That cave went straight down beneath the ice. It went on for dozens of thousands of feet. There was no end. It did not look like it was man-made. The more they went down, the more cold air they felt. Even Han Sen, who practiced jade skin, felt a little bit chilly. Many cracks were under the ice. There were many other paths to take too. Tianjing kept using her map as a reference on which way to go. She selected the ordinary path every time. Many places only allowed one person to enter at a time. Some ice caves went straight down into plummets too. Some drops were 10,000 feet, and others were even more than that. For a system, that distance was nothing. Han Sen was most curious about the two super god pulses that appeared in the same landscape. That entire thing did not make a lick of sense to him. It was uncertain how long they had been in the ice cave. They had just come down from a straight ice cave when Bauer pointed in a certain direction and asked, "Dad, what is that?" Han Sen and Tianjing looked to where she was pointing. They were given a shock. It was a planet. That planet's sky was decked in ice. It was like an ice crystal sky. The planet embedded in the ice was full of green and flowers. There were lots of animals moving freely there as well. There were lots of cranes flying high under the ice sky. Lots of cows and sheep were grazing on the grass. Tianjing said, "That's right. This is the place the old leader mentioned." She observed the weird planet that resided beneath the sheets of ice. "Are you sure this is the place?" Han Sen wondered. It was said the Ice Jade Evil Lady was not purely an ice element being. It was around half an ice element. A place to grow her would not be such a place like that. Han Sen recalled the news Bauer had shared with him. Tianjing had told Jin Xia that the place where the Ice Jade Evil Lady was supposed to be was in a land of ice and jade. Han Sen was not seeing any icy jade place. He saw mud. Tianjing looked at Bauer and coldly grunted. "Bao has been telling you about the icy jade, hasn't she?" "I have heard a bit about it." Han Sen's face didn't change. He smiled. He did not feel embarrassed or anything about it. Tianjing said, "Actually, since Jin Xia requested to come with me to the ice fields, I already felt something was wrong. I did not have any grand suspicions about him, however. It was only after meeting you and Bauer that I grew suspicious. Therefore, I told him these things about searching for an ice pulse. It was all just to test him." "I see." Han Sen nodded. "Actually, the Ice Jade Evil Lady's jade words do not refer to jade stones," Tianjing said. "It means, pure." "What does the pure mean?" Han Sen still didn't quite understand. Back in ancient times, in the legends, they always used the word jade to explain something very pure and not tarnished with dirt, Tianjing explained. It was especially true of a lady who had yet to be subject to filth. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's jade refers to that. It has nothing to do with the actual jade stone. "I see." Han Sen now understood. Tianjing was admiring the planet. She kept walking forward as she said, "This planet itself is very unique because there is a super god pulse. Before this planet was iced, there was no such planet here. It was only after the place was iced that this planet appeared." "Really?" Han Sen took out a communicator. He opened a galactic map to check the place around him. There really wasn't supposed to be a planet existing where he was. It was not just a planet that should not have been there. There was not supposed to be an ordinary planet or even a sun. Yet, Tianjing and Han Sen were on a planet. Tianjing suddenly turned and smiled at Han Sr. "Mr. Han, there is one more thing I must tell you." Han Sen's face did not change as he asked, "What is that?" "About this planet, this is supposed to be a very amazing place," Tianjing said to Han Sen with a smile. "Only a pure woman can safely land on this planet. If things are not like this, then something bad is sure to happen." Han Sen's face didn't change. He looked at Tianjing and asked, "What bad thing?" "You will know soon enough." Tianjing did not answer his question. She just smiled at him. Her smile was very weird. Chapter 3256 The Power of Bad Luck. Han Sen did not care for very much. With the fitness and power of his body, and with his super god spirit mode's invincible power, in those two universes, things rarely went wrong for him. "I am afraid I will have to disappoint you," Han Sen said. His expression suddenly changed. His manly face started to become feminine. He did not become completely like a woman. It was neither yin nor yang. It was a little weird, but he started to sound like a special creature from ancient times. Han Sen was shocked. He focused his mind on one part of his body. When he felt it, he was relieved. "Thank God. Thank God. My penis is still here." In the next second, Han Sen's face started to look very dire. His penis was still there, but what was once a big cigar was now as small as a peanut. It was very tiny and small. Han Sen felt as if he was going to faint. If Tianjing was not there, Han Sen would have taken his pants off and woken the poor, sleeping guy. When Tianjing saw Han Sen's face, she happily laughed. Mr. Han, you do not need to worry. The power of this planet will not kill people. It will only make male creatures and female creatures that are not pure look strange. Han Sen thought. That is not weird. If I cannot recover, that will be a fate worse than death. Seeing Tianjing's face appear particularly delighted, Han Sen understood she was relishing in the fact that she was getting her vengeance for his lies. He ignored Tianjing and used his own power. He pushed it all the way down into his micropenis. The reverse Dongxian Sutra and ordinary Dongxian Sutra went through it without a problem. Aside from being much smaller and far more delicate, there was no problem with it. Mr. Han, you really do not have to worry. Once you leave this planet, the power that currently affects you will stop. If you keep going in here for too long, or if you go too close to the location where the Ice Jade Evil Lady is, that power on you will become stronger. It might even reverse your yin and yang. Tianjing spoke to Han Sen with a stroke of seriousness. Han Sen saw her eyes were doing their best not to show the laughter she wished to unleash. She clearly knew what was going on with Han Sen's body. Where is the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg? Han Sen tried to focus on the task at hand. If he was able to recover, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Plus, Han Sen had a Super God Spirit Mode power. Thinking of his Super God Spirit Mode's invincible power, he should have been able to restrict the weird, harmful power. It is there. Tianjing raised her hands and pointed in a certain direction. Han Sen's vision followed Tianjing's finger to where she was pointing. He had a look over there. He saw a giant, snowy mountain that was upon the large fields. While it could have been described as a large, snowy mountain, it was only the tip of the mountain that had snow. The rest of the mountain was composed of green and black rocks. Old leader said the mountain's peak has the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. I do not know if it is still there or not. Tianjing then said, by the way, on this planet, you must not use galaxy teleportation. Why is that? Han Sen calmly asked. Tianjing smiled and replied, because the space inside this planet is not stable. If you use galaxy teleportation, it will be hard to reach the location you want. It might end up possible for you to be lost in a broken layer of space. I see. Are there any more taboo things I should avoid doing while here? Perhaps it would be best if you tell me everything at once. Han Sen could not wait to find a place for his Super God Spirit Mode to help erase his current problem. In front of Tianjing, Han Sen was not in a rush to show anything. There is nothing else. I already told you this planet's space is not stable. There are many broken layers of space. Be careful while you walk. If you hit a broken layer of space too quickly, I am afraid that even someone with a God spirit body will be unable to block the wrongful powers of the broken space layers. After thinking for a moment, Tianjing added, you also must not hurt the creatures of this planet. That will bring you even more bad luck. As to what kind of bad luck will befall you, the leader did not record that. Just in case, I suggest we at least listen to him. Do not provoke the creatures here. Is that all? Han Sen did not really care for those 2 points. The broken layers of space were scary, but with the strength of his body and reaction speeds, even hitting a broken layer of space would not pose much of a threat. Regarding those creatures, Han Sen was not a person who enjoyed killing. He did not want to hurt them anyway. The old leader only left this information behind. There is nothing else. I do not know if there is more. Tianjing opened her hands. When she looked at Han Sen, she smiled. She kept trying to grab a peek of his lower body. Han Sen used a weird, squeaky voice to ask, aren't you looking for the items of Xianmi Zong? Mr. Han, you are not coming with me, Tianjing said with a laugh. The items are on the foothills of the snowy mountain. If you are planning on going to the snow mountain to find the Ice Jade Evil Lady Jean Egg, we can walk together. I am not planning on going to the snowy mountain just yet, Han-sen coldly said. You go ahead first. If things are like that, then I will proceed ahead. Tianjing left. She had not gone far when he heard her laugh like a bell. Han-sen, who was a shameless man, was very angry. What is wrong with this planet? How can break world power erase this bad power? Han-sen tried to use his break world Dongxian Sutra power to break the bad power, but it was futile. It did not work. Some weird power draped the place. The power of the Dongxian Sutra was unable to get rid of it. Han-sen did not dare exert too much strength. Han-sen preferred death over having his penis broken. Daddy, what is wrong with you? Bauer seriously asked Han Sr. It is nothing. Han-sen could not explain to Bauer what was happening to him. When Tianjing was far away, he activated his Super God Spirit mode. It enabled white-colored power to cover his body. Fortunately, the Super God Spirit mode did not disappoint him. The Super God Spirit mode erased the weird power that was affecting him. It made his body go back to normal. It was still a shame that Han-sen could not break the rules of the universe for a long time. When his Super God Spirit mode was gone, his body was covered by that weird and bad power. It made him exhibit weird changes. Never mind. I will go and see if the Ice Jade Evil Lady Jean Egg is still there. After I am gone, I will use my Super God Spirit mode to remove the powers. Han-sen knew he could not keep using Super God Spirit mode. But if his Super God Spirit mode worked, he would feel relieved. He picked up Bauer and went to the snowy mountain. Chapter 3257 Ice Jade Evil Lady. Things were worse than Han-sen imagined them to be. Tianjing hadn't lied to him. The closer he was to the snowy mountain, the smaller his penis became. It was soon going to become a soybean. Han-sen felt a little bit weird. If this was just like how Tianjing said, getting close to the ice mountains would make his yin and yang reverse. If he really turned into a woman, he could not be certain his Super God Spirit mode could fully recover. Seeing the snow mountain right in front of him, he was not willing to give up. Han-sen quickly generated a mirror. He looked into the mirror and noticed his face had changed a lot. His face, which had previously looked very sharp, was now very soft. His eyes were bigger, and his lashes were longer. His Adam's apple had become much smaller. It was barely visible. Han-sen was shocked. There is no way I am actually turning into a woman, right? He used his Super God Spirit mode again. He erased the buildup of bad power. This time, he realized that activation of his Super God Spirit mode was much slower. Although he was still able to erase the unlucky powers on him, the transformation speed was slower than what it was before. When the Super God Spirit mode was removed, his body became a woman much faster. Even my Super God Spirit mode is affected. If I cannot make it back, that will be awful. Han-sen hesitated. It did not seem to be worth taking this big of a risk for a gene race. What kind of gene race is this Ice Jade Evil Lady anyway? Why would the area around its abode be so weird? For crying out loud, it can turn men into women. Would it turn a woman into a man? Han-sen pondered that possibility. He suddenly thought, Spell has a female body. If I combine with her, half of my body will become the body of a woman. Will that help me resist some of that weird power? As Han-sen was thinking, he broke the rules of the universe. He used his Super God Spirit mode and summoned Spell to combine with his body. Spell is a woman, right? Han-sen prayed. Tianjing, who was climbing the snowy mountain, thought about Han-sen's face and laughed. No matter how powerful he is, it is useless in this place. It is not me keeping my promise. If he doesn't get the Ice Jade Evil Lady, it won't be my fault. For some reason, Tianjing thought of Han Sen's facial expressions. She felt so happy that she almost wanted to sing. She turned to take a look and noticed Han Sen hadn't followed. Tianjing laughed and said, "Old leader was right. In this place, no matter how strong a man is, it is pointless for them to be here. Only pure women can scale this mountain and get the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg." Tianjing had not told Han Sen the entire truth. She went there to get the Ice Jade Evil Lady for herself. She also knew how to get the gene egg. When Xian Mizong and the old leader went there with many elites, many bad things had happened. Men turned into women, and impure women grew beards. Their bodies grew bigger as they became men. It was not just that. They incited the ire of the animals, which resulted in more bad things happening. Many of the elites were killed. Even if they did not make those animals mad, there were still many bad things going on after going to the snowy mountain. Out of all the elites, only the Xian Mizong leader was able to reach the peak of the mountain. It was there she saw the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. In the end, the leader did not take the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. Aside from being a pure woman, there were even more requirements if one wanted to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady's gene egg. Although the leader was a pure woman, her fitness was not compatible with the body. Thus, she did not get the gene egg. Tianjing's reason for going there to take the gene egg alone was because she knew that only she would be able to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. Had she not known that, she would not have gone alone. Old leader went back and researched this for a long time. In the end, they found out you must have an extreme Yin and an extreme Yang cold body type to take the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg. After that, every leader only took women with such a body to raise. They have waited for the super god pulse to show again ever since. I did not expect this day would ever come. Tianjing thought her luck was really good. In the past, the Xian Mizong raised people with an extreme Yin and extreme Yang body. Many of them were great. During the time they were alive, the super god spirit mode did not show. Tianjing had a 9 Yin rare pulse body. She was exceptionally talented and terrifically smart. On top of that, the last leader was who raised her. It meant she would be the inheritor. That was the whole reason she knew the secrets. Otherwise, even if she had an extreme Yin and extreme Yang body, she would not have had this opportunity. One needed the perfect striking of coincidence and fate to earn this chance. Although there are some troubles, in the end, I should be the only one to claim the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg, Tianjing said with a feeling of cockiness. Thinking of an elite like Han Sen only being able to come back empty-handed while she could merrily go to the peak and earn the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg for herself imbued her with a feeling of victory. It felt wonderful. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman really is a powerful person, but the gods have already made their decision. This is my opportunity and not yours. It does not matter how strong you are. Tianjing put her thoughts away. She carefully continued her climb up to the peak. Everything was just like how it had been detailed by the old leader. According to what the old leader recorded, with her path and method of doing things, she was able to reach the top of the snow mountain safely. Tianjing looked across the peak and saw an icy egg that looked like a crystal. It was resting atop the peak of the snow mountain. She saw a beautiful woman's body in the ice egg. The woman was wearing white. Her hair was snow white like crystal. It was like ice behind her back. Her skin was flawless. It was like the skin of a fairy that did not belong on Earth. The Ice Jade Evil Lady really is a rare humanoid rare gene race. I can practice my door technique with her. I might end up as the only Xian Mizong leader that has accomplished this. Tianjing was absolutely thrilled. She was also not a woman who was able to be convinced purely through winning. While the victory was close, she was still going to exercise caution. She carefully approached the icy egg. She bit her finger and put a drop of her blood onto the ice egg. It works. The drop of blood seeped into the icy egg. It was going to the location of the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Tianjing was very happy. It was the same as the old leader's records. If the fresh blood entered the Ice Jade Evil Lady's body, she could earn that rare gene race Ice Jade Evil Lady for herself. Chapter 3258 Recognizing Leadership. When she saw the first drop of blood going in and getting closer to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead, Tianjing's heart rate started to rise. As time went by, the drop of blood was able to touch the skin of the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead. It enabled Tianjing to see the blood and Ice Jade Evil Lady's skin combine. It formed a strange connection. I did it. I got the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Tianjing felt the connection grow deeper. She was excited. She realized she had just earned this super unique gene race. Although she was excited, Tianjing felt her heart suddenly ache. She coughed up blood as the connection with the Ice Jade Evil Lady was suddenly severed. How could that happen? It succeeded. How could it be? Is my 9-in rare pulse not in and cold enough? Tianjing asked aloud while opening her eyes. She saw half of her blood blend into the Ice Jade Evil Lady's skin, and then get thrown away from the Ice Jade Evil Lady's forehead. Suddenly, it was cast out of the gene egg, speckling the white snow of the snowy mountain. As Tianjing wondered why this was happening, the ice egg moved. It started to roll down the hill. Tianjing did not know what had just happened. She pondered why the ice egg was so willing to move. It was far too weird. Tianjing forced the blood that was in her chest to not spill and steeled herself to run down the mountain to get to a point that was below the rolling ice egg. The ice egg did not roll quickly. When it reached the halfway point of the hill, she saw someone approach the ice mountain. The man's face was quite manly, but he was very pretty. He was so pretty that many women would feel ashamed of themselves. Judging from his face, Tianjing could not really apply a name to the person. Seeing a little girl and a small cat on the man's shoulders, Tianjing was suddenly able to realize the beautiful man was no other than Han Senator. He was supposedly in the throes of the bad power. He really did dare to come here, Tianjing said with shock. The closer they were to the snow mountain, the more affected the man should have been. Han Sen was already very close to the snow mountain. According to the old leader, when a man reached there, they should have become a complete woman. Despite being way too handsome right now, Han Sen's face was distinctly in possession of the yang power that defined men. He was not a complete woman. Did the ice egg move for him? Tianjing had that wretched idea in her head. Tianjing had to swiftly deny it. The Ice Jade Evil Lady could only be claimed by a woman with a cold-in blood pulse. Han Sen was not a woman. He did not have the cold blood pulse. He could not take command of the Ice Jade Evil Lady, so how could he make the ice egg leave the ice mountain? Tianjing saw that the ice egg was indeed flying straight toward Han Senator. When Han Sen almost reached the snow mountain, the ice egg was only 9 feet away from him. It was flying to Han Sr. Impossible. This is impossible. Tianjing could not believe this had just happened. The Ice Jade Evil Lady should not have been moving toward a man. It was bewildering for her to even entertain the thought. She did not think it was possible. Yet, the ice egg had indeed come to a standstill before Han Senator. It was one outstretched arm's distance away from him. Is this the Ice Jade Evil Lady? Han Sen looked at the ice egg in front of him with shock. He could guess what was inside the ice egg, but he was just wondering why the Ice Jade Evil Lady gene egg would fall from the mountain and roll in front of him. He delayed doing anything for a long time. He used the combined powers provided by spell, which made him no longer feel what the bad powers could do to him. Since it had been so long, he thought Tianjing would have already claimed the Ice Jade Evil Lady by now. He had only gone there now to test his luck. Who would have guessed there was this weird scene? The ice jade evil lady egg fell down the mountain and rolled right to him. Han Sen reached out his hand and put it on the ice egg. He wanted to see if it was a real gene egg. When his fingertip just touched the ice egg, he touched the center of the egg to make cracks develop across the surface like spider webs. They kept spreading across the ice egg. Pang! The ice egg broke. Ice light went everywhere like a sky full of stars. Within that ice light, the ice jade evil lady's body appeared. Her white clothes were like snow. Her hair was like ice and silk. Her skin was snow white. She was so pretty. One could imagine people suffocating in her presence. Everything was so amazing to behold and witness. Han Sen looked upon the ice jade evil lady. The ice jade evil lady's half-closed eyes were now fully open. Her eyes were like cold gemstones peering back at Han Sr. "Give me a drop of your blood," the ice jade evil lady said to him. Her voice was so clear that it was like water running by Han Sen's ears. When Tianjing heard that from the position far behind, she was frozen stiff. It was as if she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. "Why would I give you a drop of my blood?" Han Sen looked at the ice jade evil lady with interest. She was nothing normal, that was for sure. Ordinary gene races could not compare to her. Even for rare gene races, this creature was rare. It was very rare for rare gene races to be born with such incredible intelligence. "Because you want me to become your gene race," the ice jade evil lady coldly said. "Isn't that enough of a reason?" "Yes. It is enough." Han Sen looked at the ice jade evil lady. He nodded and put out his finger. He squeezed out a drop of blood. The ice jade evil lady reached out for Han Sen's blood. She carefully took the droplet and applied it to her forehead. The blood went inside her. A red dot formed on the ice jade evil lady's forehead. It made the ice jade evil lady's body glow with a strange god light. How is that possible? Tianjing thought she must have been having a nightmare. The ice jade evil lady was going forward to ask a man to take her as his gene race. How tough was this to believe? It had her flip a lid and throw the world she knew on its head. I thought only pure women would be approved by the ice jade evil lady. I thought when men got close to the ice jade evil lady, only bad things would come to pass. I thought only a woman with an extreme een and extremely cold blood pulse would be the one allowed to claim the ice jade evil lady. Tianjing's head was riddled with 1,000 questions, but she had no answers for any of them. As Tianjing was watching this unfold, the ice jade evil lady became an ice light. She went into Han Sen's soul, becoming a gene race for Han Sr., Annihilation God Spirit gene race claimed, Ice Jade Evil Lady. Han Sen's head played that familiar announcement. It gave him a shock. What is this Ice Jade Evil Lady? Right off the bat, she is a born God Spirit gene race that is Annihilation class. Han Sen quickly went to check out the information he had on the Ice Jade Evil Lady and recognized her progress was juvenile. Even so, her level put her as an Annihilation God Spirit gene race. Chapter 32 59 Different Gene Race. Thank you for leading the way, Han Sen said with a hearty laugh. I have already received the Ice Jade Evil Lady. I wonder if Miss Tian also managed to retrieve the lost items of her party. He could tell Tianjing was trying to hide something from him and hoping to do something with the Ice Jade Evil Lady before him. He could not blame Tianjing for that. He had just stolen Tianjing's opportunity. It was normal for Tianjing to want it back. They did things through power, and Tianjing had not done anything wrong. If Tianjing did not want to kill him, that meant there was danger. So, Han Sen did not plan on doing anything to her. I did not find them yet. If you are not in any rush to leave this place, can you help me look for them together? Tian Jing's face returned to normal. She tidied up her hair and smiled. Han Sen smiled and replied, maybe that isn't such a good idea. I am afraid your precious items will start flying toward me as well. He put his hands together and left. Tian Jing felt bad. She was no longer able to remain calm. She was mad as she watched Han Sen leave, but there was nothing she could say or do about it. My party has been preparing for the claiming of the Ice Jade Evil Lady for such a long time. No one could have expected the Ice Jade Evil Lady to fly into a man's hands. Fate is really funny. Han Sen. I will remember you. Tian Jing gnashed her teeth. She weirdly looked at Han Sen leaving. The way back was an easy route. Han Sen quickly returned to the surface of the ice fields. He used galaxy teleportation to return to the Feng family's castle. Han Sen could not wait to summon the Ice Jade Evil Lady from his Sea of Soul. Han Sen was shocked that the Ice Jade Evil Lady refused his will. She was unable to be summoned. Han Sen was surprised. This had never happened before. It did not matter what beast soul it was or whatever gene race it was that had been claimed. Once that happened and were placed in the Sea of Soul, they could be controlled by his mind to do whatever he wished them to. This is the first time he had been refused. Han Sen tried it a few different times, but the results were always the same. He was unable to summon the Ice Jade Evil Lady. Stop trying, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. You and my soul contract put us on equal footing. I am different from how you command other gene races. They might be slaves, but without my permission, you are not allowed to summon me. Even if you summon me, I can choose whether or not to fight for you. I can choose not to combine with you. In that case, why would you want to form a contract with me? Han Sen was not surprised. If the Ice Jade Evil Lady was willing to speak, he believed he would learn something very soon. Your body has an opposite power to mine, and I will need your power to accomplish something, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. That means you are not just a newborn gene race, Han Sen said. You might say I am, but you can also say I am not. The Ice Jade Evil Lady's response was weird. Han Sen was silent for a bit before making a guess. Do you have memories about yourself before you were reincarnated? Pretty much, but I did not pass through the Geno Hall to reincarnate. The Ice Jade Evil Lady wasn't planning on hiding anything. Can you reincarnate without going to the Geno Hall and remain in the same universe? Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady in shock. This was the first time he had heard about something like this. I have my own way, the Ice Jade Evil Lady coldly said. You do not need to ask me about that. Right now, my body is too weak. It has been difficult for me to restore my former shape and strength. I have no clue how long it will take before I can break the world again. I cannot wait that long. In that case, we should talk about striking a deal. What can you do for me? Han Sen asked his question as directly as possible. I can lend you my power and fight for you like any ordinary gene race, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. In exchange, when I need you, you need to do something for me and provide me power. I think I should be told what sort of powers you will want me to lend. Han Sen looked at her with interest. When I had almost finished my evolution process, I was backstabbed by a human and failed, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. I had to reincarnate. I want that human's soul to be gone and forever banished from this world. Who is this human you are talking about? Han Sen asked with growing interest. I do not know, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. I know him via his appearance, but I do not know his name. I will be able to point him out if you see him. If he can stop me from evolving, he cannot be some random nobody of the human race. He should not be difficult to find, and for good. We should keep going with the questions. What type was your final evolution? Han Sen looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady. He checked out her face. Reboot, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said with a look of pride. Can gene races really evolve that far? Han Sen was shocked. Up until now, he had never heard of anyone approaching Reboot class in terms of evolution. Including all humans and every creature, it seemed as if Han Sen knew only one Reboot class being. Even a guy like Qin Xiu would not have challenged the wrath of a Reboot god spirit. Now that he completely controlled the black crystal armor, it was hard to say what he might do. With a cold face, the Ice Jade Evil Lady said, "Yes. I only needed one more step to succeed. It was all because of that horrible human." She looked as if she harbored a lot of hatred within her. "The human you are talking about, did he look like this?" Han Sen's fingertip had a point of light on it. With it, he drew Qin Xiu's face in the air. "You will have to summon me out," the Ice Jade Evil Lady said. "Can't you see it?" Han Sen was shocked. "If this is all about fair trade, you cannot control me, and I cannot control you. In your sea of soul, I cannot see or feel anything out there. Without your summoning, I cannot leave your sea of soul." The Ice Jade Evil Lady did not hide anything from Han Senator. Besides, these things could not be hidden. After a while, the truth was bound to come out. "This trade is fair." Han Sen noticed the Ice Jade Evil Lady mention the Sea of Soul directly, which surprised him. Aside from those in the Alliance, very few beings knew what it was. Han Sen did not say anything. He summoned the Ice Jade Evil Lady. This time, she was easy to summon. The Ice Jade Evil Lady came before Han Senator. She looked at Han Sen's drawing. "That's not him." After seeing Qin Xiu, the Ice Jade Evil Lady shook her head and asked, "Who is that human? From the way you have drawn him, he does not look simple." This surprised Han Senator. Usually, things like this always connected to Qin Xiu. This time, it was not related to him. It is good that is not the case. He is a difficult guy to deal with. If he was the human who hurt you, vengeance would not come easy. Han Sen did not want to talk too much about him. He looked at the Ice Jade Evil Lady and said, "If you want to cooperate with me, let's see what happens when we combine. Let's see if our powers can rip the world." After that, Han Sen summoned the Ice Jade Evil Lady. The Ice Jade Evil Lady did not refuse his summons. She floated over to Han Sen and combined with his body. Chapter 3260 Tester comes to attack. "Mr. Leader, I have already gone to have a look," Berry Path God said while bowing politely to the old tower. The level 17 life soul over Chu Yuan was killed by Han Senator. His life soul is gone too. It was him. Now it makes sense. Qin Xiu's voice came out from the old tower. "Mr. Leader, do you want this person to be erased from this world?" Berry Path God lowered his head to speak. "Let number 19 go. Let us see what this test shall prove." Qin Xiu's voice did not waver in the slightest. "Yes, Mr." Berry Path God looked weird as he walked away. "Mr., what is Qin Xiu doing? While we are in the 33 skies, why has he been hiding? Why does he not come out?" In a secret place, Berry Path God spoke to a few of his men. "I think there is a problem with his body. Otherwise, why else would he require someone else? Perhaps this is our chance. While his body has a problem, we can kill him and take back control of the God Chaos Party. We cannot rush this. Right now, there is no denying Qin Xiu is very scary. There is a 100% chance he will strike again. Otherwise, there will be a disaster in front of us. If we do not take risks, how else are we supposed to get things done? If we miss out on this opportunity and Qin Xiu can fix the problems in his body, our chances of escape will be even slimmer." All these creatures had been arguing. In the end, they took their gaze away from Berry Path God. Berry Path God coldly said, "Qin Xiu's body must have a problem. Before we find out what the issue is, we should not do anything rash. He now has these life souls. That means he is giving us a chance. If the life soul test works, and we own them, there is no longer a need for us to be afraid of Qin Xiu. Are you saying that the information regarding life soul cores is in Qin Xiu's hands? An elder who did not understand asked. We are only in charge of looking for test subjects and observing their progress. How are we supposed to own them for ourselves? I have a plan for dealing with this little conundrum. Berry Path God looked at Rocky D and said, Rocky D. You must find a way to bring test subject number 19 to Han Sen and see what kind of powers number 19 wields. Yes, my master, Rocky D said with a graceful bow. Han Sen and Bauer were sitting on a sofa watching cartoons. Suddenly, something moved inside Bauer's pocket. She took it out of her pocket and opened it. A man made of paper instantly leaped out of it. Han Sen, can you be honest with me and not try to attract trouble? It was Rocky D's paper man that jumped out. He did so while angrily shouting at Han Sr., what did I do now? Han Sen was eating popcorn while watching an animated movie. He responded to Rocky D casually. Rocky D madly asked, what? Did you not just recently slay Chu Yuan? Yes. Han Sen asked in shock. Was Chu Yuan a member of the God Chaos Party too? He is not a member of the God Chaos Party, Rocky D coldly said. He was merely a test subject. What sort of test subject? Han Sen asked with genuine curiosity. Rocky D hesitated to confess it, but he quietly said, after Qin Xiu became the leader of the God Chaos Party, he started conducting tests. He gave an item that was called a life soul to a few specific creatures. After the creatures adopted these life souls, they were able to feel the reverse world powers. With that, they were able to use the life souls to break the world. In a short amount of time, he was able to produce many break world elites. Is such a thing possible? What exactly is a life soul? Han Sen recalled the weird gene race on Chu Yuan's left arm. I don't know, but I will admit that it looked rather like a gene egg. It was a bit different from a gene egg though. Every gene egg must have a special creature to hatch it. Other creatures cannot hatch them at all. So, including these test subjects, no one can know what these life souls are. Even the test subjects who receive a life soul and the God Chaos Party members in charge of observing them have no idea what the life souls are. After Rocky D said that, he looked at Han Sr., Chu Yuan was the 17th test subject. Why did you go and kill him? If you want to die, that's totally fine. Just don't drag Master Bauer down with you. It is not as if you know the breadth of Qin Xiu's power. In the past, if Bauer's identity was discovered by Berry Path God, you would have been permitted to live. If she were found by Qin Xiu, you would be very dead. Han Sen did not bother listening to Rocky D's complaints. He was too busy trying to figure out what a life soul was. Those things were a bit like gene races and, in a way, a bit like beast souls. They had both of their features. What is Qin Xiu thinking? Han Sen did not understand the man's thought process. He did not know why Qin Xiu was attempting so many things. If this was for Warner, she would have already been revived. What else could he possibly need? Han Sen looked at Rocky D and asked, you said Chu Yuan was the 17th test subject, right? That means there are 16 before that. Who are they? I don't know, Rocky D said. The God Chaos Party has already been split in two. One party is determined to follow Qin Xiu. The other party wants to destroy Qin Xiu. The life souls Qin Xiu got were given out to everybody. I only know where a few of them were handed out to. From what I have best been able to tell, the success rate of the life souls has been high. 6 of the life souls resulted in 3 of the given test subjects breaking the world. The other 3 went crazy and died. The success rate is 50%. 50. That is pretty scary. Han Sen knew how scary 50% was. They were Break World elites. They were similar to a Break World elite in the Qin Kingdom but stronger. Some weak kingdoms only had 2 or 3 Break World elites. If people like Qin Xiu were able to casually produce Break World elites, there was no doubt the world was going to come to an end. I do not think Qin Xiu has too many of those life souls, Rocky D coldly said. All this time, he has only had 19 of these life souls. He recently issued a command that demands the owner of the 19th life soul owner to come out here to try and kill you. You watch yourself, okay? Do not allow Master Bauer to get involved with all of this. Who is the master of the 19th life soul? Han Sen asked with curiosity. Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao Ninger. She will be in the Qin Kingdom, so you better watch it. After Rocky D spoke, the paper man looked as if it lost its soul and fell onto the table. Zhao Ninger. Han Sen had heard that name before. He did not focus on Zhao Ninger. Since he lived in Feng Fei Fei's house, he kept hearing news about Zhao Ninger. Many people compared Zhao Ninger to the 3 singers of the Qin Kingdom. Most people thought Zhao Ninger was better than the 3 singers of the Qin Kingdom. They thought she was the future singing queen and would likely be the greatest singer to ever live after the singing king Zhongli Qing. For a person like that to end up as Qin Xiu's test subject, it suggested life souls were something highly coveted by humans. Even Chu Yuan and Zhao Ninger, people who were already famous, could not resist. Han Sen frowned as he thought, weird. Why is Qin Xiu looking for test subjects that are young people? Chapter 3261 Zhao Ninger. In many types of species, the right to mate was something to achieve. Male deer wanted to mate. When they fought off their opponents, they would lock horns. They would continue to fight even if their antlers broke. In wolf packs, the strongest wolf king was the first one that was allowed to mate. The strong male wolves that were a little weaker or the weak male wolves were not allowed to mate. Now, the nobles in the Qin Kingdom's Jade Wall City were like male deer or wolves. They raised their heads and rubbed their fists, waiting for Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao Ninger, to arrive. Over the past few years, the Qin Kingdom and the Zhao Kingdom had not fought. They seemed fairly peaceful. Zhao Ninger was now holding a concert in Jade Wall City. Many Jade Wall City officers supported the notion, and people paid a lot of money to see her face in the flesh. They wanted to know if she was as good as the videos showed her to be. Of course, more nobles were hoping to have something else happen with Zhao Ninger. When Zhao Ninger had just entered Jade Wall City, it created major traffic jams. Han Sen was not like the others. He was not in the mood to go take care of Zhao Ninger. He had been spending his time investigating the reversed version of the story of genes. After combining with Ice Jade Evil Lady, their 2 powers were able to reach Break World levels. Unfortunately, their control powers, compatibility levels, and distribution of strength had some inherent gaps. There were bound to be problems further down the line. This was just a problem that arose from a lack of experience. After combining for a while, their issues would most likely sort themselves out. There was no need to worry about these issues too much. Han Sen practiced 4 Geno arts. Only the story of genes had not yet reached Break World status. That was the primary subject of Han Sen's recent investigations. He was hoping it would not take long before he found a way to have the story of genes break the world too. He needed the power to guarantee his safety. Han Sen was currently not Qin Xiu's foe, but he also could not defeat Qin Wan'er. He had to improve his strength. The Super God Spirit mode was a type of body. There was no skill associated with it. There was no method of running its air. Although Han Sen knew there was a reverse Super God Spirit mode out there, he could not use reverse Super God Spirit mode. The only way for him to level up was to practice the 4 Geno arts he had or get better Geno arts altogether. Since rare gene races were hard to obtain, Han Sen had gone to a lot of trouble to get his hands on the Ice Jade Evil Lady. At the end of the day, it was pretty much useless for him to have. That path for him to traverse was no good. It was worse than when he used to reinforce his body. When Han Sen combined with the Ice Jade Evil Lady, he repeatedly tried to analyze her power. He was hoping to break the world without combining with the Ice Jade Evil Lady so he would not be restricted. Han Sen was most depressed about the fact that reverse jade skin powers were weird. He had examined the power structure, but he was unable to simulate it. It seemed as if only the body of a woman could attain that power. With that being the case, Han Sen focused his mind on researching the story of Jean. His research of the story of Jean had been going on for a long time now. A scary power surged through Han Sen's body. His cells were like nuclear bombs quickly detonating. It made Han Sen spill blood. He had to stop the story of Jean reverse power. Just the story of Jean's forever solid power was different. Reversing the story of Jean powers was too cruel. Han Sen had only just tried reversing the story of Jean when he felt his gene chain break and cells explode like the end of the world. It was just that little amount of power that made Han Sen tremble in fear. That power was too scary. Even with Han Sen's powerful body, he could not block the power of the story of Jean. That big, destructive power was not just in my body, Han Sen said with a frown. Even my super god spirit mode would be unable to block it. It is a Geno art that cannot be practiced. The power of the reverse the story of Jean was too cruel. It could not be practiced. His body was not capable of harnessing it. He could not even try it, so how could he succeed? This harkened Han Sen back to the time he first tried to practice the story of Jean. He was unable to begin it back then, as the story of Jean required absurd amounts of fitness. It was too high, so he could not get it started. Han Sen needed the black crystal armor to get it going now. The reverse the story of Jean had the same issue, but Han Sen did not have the black crystal armor anymore. People have to rely on themselves. Han Sen took a deep breath. He used power to heal the damage he had just been inflicted. He then used the reverse version of the story of Jean. Han Sen was not thinking about whether or not he could survive it. All he wanted to do was find a rhythm within that scary power. The reverse the story of Jean only ran for a moment when Han Sen's body suddenly cracked. His entire body looked like a ceramic vase that had been cracked and crudely glued together again. He was full of cracks, and they started to bleed. He immediately stopped running the reverse version of the story of Jean. That short moment was almost enough to destroy his body. He didn't reverse it completely, so he was not about to continue running it. Han Sen could only fix his body and think about that destructive power. He hoped to learn something soon. It was a shame it only went on for a moment and his body was destroyed. Han Sen could not glean much from the experience. Han Sen kept enabling himself to be tortured by the scary power without giving up. The reverse version of the story of Jean damaged his body a lot, which proved just how strong the reverse version of the story of Jean was. Perhaps after the story of Jean broke the world, the power would be so scary that one could not even imagine it. In a bright castle in Jade Wall City, many rich people were seated. There were many of the Qin Kingdom's nobles and famous people. The party's focus was not on them. It was on a 20-year-old young lady who looked pure. She was a woman who emitted freshness. Sky King, who had been summoned back to Jade Wall City, was attending this party. He was drinking and listening to Zhao Ninger's songs. When it comes to prettiness, Zhao Ninger might not be the hottest across all the 7 kingdoms, but the pure youthfulness of her young body can make us and our old bodies very jealous, Sky King quietly said, with his eyes looking like they were on fire. I want to take her youth and become her age so I can do whatever I want. The man next to Sky King laughed. If it was not for that, why would Zhao Ninger be adored by all 7 kingdoms? It isn't just us. Even those old antiques love Zhao Ninger. Well, they at least love how refreshing she is. Through her, they want to see their past selves. Jade Wall City has only just experienced big bad luck, Sky King said. For her to come to Jade Wall City now will surely make others think of something. Yes. Jade Wall City has endured bad luck recently, but it is still stronger than the Zhao Kingdom. If she tries something, I am fairly certain we can deal with it. While they were talking, Zhao Ninger finished her song. Everyone in the hall started to clap. Zhao Ninger bowed. She looked at everyone and asked, while I was in the Zhao Kingdom, I heard about the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman, Han Senator. Is Mr. Han here today? Chapter 3262 Meeting in Red Sleeve Building. The reverse. The story of Jin kept destroying Han Sen's body. He could no longer endure it. After resting for a while, he went to the garden to chill. Bao and Feng Yin were playing chess in the garden. Han Sen watched the two of them play. Because of Han Sen, Bao was very good at playing chess and various card games. By comparison, Feng Yin was very bad. Every match ended poorly for her. Feng Yin did not care much about whether or not she won or lost. She did not mind losing over and over, which was an attitude Bao found to be boring. Playing chess with little Yin is boring. Bao won another round. She yawned and asked, "Why don't you play with me, Daddy?" Han Sen was going to agree to a match, but Feng Fei and Bald Guy came strolling into the garden. "Old Han, my dear Mr. Han, you are a bad man this time." Bald Guy looked friendly as he tried to get closer to Han Sr. "Why have I been bad this time?" Han Sen asked with confusion. Bald Guy laughed. "Did you not know that today is the day the Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer, Zhao Ninger, is having her welcome party? She mentioned you, the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Does she want to challenge me?" Han Sen calmly picked up his cup and took a sip of tea. Han Sen had already received information from Rocky D that Zhao Ninger was Qin Xiu's 19th life sole owner. The reason she came to the Qin Kingdom was for the sole purpose of killing Han Senator. Thus, Han Sen was not surprised by this. Bald Guy looked weird and smiled. "No, but Zhao Ninger said she greatly admires you. She wants to marry you and be a nice wife who teaches children. If you want to, she will be waiting for you at the Red Sleeve Building. She wants to spend the night with you, the Qin Kingdom's big swordsman. Now, the whole of Jade Wall City's nobles and old antiques are jealous of you." Blurg. Han Sen almost coughed all of his tea out. He looked at Bald Guy and asked, "Are you joking? Ask Miss Feng if you do not believe me." Bald Guy looked as if he had been wronged. Han Sen looked at Feng Fei. She nodded and said, "Although Bald Guy is being a bit ridiculous, Zhao Ninger did say something like that. I do not know if she really likes you, or if she has an ulterior motive or what. It is just like Bald Guy said. The men in Jade Wall City are going nuts. They know Zhao Ninger has a problem, but they still want to kill you. You should be careful." Han Sen laughed and said, "It is fine. The nobles never liked me anyway. They've always wanted to kill me and feed me to the dogs. It does not matter to me. It is not as if they can do anything to me." "Old Han, Zhao Ninger is in Red Sleeve Building. Are you going?" "She is Zhao Kingdom's #1 singer." Bald Guy had a look of jealousy as he said, "If it was me, I would do whatever it took to get to Red Sleeve Building and see her." "Of course, I am going," Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. "If I do not go, I will be made a scapegoat for no reason." "Yes. Zhao Ninger is so passionate. If you did not go, you would be an animal." Bald Guy patted Han Sen on the shoulder and prepared to depart. Bao, on the side, took out a notepad and jotted something down. Han Sen wanted to go to Red Sleeve Building because he wanted to see Zhao Ninger, who was the 19th test subject. If Qin Xiu let her go there, Zhao Ninger must have had something special up her sleeve. He would not just send her there to die. Instead of waiting for Zhao Ninger to come to him, he might as well strike first while he had the chance. He did not want to bring any further harm to the Foam Castle either. Old Han, do you want to go together? Bald Guy happily looked at Han Sr. They will probably forbid you from entering, so you will only look embarrassing, Han Sen said with a laugh. Oh, you are right, Bald Guy said with a look of jealousy. Zhao Ninger only invited you. Han Sen ignored him. He looked at Feng Fei Fei and asked, where is Red Sleeve Building? Feng Fei Fei looked at Han Sen with shock. Are you really going? To be invited there by a pretty woman, why would I not? Han Sen asked with a laugh. Are all the pretty women outside the castle and not within? Feng Fei Fei felt jealous, but she still told Han Sen the location of the Red Sleeve Building. Bauer continued to clutch her pen, scribbling something down in the notebook. It was now 10 o'clock. Han Sen said goodbye to Feng Yin and went to the Red Sleeve Building. After a short walk, he saw a person coming. The person sought to bar Han Sen's way. Mr. Han, where are you going? The person asked with a bow. If people were seemingly nice to you, it was rude to be mean to them. That person was nice, so Han Sen should not have been mean. Therefore, he politely said, Red Sleeve Building. The man's face changed. He got closer to Han Sen and whispered, Teacher Han, are you going to see Zhao Ninger? If you are willing to take me to the Red Sleeve Building to see Zhao Ninger, I will reward you. What kind of reward? Han Sen looked at the man with interest. He was 40 years old. He looked like a scholar. He looked fairly decent, but Han Sen did not recall seeing him before. The man moved closer to Han Sen and whispered, My name is Zhang Huan. I would not think you have heard this name before, but the Zhang family is quite famous in the Qin kingdom. We trade in gene eggs and gene races. Treasure Garden is our family's business. If you are willing to take me to the Red Sleeve Building, any gene egg and gene race in Treasure Garden can be selected by you for free. You can pick one. Do not give me this lame kind of stuff. Give me something real. Han Sen did not really like Zhang Huan's offer. Usually, high-class gene eggs and gene races could not be found on the market. Even if they were, Zhang Huan would have probably hidden all of the high-class gene eggs and gene races. Treasure Garden was something Han Sen had heard of before. It was an old shop in Jade Wall City. It was one of the biggest gene egg and gene race shops around. The others were similar, but the other ones sold more gene races. Treasure Garden sold more gene eggs. His plan had been exposed. Zhang Huan did not mind. He whispered, Our shop has a dozen God-class gene eggs. If you are willing to, you can go and pick one or two. One rare gene egg. If you have it, then go and grab it. If not, don't waste my time. I need to go and meet Zhao Ninger. Han Sen slapped a ridiculous price on the offer. He wanted the man to leave and stop wasting his time. Teacher Han, you are too greedy. Zhang Huan was frozen. A rare gene egg for one date was too much. People are greedy, Han Sen said with a smile. I am just greedier than others. No matter how good a gene egg might be, it is just an item. An item swapped for a chance to date her is something I would suspect to be pretty fair. Chapter 3263 Ultimate Egg. Zhang Huan did not think that was a very fair price. He thought, you take me for a fool. Is that what you call a fair price? Zhang Huan did not dare say that out loud in front of Han Senator. He developed a wry smile and said, Mr. Han, you have overestimated me. The Zhang family runs a gene egg shop, but rare gene eggs are very uncommon to see. Our ancestors did once have one, and that was the greatest of glories. Ever since I was born, however, I have been unable to see a single, rare gene egg. Zhang Huan gnashed his teeth and suggested, how about this? In Treasure Garden, there are God-class gene eggs. You can select 5 of them. That is all I will be able to afford you. What do you think? Rare singers require rare gene eggs, Han Sen said with a laugh. Miss Xiao is worth that price, don't you think? Han Sen was not crazy. He wanted to use a rare gene race to swap for a date with Xiao Ninger, but now, many nobles were watching them. If Han Sen took the inferior deal, many people would come to stop him and annoy him with their own offers. Zhang Huan looked disappointed. He looked ill as he said, Teacher Han, if you keep suggesting prices like that, no one will be able to pay you. Han Sen did not say anything in response. He suddenly heard another voice. He is right. Rare singers require rare gene eggs. Teacher Han, I have one rare gene egg. I will give it to you if it means spending a night with Miss Xiao in Red Sleeve Building. Would you like to conduct this trade? Zhang Huan froze. He turned his head. He did not believe someone would do such a trade, swapping a rare gene egg for seeing Xiao Ninger. After all, they would not be meeting her one-on-one. They would only be accompanying Han Senator. When Zhang Huan saw that man's face, his expression changed. He lowered his head and left like a mouse seeing a fierce cat. Han Sen looked at that person but did not recognize who it was. It was an old man with white hair wearing a flowery robe. His eyelids were heavy. When he opened his eyes, there were big gaps. It looked as if he was not awake. Han Sen looked at the old man and said, If you are truly going to offer me this, then I will take you up on the offer. The old man's body was crooked. He reached into his sleeves for a while. He eventually brought out a gene egg and put it down in front of Han Sr. Okay. This is the gene egg, take it if you dare use it. Han Sen looked into the old man's hand. The gene egg was the size of a quail egg. It looked like a crystal. It was half white and half black. It was a natural Tai Chi symbol. Many strange carvings were on the gene egg's shell. If it was put under a microscope, the words would still be too small to read. There were dozens of thousands of words on the quail egg-sized gene egg's shell. The text was weird. It did not look to be written in the common tongue of the universe of kingdoms, so Han Sen did not know what it meant. It was obviously something written by hand. It could not have been something the egg was born with. Old man, is this gene egg dead? Han Sen wondered aloud. There were so many words carved into it. He wondered whether or not the gene egg could still produce a gene race. Plus, Han Sen could not detect a life force within the gene egg. He did not know if it could really be a rare gene egg or not. The old man rolled his eyes. How ignorant. This gene egg shocks the universe. This is the unique ultimate egg, but that is okay. I can show you my knowledge in case you later embarrass people out there. The old man held the rare gene egg. With a cocky look, he said, when the universe first began and before the god spirits were born, there was an old man. That person was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Old man, I am not interested in hearing stories. Han Sen stopped the old man from proceeding. Han Sen had heard this story before. When Han Sen first came to the universe of kingdoms, he learned about the history of Wu Wei Dao Palace. The Wu Wei Dao Palace's first leader was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Wu Wei Dao Palace students treated him like God. They obeyed him more than god spirits. One of Wu Wei Dao Alpha's most famous sayings was, "Before God was born, I was already here." That meant the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was born before god spirits. He was greater than god spirits. Of course, Han Sen had researched this quite a bit. The history of Wu Wei Dao Palace was far-reaching. Before humans, they were already so famous. Compared to God's spirits being born, there was still a distance between them. A person who had been praised like so had to be so strong, and he made the universe's biggest legion Wu Wei Dao Palace. Still, the claims were a bit over the top. The old man looked annoyed that Han Sen had interrupted him. He stared at Han Sen and said, "Young people are so impatient. They always cut things short." When the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was born, he was holding this gene egg. After he was born, until he broke space and left, this gene egg never left his hands. Everyone knows that in this universe. This is not a made-up fairy tale. You are not going to say the one in your hand is the gene egg Wu Wei Dao Alpha had, are you? Han Sen did not believe it. It was not as if Wu Wei Dao Alpha was actually holding a gene egg when he was born. Even if he was, Wu Wei Dao Palace would probably be holding onto such a treasure. Why would they let an old man like that carry it around? Stupid people cannot be taught a thing. Yes, this is the Wu Wei Dao Alpha's gene egg. Its name is Ultimate Egg. Everyone knows that Ultimate Egg is a rare gene egg. I will use this gene egg to trade for permission to join you. Is that okay? The old man offered the gene egg to Han Sr. How am I supposed to know if this is the real gene egg Wu Wei Dao Alpha had? Han Sen asked without much care. To be honest, even if that world had such a gene egg, Han Sen did not think it would have fallen into the hands of an old man like that. This gene egg is real. If you do not believe me, ask that guy from the Zhang family, the old man said while reaching his hand out. Zhang Huan, who had almost taken a turn and left, was grabbed by an invisible hand and pulled back. He was brought in front of the old man. Zhang family child, tell this Mr. Han if my ultimate egg is real or not, the old man said while looking at Zhang Huan. Yes, Zhang Huan quickly said. It is more real than gold. It is certainly the real deal. The old man looked at Zhang Huan and said, fine words. Zhang Huan looked bitter and said, Teacher Han, I can use the Zhang family as a promise. In this old man's hands, the ultimate egg gene egg is real and there. The people of this universe know the gene egg is the one from Wu Wei Dao Palace way back when. Chapter 3264 Bad Egg, what do you mean? Han Sen looked at Zhang Huan with interest. Zhang Huan looked at the old man and carefully said, back in the day, when the Wu Wei Dao Alpha broke space, the leader gave the ultimate egg to one of his students. That Wu Wei Dao Palace student could not hatch it, so he decided on passing it down generation by generation. It is unknown how many generations there have been since, but no one has been able to hatch it. Eventually, a Wu Wei Dao Palace student was murdered by a supreme elite who took the egg for themselves and carried it around. The ultimate egg was robbed of its proper owner. Then, this old man came into possession of it. Does that mean this white old man killed a student of Wu Wei Dao Palace? Han Sen looked at the old man as he spoke. With a cocky look, the old man said, it wasn't me. It was an ancestor of mine. Everyone knows that. There is only one ultimate egg. There are no fake ones like it. Do you want it or not? Han Sen looked at the old man. He then looked at Zhang Huan. He knew that even if the ultimate egg were real, something bad must have lurked inside it. It was not about something that couldn't be hatched. Having that mysterious gene egg in front of him made Han Sen interested. After hearing what they had to say, he said, if you are willing to give it to me, I will take it. The old man said, great. If things are like that, then you can keep it. He then tossed the ultimate egg to Han Senator. Seeing his talent for doing that, it was like he was lobbing an entire mountain. Han Sen tried to catch it, but he noticed the ultimate egg was actually really light. It was like an ordinary quail egg, which surprised him quite a bit. The old man looked at Han Sen and said, I have now given you the ultimate egg. The deal we have struck is that you take me to the Red Sleeve building so that I might meet Zhao Ninger. One thing I must tell you, however, is that the ultimate egg has swapped hands with quite a few owners in the past. Aside from Wu Wei Dao Palace inheritors, basically, everyone who has come into possession of the ultimate egg has ended up dead. If you are afraid of this item, you can still hand the ultimate egg back. If the ultimate egg is that unlucky, how has your family been okay all this time? Han Sen asked while playing with the ultimate egg. He really wasn't concerned about what the old man had said. The old man laughed. Our family is not like ordinary people. The ultimate egg is fine in our family. If this was in the hands of someone else, no matter how strong they are, they will still suffer bad luck. I already paid for this. It does not matter if you want it or not, but you will take me to the Red Sleeve building. Of course, we are on our way there now, Han Sen said. He walked forward. He was not going to return the ultimate egg to the old man. He had seen many things that were the result of bad luck. It did not matter to him if something else came about as a result of bad luck. Plus, Han Sen was curious about the identity of the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. That guy was more legendary than Qin Xiu in the universe of kingdoms. People knew Qin Xiu was the king of the Qin kingdom, but they did not know about the scary things Qin Xiu had managed to accomplish. The things the Wu Wei Dao Alpha did were things the Seven Kingdoms fully knew about. Even though the Qin kingdom exiled the Wu Wei Dao Palace, people still knew about the history of the Wu Wei Dao Alpha. Although the saying, "Before God was here, I was here," was a little over the top, one could still imagine so many kingdoms fighting until now while the Wu Wei Dao Alpha turned the Wu Wei Dao Palace into a big religion. It was not just one simple thing. The old man laughed. He did not say anything as he followed Han Sen to the Red Sleeve building. It was strange. Ever since the old man started following him, no one showed up to stop Han Sen's way. Han Sen had no idea that after he collected the ultimate egg, Jade Wall City erupted into chaos. Han Sen, that kid, got his hands on the ultimate egg. How dare he? Sky King looked at this with interest. What? Teacher Han took White No Life's ultimate egg. Thousand Mile Reach's face changed upon hearing this news. He stood up from his chair. In the palace, Qin Jingzhen looked weird when he heard this news. He sighed. I am afraid, in this world, only Teacher Han would be so bold to take that ultimate egg. My king, I think Teacher Han might not know the history of the ultimate egg. Should I inform him? Jia Shizhen seemed to understand Han Senator. She knew he must not have known much about the Wu Wei Dao Palace. Qin Jingzhen was shocked. No way. The ultimate egg is so famous. How would Teacher Han not know about it? Jia Shizhen, with a wry smile, said, Mr. Teacher Han is an outsider elite. Per my knowledge of him, he never did seem to know much about this place. Perhaps he really does not know anything about the ultimate egg. If things truly are like that, you should go and inform Teacher Han, Qin Jingzhen quickly said. We cannot allow anything to happen to him. Jia Shizhen agreed and took her to leave. She planned on stopping him before he went to the Red Sleeve building. When the nobles and officers, who thought Han Sen was the evilest person in the Qin kingdom, heard that he took the ultimate egg, they were delighted. Very good, Han Senator, he took the ultimate egg. If he has a death wish that comes true, he cannot take it out on us. Aside from the White family, I do not think a sky full of god spirits would dare take this egg. Does Han Sen truly believe he is invincible? I do not think he knows how scary the ultimate egg is. That is why he probably took it. This is because he is ignorant. He deserves to die. Aside from the freaks of the White family, I do not think anyone can endure the bad luck brought on by the ultimate egg. If Han Sen knew about this sooner, he might have been enabled to live. Han Sen knew the ultimate egg was nothing ordinary, but he did not care for the tales. He kept walking, playing with the ultimate egg. He felt the ultimate egg contained some sort of hidden power. Han Sen put power into the ultimate egg to explore what was inside. He noticed that the egg was endless. No matter how much power he put inside, it seemed to get lost. Not even Han Sen could figure out what was inside it. Han Sen thought, this ultimate egg is so weird. It does not seem like a fake item. Teacher Han, might I speak with you? Jia Shizhen appeared down the street. She bowed to Han. Senator Han Sen saw Jia Shizhen and nodded. The two of them retreated into an alley. Jia Shizhen spoke first. Teacher Han, do you know about the ultimate egg? I only know it is a gene egg from Wu Wei Dao Alpha, Han Sen said. It was just as Jia Shizhen thought. She quickly said, Teacher Han, you should think about returning the ultimate egg to the old man immediately. This egg is so weird. Aside from the White family, if other people take the ultimate egg, they will suffer terrible luck. Not only a sky full of God's spirits. Chapter 3265 Red Sleeve Building, is the ultimate egg that evil? Han Sen asked with shock. Jia Shizhen quietly explained, the Wu Wei Dao Alpha was a legendary figure. Legends claim that when he was born, a sky full of stars fell with a weird scene. Although he was a human, his talent was like those of a rare gene race. His body possessed an ultimate sort of power like a scary character of some wild era. Legends claim the ultimate egg was an egg born alongside him, and that it wields magical powers. For some reason, it has never sought to hatch. Up until the time the Alpha broke space, the ultimate egg had yet to hatch. So, the Alpha handed it down to a student who would guard it. The ultimate egg kept being passed down through inheritance, all down the line of Wu Wei Dao Palace. Therefore, in this world, no matter if it was someone from the Wu Wei Dao Palace or an elite of the Seven Kingdoms, they have all wanted the ultimate egg. When some people ended up having it, a lot of misfortune befell them. Even their heirs were never safe from harm. They had to beg Wu Wei Dao Palace to take the egg back. Up until the Qin Kingdom's battle god White killed a student that protected the ultimate egg in a fight, none have ever lived to survive handing it over. Ever since the ultimate egg has been in the White family's hands. Aside from the White family's bloodline, whoever received the ultimate egg would be the recipient of a lot of bad luck. Even the White family still suffered quite a bit of bad luck. Most members of the White family have been unable to live past the age of 40. They also seem to age faster. This has happened to a dozen members of the White family, and they only had one child each. No matter how many wives and children there were, only one son is permitted to live. You are not going to tell me that horny old man is only 40 years old, are you? Han Sen looked at the old man. The old man is likely 39 years old, Jia Shizhen said with a wry smile. He does not have a wife yet. The legends claim that at the age of 15 years old, he would never marry and produce babies. He wants the White family to end its run with the ultimate egg. Because of that, the old man has lived very casually. He always does things ordinary people could never imagine doing. I cannot believe the old man would use the ultimate egg as payment for a date, and you were the one who actually dared to accept the ultimate egg. I see. Thank you for telling me all this, Teacher Jia. Han Sen now knew all about the ultimate egg. Han Sen thought the old man had some sort of ulterior motive, but now he knew he was just an obscene person who dined on free meals. Teacher Han, you are too polite. The king is merely worried about your well-being. Please, take care of yourself. Jia Shizhen bowed and took her leave. Han Sen went back out to the street. The old man smiled and looked at him. The Jia family's girl told you all about the ultimate egg, didn't she? Do you still want it? Whatever slips into Han Sen's pocket never leaves it quite so easily, Han Sen coldly said. He then went to the Red Sleeve Building. The old man looked strange. He watched Han Sen for a bit before following him. Han Sen knows the power of the ultimate egg, yet he has not returned it to the old man. Qin Jingzhen heard Jia Shizhen's report and was surprised. Yes, my king. Jia Shizhen looked strange too. Han Sen did not know the dangers of the ultimate egg. Now that he knew the ultimate egg could not be hatched, what was the point of holding on to the rare gene egg? Only bad things came with it, never anything good. Even Wu Wei Dao Palace did not want to take the ultimate egg back. Did he not see how powerful the ultimate egg was? Given the legacy of the Alpha, even if he had just left behind a sheet of paper, they would have done anything they could to get their hands on it. Wu Wei Dao Palace would not just leave it out for others, especially not the egg. 56 inches Jade Wall City. Many nobles waited for bad luck to befall Han Senator. The ultimate egg had been inherited for a very long time. Aside from the White family, no one came into its possession without dying. It could take 2 to 3 days, 10 days, or half a month. Either way, something bad was going to happen. Han Sen played with the ultimate egg. He did not feel anything sinister about it, but he did not dare be reckless. He continued to hold on to the ultimate egg, watching it intently. Han Sen and the old men soon came before the Red Sleeve building, where a bodyguard promptly stopped them. Mr. Han, my lady only wants to meet with you alone, a guard politely said to Han Sr., go and tell Miss Xiao I took benefits from him, so I must bring this old man into the Red Sleeve building, Han Sen calmly said. If she does not permit him inside, I will go home. While the guard hesitated, a maid-like young woman came strolling outside. She said to Han Sen and the old man, my lady wants to let Han Sen and the old man into the Red Sleeve building. The old man said, that's right. I am here to see Miss Xiao. This is a great honor of the Zhao family to be visited by me. He hurried upstairs. Han Sen could tell he was only around 40 years old. Since he had the dubious title of old man, there was nothing he would really have to look out for. The man was dying, so nothing mattered to him. They went to the second floor of the Red Sleeve building. Han Sen looked in the window and saw a lady in white clothing. The window had moonlight coming through it, which was illuminating her body. He see a woman's figure through the screen. She looked as if she was clutching an instrument. The silhouette alone was very pretty. A beautiful voice came from behind the screen. I did not expect 2 misters to visit me so late. I do not even have my makeup on. I will not dare to ruin the eyes of you both. Please forgive me for this. I, the old man, have spent a fortune to be here tonight, the old man said. I did not spend it all just to hear a voice come from behind a screen. He lacked politeness, especially since he had gone the extra mile to palm the screen. He wanted to break it down and see Zhao Ninger's face. Ding! Behind the screen, the sound of a plucked harp was heard. The old man's palm strike was cancelled by that acoustic power. Before he reached the screen, his power was gone. A sonic attack will not block me. The old man squinted his eyes. He was ready to strike. Of course, a sonic attack will not stop you, old man. Back in the day, the Qin Kingdom's battle god White Rise beat the 7 kingdoms. He killed many in the Zhao Kingdom's 4 systems. The sky and the ground changed color. Rivers became blood rivers. The 4 systems turned red. It looked like a blood sea. How cruel was that? You are the son of the battle god. Of course, I cannot stop someone like you. Zhao Ninger sounded calm. If you know how powerful I am, hurry up and take down that screen. Let Grandpa White see how pretty you look. How can your pretty face turn the 7 kingdoms upside down? The old man looked cocky as he spoke. Chapter 3266 Flipping a hand to suppress Zhao Ninger was not in a rush. She was not freaking out either. She calmly said, so, this old man wants to see my natural face. Of course, I will allow that. But you are such a famous person, so are you really going to trouble a little girl? The old man laughed. Throughout my whole life, all I have ever enjoyed is making little girls squirm through trouble. Stop talking crap. Let me see what you really look like. If the old man must see me, then I will comply, Zhao Ninger coldly said. If I do not want to reveal myself, even a god's face would show displeasure. I am just an ordinary girl. I am afraid it will affect the old man's perception and thoughts of me. My image will be ruined. When the old man heard that, he was shocked. He was only there to see and spend time with a beautiful woman. If he could not see the prettiest face from Zhao Ninger, it would have been a shame. In that case, what would make you want to see me, an old man? The old man asked with hesitation. It is simple, Zhao Ninger said. I, a simple little girl, will ask a question. If you, old man, can answer it, then I will come out to meet you. I will also sing a song as an apology. The old man curled his lips. If you were to ask me, an old man, what you want to eat or what you want to drink, how could I possibly know? The question I ask will not be something private that no one else would possibly be able to know, Zhao Ninger said. I will not ask anything that is minor. It will be reasonable and harbor logic. Fine. If there is something you do not understand, feel free to ask me. I can answer your issues. The old man looked very cocky. He displayed an expression that looked like he could understand everything. Might I ask, out of the 7 kingdoms, which mountain is the tallest? Zhao Ninger asked after a pause. The old man laughed and said, You cannot test me with that question. In the 7 kingdoms, the highest mountain is the Qin Kingdom's Sky Mountain. Even the sky looks at the mountain there. With its height, none of the other mountains found on other planets in the Qin Kingdom can compare. Zhao Ninger smiled. Sky Mountain is on Rock Planet, and Rock Planet's orbit is the same as Sky Crane Planet. Sky Mountain's peak faces Sky Crane Planet. Does that mean Sky Crane Planet's random mountains are taller than Sky Mountain? The old man was shocked. He suddenly looked very angry and said, You are just trying to play word games with me. Going by what you said, the 7 kingdoms would not have the highest mountain. Every mountain is taller when it is higher. Please, do not be mad, old man. Zhao Ninger honestly said, I know there is a mountain that wherever it is viewed from, it is the tallest of them all. Is such a thing possible? The old man madly asked. I do not believe it. What kind of place could have such a mountain? You better tell me. It is fine if there is, but if there isn't, then that means you are playing me. If you are, I will punish you and force you to sing and drink with me. Old man, do you really require some answers? Zhao Ninger quietly asked. Of course, I would like them, the old man directly said. In that case, listen up, Zhao Ninger seriously said. In the 7 kingdoms, the tallest mountain is called Sky Mountain. The old man was shocked. Earlier, I said Sky Mountain, then you said it wasn't. Now, you are saying Sky Mountain is the tallest mountain. What is that supposed to mean? The reasons for that are simple, Zhao Ninger said with a smile. That is because Sky Mountain's height is the highest of all mountains. That makes it the tallest mountain. Don't you think so, old man? The old man was furious. Sure, but how dare you trick me, an old man? So, what if I tricked you? Zhao Ninger's voice was cold. It looks like you are a little kid who does not go out much. You have no idea how strong I am. The old man was so angry that his body glowed with a god light. He threw a slap toward the screen. The screen was blown away with the presence of a scary power. It headed for Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger was sitting close to the window. She was holding a harp. She did not look as if she was going to block a thing. Suddenly, she waved her sleeve. The old man was sucked into her sleeve. He became smaller and smaller until he landed on Zhao Ninger's hand. Zhao Ninger made the old man small enough to fit into the palm of someone's hand. She put him down next to her instrument. It did not seem difficult. Han Sen was shocked. The old man had been turned into a miniature man. Han Sen frowned. The old man was not a weak person. Han Sen sensed that his gene races were very strong, yet a person like that was instantly suppressed by Zhao Ninger with one of her hands. She was able to turn him into a miniature man. It was shocking. Mr. Han, no one will be able to disturb our alone time now. I have admired you for a long time. I will drink this in your honor. Zhao Ninger stood up. She held a teapot before Han Sen and poured out a cup of the stuff. She put her hand in front of Han Sen and flashed her eyes in a way that reeked of flirtation. If Han Sen had not known she was here to kill him, he would have firmly believed she was in love with him. Zhao Ninger was beautiful, but her face was not as pretty as someone like Gu Qingcheng. She made the entire kingdom go crazy. Zhao Ninger had a youthful feeling that made people feel as if they were back in the throes of first love. First love was never the nicest, but it was always the one a person remembered. Han Sen was the sort of person who had seen many pretty women. He had to admit that Zhao Ninger was the type of girl who touched someone's heart with ease. Women like that were more tempting than women who were only just pretty, and that was it. Women like that could tempt people to commit crimes more than women who were only pretty, and that was it. I am going to drink from this cup. Han Sen accepted the cup and brought it up to his lips. He wanted to see what Qin Xiu's test subject had and what was so special about her. Mr. Han, do you not wonder why I admire you? Zhao Ninger asked with a blink of her eyes. Why? Han Sen asked with a smile. Do you really want to know why? Zhao Ninger looked very flirtatious. She looked shy. It was as if she did not dare look at Han Sr. I really want to know. When Han Sen looked at Zhao Ninger's face, his heart jumped. It is because I really want to kill you. Zhao Ninger's face went cold as she waved her sleeve at Han. Senator Han Sen suddenly felt a strange power penetrate his body. He lost control and ended up flying toward Zhao Ninger's sleeves. His body was shrunk. He turned into a miniature man that could fit into the palm of someone's hand. Zhao Ninger then held him. The Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman is just a horny and filthy man, Zhao Ninger said with a grunt. She put the miniaturized Han Sen down on the table. Chapter 3267 Mud Man Han Sen and the old man, in their mudman shape, were on the table. They looked like two inanimate objects. One would never have thought that they were two grand elites who were once very scary and famous. After doing that, Zhao Ninger took out a mirror. The mirror displayed Berry Path God's image. Zhao Ninger looked into the mirror and spoke to Berry Path God. Berry Path God, according to the deal we struck, Han Sen has already been captured. Where is the gene egg you promised me? Berry Path God looked at the mud man on the table and coldly said, It is no wonder why you will become the singing queen. You are becoming more and more powerful. You did not just capture Han Senator, even the freak of the White family was captured too. Well done. After pausing, Berry Path God said, Bring them to the 33 skies. You will then be given the gene egg as your reward. Berry Path God, do you think I, Zhao Ninger, am a mere 3-year-old child? Zhao Ninger laughed coldly. I will bring them to the Zhao kingdom. I will use the old man as a sacrifice for the soul of the Zhao kingdom. If you want Han Sen, bring the gene egg to the Zhao kingdom. After that, Zhao Ninger put the mirror down on the table. The image of the man on the other end disappeared. The old man and Han Sen went to the Red Sleeve building and did not come back. That became a point of focus for a lot of people in Jade Wall City. They guessed what might have happened behind the closed doors of the Red Sleeve building. When Zhao Ninger finished her tour and left Jade Wall City, Han Sen and the old man had yet to show up again. If Zhao Ning'er was able to hurt Han Sen and the old man, it would have been the basis of a tale no one could have reasonably believed. Not even mentioning the White family's freak, the old man, but Zhao Ning'er could certainly not deal with the horrendous power someone like Han Sen wielded. Han Sen's reputation in the Qin kingdom was quite awful, but no one was willing to deny that Han Sen was powerful. Of course, many of the Qin kingdom's people wanted Han Sen to vanish. They wanted him to die and never come back again. When Zhao Ning'er left the Qin kingdom, royal guards stopped her ship from leaving. After a lengthy search, they were unable to find a trace of Han Sen or the old man from the White family. A teacher of the Qin kingdom and a famous noble of the Qin kingdom had vanished without a trace. Zhao Ning'er, who was the most suspicious suspect, could not get away from the Qin kingdom so easily. It was a shame that Han Sen and the old man were not very well liked in the Qin kingdom. Someone in the Qin kingdom enabled Zhao Ning'er to leave the Qin kingdom. By the time Qin Jingzhen noticed she was gone, it was too late to stop her. Qin Jingzhen knew this was not just about Han Senator, it was also about him. He was a dying king, so being mad would not fix anything. He had to send his trusted men after Zhao Ning'er. Despite that effort, they could not catch up to her. Although Zhao Ning'er was not a royal of the Zhao kingdom, she was still a famous person from there. There was even a planet named after Zhao Ning'er. Her home was situated on that planet. Half of that planet belonged to Zhao Ning'er. She had a castle that was situated on an island in the center of an ocean. Without Zhao Ning'er's explicit permission, no one else was allowed to set foot on that island. Only a few maids were able to go there to perform some cleaning tasks. Even that was rarely done. In a pavilion on that island, two mud men looked very alive. One of them was shaking like mad. Suddenly, there was a pang sound. One of the mud men turned into a person. It looks like a test subject like Zhao Ning'er is not controlled by Qin Xiu completely. She just made a deal with the God Chaos Party. Han Sen already knew Zhao Ning'er was a bit strange, so he deliberately allowed himself to be tricked and captured by her. He wanted to learn a few secrets. Han Sen was ultimately disappointed. Zhao Ning'er did not know much in the way of deep secrets. She was just a test subject for the God Chaos Party. She was not even a member of the God Chaos Party. Han Sen pulled an item out of his pocket. It was the ultimate egg that belonged to the old man. Han Sen wanted to wait a bit longer to see what the God Chaos Party would do to Zhao Ning'er, but that ultimate egg brought trouble. Han Sen had to break Zhao Ning'er's power and become his true self again. The ultimate egg's Tai Chi symbol started to move. A weird power was forming in Han Sen's chest. It came out from the ultimate egg and entered his body. That power was very weird. Even with Han Sen's strength, he could not stop that power from developing. That power also seemed a bit familiar. It was quite similar to the weird power Han Sen endured against on the planet that contained the Ice Jade Evil Lady, but it was still different. Is this ultimate egg related to the Ice Jade Evil Lady's birthplace? Han Sen wondered as he stared at the ultimate egg. The ultimate egg was releasing a weird power. If it was not for Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra power and sensitive nature, he would not have been able to discern the presence of that power. That weird power came out of the ultimate egg and went into Han Sen's body. Up until now, he had been unable to find out what the weird power did. It was like the power went into his body, melted, and disappeared. It did not do any harm to his body. Nothing weird happened. Han Sen still felt as if something was wrong. Some unknown powers were inside his body. It was not a good thing. Han Sen tried using a few powers. They could not work against the ultimate egg's power that had now taken root inside his body. He had to summon spell again. Of course, after he combined with spell, that weird power stopped going into his body. The ultimate egg's power. The Tai Chi symbol stopped running too. Han Sen wanted to investigate the ultimate egg further, but he heard a voice come from behind a door. It made Han Sen's heart jump. He cancelled his combination and used the Dongxian Sutra to simulate Zhao Ninger's power. He became a mud man once more and returned to the table. He did not move an inch. Sister, this is the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. It is Han Sen, who broke Jade Wall's city. He looks very ordinary, does he not? A girl who looked exactly like Zhao Ninger picked up Han Sen, who looked like a mud man, and examined him. Zhao Ninger laughed. Han Sen is strong, but a strong power does not make someone invincible. Power must be used correctly and in the right place. Big sister, I want to break the world too, the girl said as she happily looked at Zhao Ninger. What is that life soul you have? Can you get me one too? Zhao Ninger shook her head. The God Chaos Party will trick your mind. They did not give me the life soul out of the goodness of their hearts. If it was not for the situation, I would not have accepted the life soul. Please, do not try and do what I have done. Whatever. You are always like that, big sister. The girl left in a sulky mood. Zhao Ninger stopped the girl and said, leave the mud man. The God Chaos Party people are not here yet. Let me play with it for a while. The girl stuck her tongue out. She departed with the Han Sen mud man in hand. Chapter 3268 Twin Sisters. Han Sen thought, how come I have never heard about Zhao Ninger having a twin sister before? In addition to that, they both look the same. Zhao Ninger is the one I need to see right now. I do not want to spend time with her sister. The girl took Han Sen up to her bedroom. She laid on the bed, holding the mud man that Han Sen had become. She said to herself, big sister is so strong. She captured the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. Are life souls really that powerful? When ordinary people became mud men, they would become real mud men. There would be no sense of their former selves. Han Sen, however, had not become an actual mud man. He heard whatever the girl said. Han Sen watched the girl, who looked fairly worried. She said, big sister was only born a few minutes before I was. She takes care of me. Although she has not said a word about it, I know she has worked very hard to provide for us. She keeps hanging around rich people to ensure I am never put at a disadvantage. She works so very hard. If it was not for me, big sister would not have taken the life soul. Han Sen did not move. There were many sad stories in this world. Everyone had their excuses and sorrows. Han Sen was not a god inside a Geno hall. He could not make everyone's wish come true. Han Sen was just feeling a bit weird about it all. He wondered why the girl kept talking to a mud man. The girl placed the mud man down on the head of the bed. She put her hands together and prayed to the mud man. She looked sincere as she mumbled, I know you are innocent. Big sister did not hate you, and she should not have brought you harm. Big sister really did not want to hurt you. The reason she did was because of me. If you want to exact vengeance, become a ghost and haunt me. Do not lash out at my sister. The girl looked very sincere as she prayed to the mud man. Han Sen believed the girl was serious. Whomever Zhao Ninger turned into a mud man would be unable to hear her or understand what she was doing. This girl would not be faking this act. Han Sen came up with a brilliant idea. He suddenly spoke up to say, if you are a kind person, you should just let me go. I will be grateful forever. The girl was shocked. She looked at Han Sen, who was still a mud man, and asked, how are you still able to talk? A creature that my sister turns into a mud man should be as dull as a dead person. My powers are very special. I can talk, but I cannot get out of this place. If you are a really nice person, then be nice and let me go free. Han Sen wanted to know if this girl was really nice or not. If I let you go, big sister will be very mad, the girl said with some hesitation. If you do not let me go, I will be killed. Do you really want me to die because of your sister? I really think you should help me. Please. Han Sen begged. The girl hesitated. After a while, she said, I can help you, but you must promise me one thing. You cannot hate my sister. You cannot trouble my sister. She was forced into doing this. She did not mean what she has done. Okay. I can promise you that. If your sister does not come to kill me, then I will not kill her. Han Sen could not be sure if she was being really nice or faking it. The girl picked up the mud man and asked, How can I save you? Can you take me back to the Qin kingdom? Han Sen asked. The girl shook her head. I have never left the Jade system. Over the past few years, I have not even been able to leave planet Ninger. I do not know how to get to the Qin kingdom. Even if I did know the way there, my sister would not allow me to leave planet Ninger. Han Sen pretended to be sad. There is only one way, but that way is very difficult. I will require your cooperation if I am to save myself. If it is something that is within my capabilities of helping you, then I will help you, the girl said. Han Sen paused and said, To save me, you must break the restrictions your sister has placed on me. Do you know how to erase the restrictions your sister left? The girl shook her head. The God Spirit blood pulse I have is different from the one my sister has. Our gene races are different. When she was given her life soul, she was able to break the world. I am afraid that cannot break her resistance. I have a way that enables me to break it, Han Sen said. You must follow my instructions to use that power. Put your power in me, and I can erase my restrictions. Sure. The girl nodded and agreed. How would I do that? After a brief think, Han Sen said, After you combine with a gene race, gather up its power on each of your fingers. Then, place it on the girl followed Han Sen's directions. Her body developed feathers that turned into a wing. Her body looked very holy. Upon seeing the power she wielded, it was obvious that her gene race was quite special. It was nothing ordinary, that was for sure. The girl held the mud man. She put her finger on Han Sen and put her power into the mud man. Han Sen thought the girl was very dumb. She really did put all of her power into his body. While that boosted his willingness to believe her, he did not put 100% faith in her just yet. Now comes the most important step. Put your power into your chest and kiss me on the forehead. Then, put the power in. It will only take a second to remove the restrictions. Han Sen planned to give it a try. The girl did not hesitate. She did just as Han Sen told her to. She put power in her chest and kissed the mud man on the forehead. Han Sen felt some pure power enter him. It was a lot. The girl looked very pale. Sweat started to develop across her forehead. They have the same mother and are twins. Why is there such a big difference between the two? Han Sen thought the young lady was dumb. The girl could see the mud man had yet to move. She thought she did not put in enough power, so she put more in. Han Sen felt guilty for doing this. He did not mind tricking evil people. He would do it as much as he was able to, but tricking a dumb lady made Han Sen feel absolutely terrible. Enough. The restrictions are gone. After that, Han Sen returned to normal. After seeing Han Sen come back alive, the girl looked delighted. She instantly looked nervous and said, You promised me you would forgive my sister and not seek vengeance. Will you keep your promise? Don't worry. I, Han Sen, keep promises. Assuming she does not come after me again, I will not go after her. Han Sen nodded. In that case, you better run off now, the girl said. Do not let my sister see. I will be unable to save you a second time. In that case, I am leaving. Han Sen stood up and started walking. He pretended his legs went soft and was going to fall over. The girl held Han Sen and offered support. She worriedly asked, "Are you okay? Breaking the restrictions cost me all my power. I am so weak that I cannot stand." Han Sen leaned against the girl. He gasped as he spoke. Chapter 3269 The Qin Kingdom's #1 Swordsman. The girl looked confused as she asked Han Sen, "Are you really the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman?" "Of course, I am the invincible #1 swordsman of the Qin Kingdom," Han Sen said with a blink of his eyes. The girl did not believe it and asked, "If that is true, why are you still so weak? You sure do not look like the #1 swordsman who has all those stories about breaking the Jade Wall city of the Qin Kingdom." "That is because I did not eat yet. I am hungry. I do not have any strength. That was the only reason why I got captured by your sister. If I was not hungry, not even 10 of your sisters would be enough to bring a guy like me down." Han Sen hastily asked, "Do you have any food around here? If you do not let me fill my stomach, I will not be able to walk any further. Now is not the time for food. How about this? I have many fruit trees. Many of them have a lot of fruit. Can you eat fruit?" The girl may not have believed him, but she still helped support Han Sen and made the suggestion. "Sure," Han Sen said with a nod. Before Zhao Ninger made the trade with the God Chaos Party members, Han Sen could not leave. He knew he would have to stall for time. The girl carried Han Sen into a big greenhouse with many fruit trees. The branches of the fruit trees were full of fruit. The girl brought Han Sen over to a tree to sit next to. She collected a few pieces of fruit and gave them to Han Sr. "Quickly, eat some of these. After you are full, hurry up and get out of here. Do not let my sister find you again. You will not be so lucky next time." "I know." Han Sen nodded and bit into a fruit that looked like a pear. It was very sweet and excellent. "By the way, I still do not know your name." Han Sen ate as he looked at the girl. The girl said with seriousness, "My name Zhao Qiu-yi. You can call me Qiu-yi. Is your name the reverse of your sister's name?" Han Sen casually said, "I think your name should belong to your big sister." He wanted to chat with her to stall for more time and wait for the God Chaos Party people to arrive. Zhao Qiu-yi was shocked. "How do you know?" "Zhao Qiu-yi was supposed to be my big sister's name. I am supposed to be Zhao Ninger, but Teacher Tian said Zhao Qiu-yi does not have good luck. So, my name was given to my big sister. That way, my sister was able to become a star. Meanwhile, I got to use her name." Han Sen casually guessed that and was correct. "I see. Where did your big sister's life soul come from?" Han Sen wanted some more information. "It came from a very scary man. He gave it to my big sister. She rejected him, but the bad man wanted to bully me. My sister was unable to defeat the bad man, so she accepted the life soul and beat the bad man." Zhao Qiu-yi had not spoken to anyone else in a long amount of time. After chatting, she seemed to forget Han Sen was supposed to leave the area. From what Zhao Qiu-yi told him, Han Sen was able to understand a lot more about the dynamic between the sisters. Zhao Ninger was the #1 singer of the Zhao Kingdom. She looked very glorious, but no one knew how many difficulties she faced in her rise to stardom. The sisters were born in a noble place, but their family and parents died when they were only just teenagers. Zhao Ninger was 13 years old when she was forced to take care of her little sister Zhao Qiu-yi. The two of them lived together. They built quite a reputation for themselves. They had no parents and were both very pretty. It got them into a lot of trouble, and they suffered a lot. Han Sen could not imagine two 13-year-old pretty girls trying to preserve their legacy and safety in such a way. How hard was that? Zhao Ning'er was a mother too. She took care of Zhao Qiuyi. She did not let the pressure from the outside world ruin her. That was an incredibly difficult task. Han Sen could tell the difficulties Zhao Qiuyi mentioned were what Zhao Ning'er wanted her to see. There were more difficulties and challenges Zhao Ning'er did not want her to know about. Zhao Ning'er is a tough sister. Han Sen could not help but admire her. He had experienced something similar, so he was able to understand and empathize with the difficulties Zhao Ning'er had been forced to endure. Plus, Han Sen was a man, and Zhao Ning'er was just a woman. Supporting a family was hard for her. You have eaten so much fruit. Shouldn't you have some strength by now? Zhao Qiuyi just remembered Han Sen had to leave in a hurry. Okay, then. I am leaving. After Han Sen said that, he walked outside the garden. Zhao Qiuyi watched Han Sen slowly walk. She opened her eyes wide and asked, "Aren't you the number one swordsman of the Qin kingdom? Can't you use teleportation?" Sigh. I only just ate some food, and I am not full yet. I only have a little bit of power left. I can only walk. Do not worry. I will walk carefully. Your sister will not be able to detect me. After Han Sen said that, he departed via the garden's gate. He felt an abnormal presence in the area. He suspected the God Chaos Party had arrived. Zhao Qiuyi watched Han Sen leave and whispered to herself, "Did Big Sister get the wrong guy? He does not look like the Qin Kingdom's number one swordsman. This presence. Is it because Berry Path God arrived?" Han Sen looked at the tall tower. Shocking waves were crashing in the sea. A white tower sat atop the cliff. Zhao Ning'er was standing atop the tower. A man was coming across the waves. He crossed 1,000 miles with one step. He teleported in front of the tower. "Berry Path God, you are finally here." Zhao Ning'er coldly looked at him. Berry Path God smiled. He put his hands out flat. He had a gene egg in one hand. He said, "I have brought you your dancing sky lady gene egg. Where is my stuff? Give me the gene egg, and I will give you Han Sen," Zhao Ning'er coldly said. "Sure." Berry Path God tossed the gene egg to Zhao Ning'er. He threw it like it was not a rare gene egg and something average. Zhao Ning'er collected the gene egg and was given a shock. She knew for sure this was the Dancing Sky Lady gene egg. She had always dreamed of getting a Dancing Sky Lady for Zhao Qiuyi. It was a perfect match for Zhao Qiuyi's God Spirit blood pulse, so she understood the Dancing Sky Lady gene egg. She would know if it was the real thing or not. "I gave you the gene egg," Berry Path God quietly said. "Where is Han Sen?" "Hang on. I will go and get him for you." Zhao Ning'er broke space and left. She landed next to Zhao Qiuyi. Zhao Qiuyi's hands were empty. She frowned and asked, "Where is the mud man?" Zhao Qiuyi lowered her head and quietly said, "I am sorry, Big Sister. I let him go." "You what?" Zhao Ning'er's face changed. "Big Sister, I really do not want you to hurt innocent people on my account," Zhao Qiuyi explained. Zhao Ning'er wanted to say something but Berry Path God was already in front of them. He looked at Zhao Ning'er and coldly said, "It looks like you did not keep your promise." Chapter 3270 Asking Heart, "I will bring him back," Zhao Ning'er said with a frown. "He cannot run far." "I do not need him anymore," Berry Path God coldly said. His body developed a demonic presence as the sky went dark. Zhao Ning'er looked as if she was being isolated from the outside world. Zhao Ning'er's eyes froze. She stared at Berry Path God as she said, "Berry Path God, this is the capital of the Zhao Kingdom. If you dare do anything here, the guardian god spirit will smite you with its wrath. Berry Path God did not move. He walked toward Zhao Ninger and said, I have plunged this planet into an abyss. Not even a sky full of god spirits will be able to figure what is going on here now. Zhao Ninger's face changed. She pulled Zhao Qiu behind her. She looked at Berry Path God and said, You cannot kill me, and there is no benefit for you killing me either. I can complete our deal and get Han Sen back. Killing you might not benefit me, but your life soul has matured. It is time to get it back. As for Han Sen, if he has run, you will never be able to get another chance. Berry Path God kept approaching at a slow pace. The whole world was buried by his oppressive footsteps. They elicited extreme pressure and fear. Zhao Ninger felt as if she could not breathe. Zhao Qiu, however, was on the floor as if she had been physically crushed. If it was not for Zhao Ninger being there, Zhao Qiu's body would have been completely crushed by the scary pressure. Zhao Ninger knew this fight could not be avoided. She did not want Zhao Qiu to deal with the pressure. Therefore, she shouted and made a scary presence envelope her body. She was like a god woman shouting at Berry Path God. Let me ask you, Berry Path God, how heavy is the sky? A raging god sound turned into a weird power. It went straight to Berry Path God. It was like it was bumping into his body, stopping Berry Path God from moving. Berry Path God was emotionless. He coldly answered, Your asking heart power is surprisingly useful, but it does not work on me. Stop wasting your time. Berry Path God, let me ask you again. How heavy is the sky? Zhao Ninger gnashed her teeth and used the asking heart language. A weird power wrapped up Berry Path God. It made Berry Path God stop. He could not keep going. The world breaking came to an end. Berry Path God coldly looked at Zhao Ninger and said, 33. After that, Berry Path God walked forward and kept approaching Zhao Ninger. Blurg. Zhao Ninger spat out blood. The asking heart power backfired, but she was already prepared for that. She knew Berry Path God would have an answer. What is above the 33 skies? Zhao Ninger exploded with god light. This time, she was scarier. A weird power broke the rules of the world and landed on Berry Path God. He stopped again. Above the 33 skies is outer sky, Berry Path God answered. With a sense of overbearing, he continued marching forward. He was 10 steps away from Zhao Ninger at this point. Zhao Ninger coughed up more blood. Her body started to crack. Blood seeped out through the gaps. Her nose started to bleed. The asking heart language started to consume her again. What is above outer sky? As Zhao Ninger spoke, her hair became a wild mess that started to float and fly. God light exploded once more while she asked the question. Above 33 is Een, Berry Path God didn't stop. He stepped forward when he spoke the first word. The crushing world was coming closer to Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger was bleeding from 7 orifices. Her asking heart power needed her to ask difficult questions to stop the opponent so they could turn that person into a mud man. If the opponent's heart was fine and unrattled, leading to them being able to provide an answer to her question, the asking heart power was useless. She asked 3 questions, yet she was unable to stop Berry Path God. It resulted in her being the one wounded. It was a really terrible state of affairs. Big sister. I am sorry. I was wrong. Zhao Qiu regretted things very much. If it was not for her letting Han Sen go, Zhao Ninger would not be suffering. This has nothing to do with you, Zhao Ninger said. It looks like he wants to kill me anyway. Even if you had given me Han Sen, he would still be doing this. Qiu, you should just run. She forced herself to use break world powers. She used the asking heart language against Berry Path God. What is above the Een world? My heart can go through you. From ancient times to now, the universe's 10 billion years are in one thought. Your asking heart power does not work on me. You should stop wasting time. Berry Path God did not answer. He drew an item. It was the size of a ping-pong ball. It was an egg that looked like a crystal. A flame-like fire was inside of it. Berry Path God used his fingertip to point at the egg. He mumbled some mysterious chanting spells and conjured some weird power inside his finger, which he then put onto the gene egg. Boom! The gene egg's fire blew up with a ravaging flame that burned. It wrapped up the whole gene egg. Arg! Zhao Ninger suddenly screamed and was kneeling on the floor. She went on all fours as a break world power exploded madly. Her body was affected by the power and started to change. Her black hair turned white. Her small ears became long and sharp. Her back displayed snow-white wings. Her armor exploded. Her skin had white feathers. Big sister, what has happened to you? Zhao Qiuyi touched Zhao Ninger, but she could not ease her pain and revert her status. Zhao Ninger unleashed screams that could break hearts and one's lungs. Her body kept morphing. She turned from a human into a white bird. Berry Path God looked at Zhao Ninger change. He spoke to himself, did this test subject succeed? A shocking sky bird sound shocked the sky. Zhao Ninger's body became a completely white god bird. Her entire body burned with a mysterious flame. She was like a phoenix that was born from a fire. Berry Path God was holding a gene egg. The fire looked like the shadow of Zhao Ninger. She flapped her wings and flew around the interior of the gene egg. It seemed to reflect whatever the gene egg did. Zhao Ninger's god bird started to fly. It blew Zhao Qiuyi away. She flew into the sky. Come. The break world beast. Asking heart, Berry Path God's eyes were on fire. He raised the gene egg in his hands. It seemed to be drawn by some power. Zhao Ninger's god bird flew toward the gene egg in Berry Path God's hands. It was like a moth flying to a flame. Big sister. No, Zhao Qiuyi was crying so hard that it seemed like she would tear up her lungs or heart. She crawled forward, wanting to chase Zhao Ninger's god bird. Alas, she could not. Hearing Zhao Qiuyi cry, the god bird stopped. It stopped flying to the gene egg. It looked like it was wrestling with indecision. Come. You will be the strongest creature in the universe. How beautiful is this life? This is what you should have. Berry Path God looked excited. He put more power into his gene egg. The shadows were on the gene egg. They were wrapped up by the flaming god bird. Zhao Ninger looked as if she was struggling. She looked to be in a lot of pain. Her eyes bled bloody tears, but her body flew to the gene egg. Chapter 3271 Phoenix Head Harp. Seeing Zhao Ninger turned into a white god bird. As she approached the gene egg, she suddenly saw a knife air rise up not too far from the coast. It suddenly slashed in front of Berry Path God to almost hit the gene egg. Berry Path God looked into the sky and put the gene egg away. His other hand became a fist that was thrown forward in a punch to hit the sword air. Boom! The punching power hit the sword air. Berry Path God's body was shaken backward. The power created a shockwave. It created a large wave in the sea like chains. Zhao Ninger was now a white god bird, and the clarity of her actions was improved. She flew toward Zhao Qiuyi. Zhao Qiuyi was both shocked and happy. She looked to where the sword air had come from. She saw a man arrive via the beach. It was Han Sen, who she had previously let go. Han Sen, how dare you come back? Berry Path God pulled his fist back. He looked at Han Sen as he spoke. I never left, so I am not coming back. Han Sen continued stepping forward. His sword air became more and more powerful. His sword mind became stronger with every step closer he took. Berry Path God did not move. He looked at Zhao Ninger, who had become a white god bird. He said, "If you did not leave, then stay." After that, Berry Path God exploded. The gene egg in his right hand glowed. It was like a sun shining brightly through the sky and across the earth. The god bird shadow of the gene egg exploded. One bird sound shocked the sky and the ground. Zhao Ninger had almost reached Zhao Qiu Yi's position through flight. When she heard that bird sound, though, her body shook. She was unable to control herself. She flapped her wings and flew toward the gene egg again. Han Sen frowned. He moved 10 fingers and became a sword heir, messily headed for Berry Path God. No one can stop her from becoming a break world beast, Berry Path God coldly said. The space around him started to fall. When Han Sen's sword heir came close, it got stuck in it. It became buried in the fallen space. Nothing could be done about it. Zhao Ninger, who was a white god bird, flew very fast. Seeing she was about to reach the gene egg that looked like a glowing sun, Zhao Qiu-yi looked antsy and angry. She did not care for her own well-being as she raced into the sky after her sister. She was not as fast as Zhao Ninger, who had now transformed to become a white god bird. She was unable to catch up with her. Han Sen looked at Berry Path God. He drew his inch-gray sword. Dongxian Sutra's break world power gathered atop the blade of the inch-gray sword. The sword was like a light as it was wielded. The sword light went across the space in front of Berry Path God. The fallen space was cut open by the sword light. Berry Path God's body flickered. Although he was able to dodge the sword light, the clothes across his chest were given a long swipe. It revealed his naked chest and the slight brush of a sword that had swept across it. It is no wonder why this is the old leader's sword. Berry Path God's face did not change. He complimented the inch-gray sword, but he never talked about Han Sen's sword skills. It was as if Han Sen was not worthy of praise. Han Sen did not care for the snub. He grabbed Zhao Ninger, who was now a white god bird, and pulled her away. Berry Path God extended one of his fingers to stroke the wound across his chest. His wound was healed by that finger as if he had simply zipped his skin up. Berry Path God said, "You are not bad. It is a shame she already has the mark of the God Chaos Party. No one will be able to prevent her from becoming a break world beast." He placed the gene egg out in front of him. The gene egg's light became dimmer. Han Sen saw that the fire inside the gene egg was like a burning white candle. Because of the burning, the white candle itself had almost completely gone away. With Berry Path God's power, the little bit of candle left was burnt. The gene egg's flame was put out. At the same time, Zhao Ninger, who had been grabbed by Han Sen and had a white god bird body, collapsed. She turned into white dots and flew toward the gene egg. Han Sen frowned. He could not stop anything from happening. When the white dots went into the gene egg lit up. The white light generated a god bird that looked like a phoenix. Catcha! The god bird was formed. The gene egg's crystal-like shell was shattered. A white god bird phoenix flew out of it, spreading its wings. Its presence was very scary. The sound of a bird ripped space. Scary shockwaves went across the planet. Everything that touched the shockwave became dust. Even the sea turned into a sea of sand. It worked. Berry Path God was happy about that. He reached out his hand and grabbed the neck of the white god bird. When Berry Path God tightened his hands, the body of the white god bird burned. It changed, giving it the head of a harp. Han Sen, it is your lucky day. You have been able to witness the birth of a break-world beast. I will let you try this asking heart phoenix head harp. Berry Path God held the phoenix head harp. He placed his fingers on the strings and started to play it. Bzzzt. The sonic powers came out from the harp. The harp only produced one sound. In Han Sen's ears, it was like countless god spirits were screaming at him. Does God exist? Is Han Jinji my great-granddad? What does Qin Xiu want? The voice was his. It was interrogations from the deepest reaches of his soul. The many questions Han Sen wanted answered did not even have an answer. The questions and desires were dredged up by the godly sounds. They echoed through his head like thunder. It was getting louder and louder. It was almost enough to make him deaf. Han Sen noticed he could no longer move. He was turning to dust. His skin started to look like sand. The power of the Blood Pulse Sutra could not prohibit his body from changing. Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra to change the rules of the power. He was barely able to block the sonic power. He could not stop the sounds of the harp. The sounds of the harp tortured his heart. They kept corroding his heart. They corroded the Dongxian Sutra. Han Sen knew this was not because the Dongxian Sutra was weak. It was just that his break-world powers weren't enough. His Dongxian Sutra had only just managed to break the world. The Phoenix Head Harp's power was above the break-world materialization and level. It was a higher level than a demon god's sword. It was 2 levels higher than the Dongxian Sutra. The Dongxian Sutra could usually go against something higher than it. It could temporarily block the phoenix sound, so it was already powerful. A break-world beast is so strong when it becomes a break-world weapon. A break-world beast has only just been created, yet the power is like a level 3 elite. If, Berry Path God's eyes looked excited. He looked at Han Sen, suffering in his enduring of the harp's power. It prompted Berry Path God to coldly say, dying at the hands of a break-world weapon means you are lucky, so just die. While he was talking, Berry Path God played his harp again. This time, he plucked more than just one string. He plucked a few of them. Scary shockwaves went everywhere, covering the sky and ground around Han Sen. Chapter 3272 Firing an arrow at Berry Sky. The scary harp sounds were like whips of the soul. They kept lashing Han Sen's heart. They interrogated the deepest recesses of his soul. He could not avoid them. If his heart was questioned, he was corroded by the asking heart Phoenix Head Harp's power. As a result, Han Sen's body kept turning into sand. His skin was like sand, wasting away to the wind. Han Sen, Zhao Qiu gathered up power. She wanted to help Han Sen withstand the scary harp sounds. When her power touched the harp, it turned into dust. She was blown away. Even her body was affected. Her snow-white skin looked like sand, similar to how it was affecting Han. Senator Han Sen looked serious. His body and mind were trapped. He could not use his sword either. Han Sen, you can still choose to join me right now, Berry Path God, who was very high in the God Chaos Party, said. I can turn you into the vice president of the God Chaos Party. You can be below me but above everyone else. That is a mighty privilege. Han Sen started to look relaxed. He looked at Berry Path God and slowly said, the leader of the God Chaos Party should be Qin Xiu right about now. You and I should cooperate. Getting the God Chaos Party back should not be difficult. I will be the leader, and you will be the vice president. Up the sky, down on the ground, in the Yin world, and in the Yang world, we will be the bosses of all. We won't reincarnate, and we will not heed the fickle callings of destiny. How awesome would that be? Berry Path God was doing his best to tempt him. He did not want to take Han Sen because of his great power. The most important thing to him was that he knew Han Sen had a special connection to Qin Xiu and Wan'er. He knew about Qin Xiu, so he wanted Han Sen for himself to help deal with Qin Xiu. You and I can cooperate, but I do not want to be the lesser, Han Sen said with a laugh. I will be the leader, and you will be one of the goons. It looks like you do not know what the expensive price of life is. Berry Path God's face looked dim. He put his finger on another string and plucked it. He played more of that wretched music. Han Sen's body and skin were turning into sand, but he still looked very calm. Seeing the intense shockwave, his face did not change. He said to himself, Ice Jade Evil Lady, it is time you live up to your promise. I need your power and I need it now. It is useless to call on someone else right about now. Even if a sky full of God's spirits were here, you would not escape death. Under the asking heart harp sound, you will be rendered nothing but dust. Berry Path God raged as he played the harp now. The harp sounds were coming fast. An ice jade color was spreading on Han Sen's body. His black hair turned into ice. Even his eyes looked crystal like a jade stone. His sandy skin looked like crystal now. It was more perfect than it was before. It was like a jade statue that had walked out from the ice. A sky full of harp sounds came, but they were unable to leave a mark on Han Sen's jade-like skin. Han Sen and the Ice Jade Evil Lady combined to break the world. He now had the purest body ever. Not a single speck of dust or dirt marred his image. It was not just his skin that had become like jade. Even his heart had become jade. He was utterly flawless. Even facing a sky full of gods and Buddhas that sought to torture his heart, he would not hesitate or be led astray. You have two different elemental break world powers. Berry Path God frowned and looked at Han Senator. A creature that could practice break world powers had likely spent most of its life trying to reach such a level. Plus, people were often restricted by their nature. Ordinary creatures could only break the world with one element. Not many creatures could break the world with two powers. He was a special one when it came to break world elites. Han Sen did not say anything in response. His body had been trapped by the sonic power, but he was now able to move. The asking heart harp sound was unable to stop Han Sen's movements. Wherever he moved, the things he touched became clean. It was as if all the dirt had been cleansed. A short bow and an arrow appeared in Han Sen's hand. It was the flying yen spear. He had modified it to become a bow. It was a weapon Han Sen was very talented with. Han Sen looked at Berry Path God. He slowly drew the string of the bow. He pulled it to the max. He then stopped hesitating. He let go of his fingers that were holding the bowstring. The arrow carried a spinning power that tore through all the rules. It carried a power that was imbued with the essence of Super Spank. The Dongxian Sutra broke the basic substances of the universes and created a scary destructive power. Berry Path God was shocked. He felt as if he could not dodge that arrow. Through reflex, he gathered up power and lifted the asking heart phoenix head harp to block the arrow. The arrow was unbelievably fast. When the arrow tip almost struck the asking heart phoenix head harp's frame, the arrow disappeared. It was like magic. Berry Path God's gaze froze. His body ripped space and fell back. It was still too late. The black arrow weirdly appeared in his chest. It pierced through his armor and perforated his chest. Boom! A scary power blew Berry Path God's body away. He was like a star falling into the sea. He created a big tsunami. The phoenix head harp flew away with him. In the air, it looked like a white phoenix god bird. Han Sen broke space and went to the bottom of the sea. He saw an arrow at the bottom of the sea embedded in a rock. Berry Path God was gone. Torn clothes were under the sea. Super Spank power hit his body, but it did not kill him. Berry Path God is very strong. Han Sen was shocked. He knew Berry Path God had departed, so Han Sen left too. He went to the shore. Berry Path God had departed. Planet Ninger returned to normal. The sea also returned to normalcy as if nothing had happened. Zhao Qiu held the break world beast Zhao Ninger and cried. Zhao Ninger became a white phoenix god bird that cried too. Han Sen, you are the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman. You have an incredible amount of power. You must have a way to help my sister recover. I beg you to save my sister. Zhao Qiu kowtowed before Han Sen the moment she saw him. Han Sen held her body. He looked at Zhao Ninger, who was a break world beast, and said, I might be able to turn you back to normal, but it won't work 100%. There is only a 20% to 30% chance you will regain your human form. If this process fails, I do not know what will happen. Do you still fancy giving it a go? Zhao Ninger could not speak. She made a bird sound and nodded at Han Sr. Okay, then. Let's give it a try. Han Sen did not want to save Zhao Ninger because of Zhao Qiu's repeated begging. He wanted to know what a break world beast was and learn if his power could affect a break world beast or not. Han Sen gathered up a Xian Yellow Sutra power. The Xian Yellow Sutra power could turn a gene race back to an egg. He wondered what would happen if that power hit a break world beast. This was his chance to find out. Can this power turn Zhao Ninger back into a human, or will it turn her into an egg like a gene race? It might not even work at all. Han Sen had all these questions run through his mind as he punched Zhao Ninger. Chapter 3273 Zhao Ninger's Makeover. The power of the Xian Yellow Sutra hit Zhao Ninger. It made Han Sen feel like he was throwing oil into a pot of water. The power of the Xian Yellow Sutra could not blend into the blood of Zhao Ninger. Han Sen thought, it looks like after Zhao Ninger became a break world beast, her body reached a whole other level. It is not only her power that has changed. The Xian Yellow Sutra power cannot shift her blood pulse. He used the Xian Yellow Sutra to break the world. A red power slowly became visible. It was like a bloody flame that sought to envelop Zhao Ninger's entire body. Han Sen sensed that after breaking the world, the Xian Yellow Sutra could penetrate Zhao Ninger's body. Even if it was successful, it blended in slowly. It had the pace of a snail. Han Sen was shocked. The break world beasts Qin Xiu created are scary. Zhao Ninger has only just become a break world beast, yet she already has this scary body. She is no weaker than a break world power that is a solid elite or even stronger. How did Qin Xiu even manage to accomplish this? What is a life soul? When the Xian Yellow Sutra's power went into Zhao Ninger's body, Han Sen felt it combine extremely slowly. Because of its speed, Han Sen estimated his power would be emptied by the time he could get Zhao Ninger back to the way she was. Now, Zhao Ninger's blood pulse had devolved. The feathers on her body grew smaller. Some of her skin appeared human-like. If Han Sen stopped now, Zhao Ninger's blood pulse would be left in an impure state. The consequences of that would be bad. There was even a chance of her blood pulse blowing up. If that happened, she would die. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He cast the Dongxian Sutra. He went into break world mode and put the Dongxian Sutra's power into Zhao Ninger's body. The break world Dongxian Sutra could keep things at the most primitive substances. The Dongxian Sutra could return to origin. The last time he combined the two of them, the flying yen spear was turned into a bow. It was a very successful instance of the trick. The flying yen spear was a sacrificial weapon. It was for creating things while Zhao Ninger was a living being. Han Sen did not know what would happen if he tried doing that for her, but he could not stop now. He had to keep going no matter what. The Grey Dongxian Sutra's break world power and Dark Red Xian Yellow Sutra's break world power combined with Zhao Ninger's body. In Han Sen's eyes, Zhao Ninger was no longer a living human. She was just a substance chain that was made from countless, small, little dots. The substance chains weaved together to create a complex machine. Different colored dots queued up differently. They created different types of substance chains. Different substance chains lined up differently. They formed the shape of organs, like a machine with all sorts of different parts. Han Sen shockingly realized life was just a machine. It was merely more complicated than ordinary machines. The Dongxian Sutra's power let Han Sen understand life machine origin. It gave him the power to take it all apart and rebuild things. The Xian Yellow Sutra power enabled Han Sen to know what the most basic use of each machine was, and it allowed him to modify the parts into the best they could be. Under the cooperation of these two powers, the origin of Zhao Ninger's body was torn apart and rebuilt. Some unneeded life substances were cut out. More life substances were rebuilt. It made new substance chain structures. The life soul combined with Zhao Ninger's body, which meant her body had major changes to it. Her life soul skills had yet to mature. After all, they were two lives combined. The difficulties and errors faced when doing something like this were too much. Although Zhao Ninger combined with it successfully, her body still had lots of problems to endure. Han Sen's Dongxian Sutra power and Xian Yellow Sutra power were able to sort all of this out. He combined the two in the best way possible. It made Zhao Ninger's body exhibit even more changes. Zhao Ninger's body was wrapped up by black and red power. It was like she was trapped in a cocoon of light. She was like a butterfly in a cocoon, getting changes that flipped the sky and the ground. Zhao Qiuyi was unable to see what was happening to Zhao Ninger because she was trapped inside the cocoon of light. Her heart jumped. It felt as if it was going to jump out of her chest. She stared at the cocoon of light without reprieve. "Sis, you are going to be okay." Zhao Qiuyi put her hand atop her chest. It looked as if she was praying. Han Sen coughed up some blood. After Zhao Ninger broke the world, her body proved to be too strong. Han Sen had to combine two break world powers to morph her body. Even so, it still felt extraordinarily difficult. The power in his body was almost depleted. He was going to collapse any second. Fortunately, Zhao Ninger's will is not all gone yet. If she cooperated with Berry Path God, the guy who would run away would be me. Break world beasts really are scary. I do not know how many Qin Xiu has. Han Sen gnashed his teeth and held on. His body shook as sweat drenched his body. It was like he had just been for a dunk in water. It was a clear sign of exhaustion. At this stage, he knew he could not give up. Even if it was just by the skin of his teeth, he had to hold on. Han Sen's break world powers were not solid. They were at a lower level than Zhao Ninger, and Zhao Ninger's was not solid despite being scarier than a normal solid break world elite. If Han Sen could break a solid break world power, it would not be too hard to change Zhao Ninger. Now, it was proving too hard. If Zhao Ninger cooperated with the power, Han Sen could not change her body. Han Sen's skin was becoming gray. The glow in his eyes looked dim. His body was shaking and starting to look skinnier. I can't hold on anymore. How much longer until she has finished modifying? Han Sen felt like he was a lamp running out of oil. He could not continue. This was not something he could just endure and then go past. When the power was gone, it was gone. It was like money. If it all got spent, it was all spent. He was not able to just squeeze out some more. He needed time to recover. At this point, Han Sen did not have the time to recover. The break world powers were not like other powers. One could not recover with the powers of the universe. Break world powers were powers that challenged the sky. The powers of the universe could not aid them. Many veins inside Han Sen's body broke. They made his skin look red. Han Sen knew that if this continued, his body would collapse. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. He looked mean. I have to risk this for Zhao Qiuyi's sake. I have tried my best to help you, but to live or not live will ultimately depend on yourself. Han Sen suddenly used power. He instantly cast 4 Geno arts. He entered his xenogenic mode. He used all of his power and gunned it all into Zhao Ninger's body. When his power was cast out, Han Sen's body was completely exhausted. He did not even have the strength left to drink milk. He fell to the floor like a sack of mud and was paralyzed. Chapter 32-74 Harp Sound to repel enemies. Han Sen had spent far too much of his power. He could no longer feel Zhao Ninger's situation. He could only see her body get wrapped up by black and red fires. It was like a demonic cocoon that came from hell. Han Sen, are you okay? What happened to my sister? Zhao Qiuyi moved to pick up Han Senator. She was speaking with a strange tone of voice. I am fine. As for your sister, I guess it is all down to fate. Han Sen did not know what was going to happen to Zhao Ninger. This situation was beyond his control. Han Sen made the secret decision he would not modify life and objects that were not his. It was way too dangerous for him. He knew that what he said would make Zhao Qiuyi more worried, but Han Sen did not want to give her too much hope. At best, even Han Sen thought the results were unpredictable. Things might go awry. To have hope and then see it stripped away was awful. It was far better to expect the worst. Han Sen was powerless. Zhao Qiuyi had to assist him in sitting down. In case something else happened, he cast the Xian Yellow Sutra on himself. Zhao Qiuyi looked at the light cocoon. Han Sen noticed the cocoon was becoming smaller. It was 30 feet wide at one point. Not long later, it was 21 feet wide. Although the cocoon was smaller, he had yet to see any sign of Zhao Ninger's body. When Zhao Ninger became a god bird, she looked bigger. If she still had her bird body, he would have been able to see it by now. When the cocoon was 12 feet wide, there were still no feathers. It helped inflate Zhao Qiuyi with more hope. Suddenly, a shadow arrived. It came one step near the coast. It was Berry Path God, who had just run away a moment before. Are humans always that stupid? Berry Path God raised his hand. His hands were burning with a scary, gray flame. He used his palm like a knife and threw a slash toward Han Senator Dong. Han Sen saw the scary presence rise. It was like he had a powerful, twisted space. The demon god sword spirit appeared in front of Han Sen to block Berry Path God's knife. A transparent and gray light exploded. Everything was destroyed. Ah, so you have come here with the intent of killing me all because you believe I am stupid, Han Sen coldly said. I am stupid because I am a human, who, according to you, are stupid by default. Well, killing me doesn't seem so easy now, does it? Yuxil. The demon god sword spirit was Qin Yuan's annihilation god spirit gene race, but Han Sen modified it with the Dongxian Sutra and Xian Yellow Sutra. It was now Han Sen's gene race. Han Sen planned on making the demon god sword spirit a sub-god in his god of wealth temple, but he had yet to get his hands on a god base. So he kept carrying it around with him. After modifying it, the demon god sword spirit was very strong. It had a break world-class sword air. Although it was not solid, it was still stronger than most break world creatures. Creatures and items that were modified by the Xian Yellow Sutra and the Dongxian Sutra would have increased powers. The more powerful a creature or item was, the harder they were to modify. Do you think a demon god sword spirit that cannot break a break world solidified power can truly defeat me? Berry Path God was cold as ice. He waved his hand with a gray power. The demon god sword spirit unleashed a scary and invisible sword air. It combined with Berry Path God's gray power. An invisible sword air destroyed the gray power. The sword air was disappearing. Even the demon god's sword spirit's body had a crack. There were small cracks along the sword. Han Sen frowned. After he modified the demon god's sword spirit, it was phenomenally strong. Berry Path God's wave almost broke the sword. This power was similar to that of Zhao Ninger. Plus, Han Sen did not see any wounds manifest on Berry Path God. He shot Berry Path God's heart. Now, that place was broken, but the skin was whole. There were no marks. Well, I have to confess. The God Chaos Party's vice president really is a powerful dude, Han Sen said to compliment him. Berry Path God was not in the mood to talk to his opponent. It was not as if he could not fight Han. Senator Berry Path God just didn't want to take a risk. After he was shot, he ran. In fact, it did not hurt him much. Now, Han Sen had spent all his power. Berry Path God was not going to pass up on this chance. He returned with the plan to finish off Han Sen once and for all. In the process, he would take Zhao Ninger, who had turned into a break-world beast, back with him. He would still be the winner. Berry Path God stepped forward. The sky and the ground were collapsing. Berry Path God looked cold. He swung a punch. Wherever his punch reached, things turned into dust. Han Sen felt that scary power. He knew the demon sword god spirit would be ineffective in repelling that attack. He looked cold. Han Sen was trying to find an item that might save his life when he suddenly heard a phoenix scream. Suddenly, a snowy white light was blinding him. The cocoon he had made was broken. A white light came pouring out of the cocoon. A lady was emerging from it. She had white hair that reached her toes. She looked very refreshing. She was like a fairy. She looked extremely holy. It was as if not a speck of dirt could mar her image. Behind her were the white wings of a phoenix. She had a holy light around her. They were like musical notes. It was like they were there, but they were not there. It all flowed around her. When the notes came out, the sky and the ground heeded her loudly. The phoenix's cry came from the lady. It was pure sonic power. It made the gray power's shockwave tilt and move away. It shattered amidst a sonic explosion. Before the gray power reached Han Sen, it vanished amidst the sonic force. Big sister! Zhao Qiu-yi screamed with shock. Han Sen and Berry Path God saw Zhao Ninger. She looked weird. To say she was a human did not seem quite right, but she looked different from her prior phoenix mode. Is this the real shape of a break-world beast? Her power will be better than mine. Berry Path God looked at Zhao Ninger. He seemed very excited. Zhao Ninger's jade feet were naked as she emerged. Her body was like a phoenix, flying in the sky. She flew toward Han Senator. Her body emitted a scary light and music. As Zhao Ninger flew to Han Sen, her body became a phoenix head harp. She landed near Han Senator. Han Sen could not play the harp. When he held the phoenix head harp, he felt a scary and mysterious power swirl around it. Han Sen's fingers touched the string. He gathered up power and tried to flick it. He instantly heard a very loud sound echo through space. Blurg! After the harp sound, Berry Path God spat out blood. His body ripped space. He fell into the rip in space and was gone. The space around them collapsed. Han Sen was unable to chase after him, so he gave up the thought of doing so. Chapter 3275 One good harp. Han Sen stroked the body of the phoenix head harp and complimented it. It really is one good harp. The phoenix head harp was able to use his power. It turned into asking heart power. With the phoenix head harp's power, he was able to make Berry Path God spill blood. Even if Han Sen did not know how to conduct music or play an instrument, a harp like that was still something he really loved. Of course, Han Sen did not have much power now. He had only recovered a little. The power of the harp mostly came from the phoenix head harp. One could imagine how scary the power of the phoenix head harp was. Han Sen really loved the phoenix head harp. After stroking it twice, he suddenly felt as if something was wrong. He immediately realized the phoenix head harp had become Zhao Ninger. He was touching Zhao Ninger's waist. Han Sen let Zhao Ninger go and asked, "What is your situation right now? Are you a human or are you a break-world beast?" He was not a young man anymore. He looked as if he was around 20 years old, but he was already 30 to 40 years old. He did not feel shame quite as easily the older he became. Zhao Ninger looked at Han Senator, her phoenix wings spread. They became feathered clothing. They covered her white, flawless body. "I do not know what I am now, but at least I look like a person again," Zhao Ninger coldly said. "Big sis, it is great that you're okay." Zhao Qiuyi ran forward to hug Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger stroked Zhao Qiuyi's hair as she said, "Qiuyi, you do not have to worry about anything anymore. I have the power needed to keep you protected. No one will ever be able to bully you again." Han Sen was not as chirpy as Zhao Ninger. She was strong and the best a solid break-world creature could be. If she was saying she could protect herself, it might have been too soon to make that judgment. If other people had Zhao Ninger's power, they would be safe. Zhao Ninger was different. She was Qin Xiu's test subject. It was unlikely Qin Xiu would leave her alone. Putting aside Qin Xiu, who was very scary, even if Berry Path God challenged her to another one-on-one fight, there was no guarantee she could win. Berry Path God's blood spilled because of the harp, but he had the power to leave. Zhao Ninger would certainly be beaten if she was to underestimate him. Han Sen did not tell her all of that. He knew it was pointless for him to say it. He needed Zhao Ninger to understand it herself. If it was said by someone else, she would not listen. "That is good. If there is nothing else left for me here, then I will be leaving." Han Sen understood what a break-world beast was, so there was no further point in him staying. "Hang on, Mr. Han," Zhao Ninger said. "If you do not mind, we would like to travel with you." "Travel with me? Are you guys going to the Qin Kingdom?" Han Sen looked at Zhao Ninger with surprise. Zhao Qiuyi looked at Zhao Ninger with confusion. She did not know what she was intending to do. "It does not matter where you are going," Zhao Ninger said. She looked at Han Sen and smiled. "Wherever you go, we would like to follow you." Zhao Ninger had a pure, innocent look on her face, but her presence was deadly. She had white hair with a pure presence. It was extremely attractive. And after she said that, even Han Sen was surprised. Fortunately, Han Sen was a faithful man. He only looked at Zhao Ninger with admiration. "Miss Zhao, you must be joking. I cannot afford you both." Zhao Ninger blinked and said, "If you are willing to take us with you, we have savings of our own. We can take care of you." Han Sen almost choked on his own saliva. Seeing Han Sen like that, Zhao Ninger laughed. "Please do not misunderstand my intent. I am an enemy of the God Chaos Party. You are an enemy of the God Chaos Party too. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I just want to work with you. I am not super powerful, but I can be of service. Please, do not abandon me so simply." Upon hearing Zhao Ninger's suggestion that they cooperate, Han Sen did not look very happy. He frowned. He and Zhao Ninger were enemies of the God Chaos Party, but there was a big difference between them. Zhao Ninger was owned by the God Chaos Party. In the future, the God Chaos Party would try its best to take Zhao Ninger back. They might even try to kill her. Han Sen and the God Chaos Party's feud was born differently. They had conflict every now and again, but he was never pursued. He just had to fight them sometimes. If they worked together, the God Chaos Party might have an even greater desire to see them both eliminated. After a lengthy pause, in which he thought about it all, he told Zhao Ninger, "You can choose to cooperate with me, but there is one thing I must explain to you first." "Please, do tell me," Zhao Ninger said with a smile. "If you and I cooperate, I will be the leader of this little party," Han Sen said with absolute certainty. "You adhere to my command. If you can't do that, then I do not think we should work together." Zhao Ninger seemed hesitant, but she seriously bowed and replied, "I will listen to everything you tell me. If things are indeed like that, you too should go and pack. You can follow me back to the Qin Kingdom." Han Sen knew the God Chaos Party would not stop. He planned to go back to the Qin Kingdom, pick up Bauer, and decide what to do next. His situation was no better than Zhao Ninger's current situation. The God Chaos Party was bound to strike again soon. Zhao Ninger took Zhao Qiuyi with her to pack their bags. Zhao Qiuyi did not understand what was going. "Big sis, you are so powerful. Why must you cooperate with Han Sen?" Zhao Ninger shook her head and said, "You are too young. There are plenty of things you are not able to understand. I am powerful, but Berry Path God is not afraid of me. When it comes to Han Sen, even when he was really exhausted, Berry Path God avoided being reckless. He treats him like a massive enemy. In that case, that's his fault," Zhao Qiuyi said. She did not agree. Zhao Ninger displayed a wry smile. She was not naive like Zhao Qiuyi. "Anyway, the God Chaos Party will not let me go so simply. It will be safer for us to stay near Han Senator. He understands the God Chaos Party more than we do." One thing Zhao Ninger did not mention was the fact that if this was all about her, she would just go into hiding or fight them. More than anything, she was just worried about the God Chaos Party doing something awful to Zhao Qiuyi. That was her greatest fear. Han Sen went into the garden. He drank tea while waiting for the Zhao family to pack. He suddenly saw a shadow fall from the sky. It fell into Han Sen's arms. Han Sen quickly reacted. He grabbed the shadow and had a closer look. It was Big Sky Demon, who had been gone for so long. Big Sky Demon looked terrible. Her face was paler than snow. She was terribly wounded. Han Sen had never touched her before. This was the first time he had been able to touch her curvy and demonic body. He could feel her warmth. Chapter 3276 Big Sky Demon returns. "Little lover, have you not always tried to get rid of me? Now, I am injured and cannot possibly fight back. This is the best chance you have of killing me. Even if you just move a finger, it will be more than enough for you to kill me." Although Big Sky Demon looked terrible, she was still able to put on a smile. Her jade arms were wrapped around Han Sen's neck. She was like a little cat in his arms. Her words were spoken with a sultry drawl. "Why are you injured?" Han Sen knew how powerful Big Sky Demon was. Not many beings in this world of kingdoms should have been able to harm her. Big Sky Demon sighed and said, "I underestimated Qin Xiu. I only wanted to sneak into the 33 skies and see what I could learn about Qin Xiu there, but he found me. I could hardly make it back. Qin Xiu is very scary. He is almost like the old leader." "What did you find there?" Han Sen asked. "I only snuck into the tower to learn more about Qin Xiu, but he almost killed me." "What do you think I was able to find?" Big Sky Demon could see the disappointment on Han Sen's face. She smiled and said, "I saw many things that are called life souls inside that old tower." "How many were there?" Han Sen asked with a frown. "There were so many. I was only able to enter the old tower's first floor, but I saw 10 creatures being consumed by fate. I do not know if there are any more creatures up the tower. Big Sky Demon stopped smiling. She looked extremely serious. That number was something even Han Sen found to be scary. If every life soul could be someone scary like Xiao Ninger, Qin Xiu would become an unrivaled force of power in the universe. Not even the god spirits of the Geno Hall would be able to fight back. Do not worry. People like Xiao Ninger are very rare amid the creatures that combine with life souls. So far, Xiao Ninger is the only success. Big Sky Demon paused and said, Qin Xiu uses life souls to make break-world beasts. If those creatures become break-world beasts, their bodies will be made solid. They will be more powerful than break-world elites. This is a method to evolve creatures that does not make much sense. There are lots of flaws involved with it, so it is unlikely to be a big success. Solidify break-world powers. In the levels of breaking the world, what would that be ranked? Han Sen never figured out what the levels of breaking the world were. Big Sky Demon laughed. Breaking the worlds does not have levels. Breaking the world is breaking the world. It is just a term used to describe controlling the powers from both worlds. The strength is determined by how much you can control it. Ordinary break-world people only need 1% to wield break-world powers. That small amount is still considered enough to break the world. Some break-world people can understand much more. After breaking the world, their understanding of the powers from both worlds can reach around 10%, such as yourself. I would guess that when you first broke the world, your break-world rate was 15% to 20%. I see, Han Sen said. What is all this about it being made solid? When the break-world rate reaches 30%, it is like water that becomes ice. It starts to thicken and become solid. That is just a way of describing it. It is not actually as simple as ice. Solid break-world powers yield a lot of benefits. The powers are increased and much stronger than before they were solid. That is especially true regarding the rules to use power. Once they are solid, they are more useful. So, making your break-world powers solid is like a junction. Big Sky Demon paused and went on to say, there are junctions at 60% and 90%. Reaching 60% is incredibly rare. There were not even very many people able to do that when the God Chaos Party was popular. As for reaching 90%, this is even rarer. Since the God Chaos Party formed, only 3 vice presidents have reached that level. Are you telling me Berry Path God has a 90% break-world rate? Han Sen did not believe it. Big Sky Demon rolled her eyes at Han Sr. Do you really think Berry Path God is that weak? That guy is very mysterious. If it was not in a life-or-death moment, you would never know how strong he truly was. He does not want to fight you. It is not because you are so strong. It is more because he does not want to reveal his true power. Besides, his main target is Qin Xiu, not you. I see, Han Sen said with a nod. He thought Berry Path God was powerful. He had not expected Berry Path Sky God to be hiding more about himself than he revealed. After the latest reboots, our break-world rates were weakened in every way, Big Sky Demon said. Now, going back to the popular break-world rates will not be easy. I think Berry Path God will now have only reached 90%. Remember, a break-world rate does not equal one's battle power. All rates are capable of breaking the world. Actually, a low break-world rate can often beat high break-world rates. In a critical moment, it all depends on one's element and power. Your break-world rate is not high, but your power is very strange. You also have more than one break-world power. Even Berry Path God is afraid of you. That is why he does not want to fight you. Han Sen could not help but ask, has anyone been able to reach 100% with their break-world powers? Big Sky Demon did not hesitate to respond. Yes. From what I know, no matter if it was before the universe was rebooted or now, only the God Chaos Party's leader managed to do that. What about Qin Xiu? That was the person Han Sen was most concerned about. Although he is strong, I think he is lacking something. He only needs to take one last step, but making that final step is extremely difficult for him. Big Sky Demon sighed and said, actually, compared to Qin Xiu, the life soul break world beasts are scarier. We are creatures that have practiced all of our lives, yet it is very difficult for us to break the world. Plus, we only have break world rates ranging from 12% to 20%. If the break world beasts succeed, they have a 30% break world rate like Xiao Ninger. I bet she is over 60%. Let me tell you, that is very scary. Did you see the fight earlier? Han Sen asked. Big Sky Demon nodded and said, if I had not seen that fight, I would not say break world beasts are scary. Now, Qin Xiu's skills haven't matured. When he can mass-produce those break world beasts, that is when the greatest disaster will come. Han Sen strangely looked at Big Sky Demon. She had once been a part of God Chaos Party. Even if her relationship with the God Chaos Party had soured, she did not need to be this worried. Do not look at me like that, Big Sky Demon said. The big universe's disaster does not matter to me, but it might not be considered a good thing for you. I did not know you cared for me that much, Han Sen said with a curl of his lips. Big Sky Demon stretched and said, I can't help it. It is because you are Baoer's stepfather. It is fine if you die. If something happened to Baoer, that might not fare well. Do you know Baoer? Han Sen now understood why even though Big Sky Demon was so strong, she never did anything to him. It was because Big Sky Demon already knew about Baoer. I know her, Big Sky Demon confirmed. Who is she? Han Sen really wanted to know who was Baoer. She is Baoer. You are her stepfather, yet you don't know her name. Big Sky Demon looked as if she was smiling at Han Sen, but she wasn't smiling at him. You know that is not what I meant. Han Sen wanted to know who Baoer was in her past life. He had always wondered if Baoer, in her past life, was the leader of the God Chaos Party. Baoer is Baoer, Big Sky Demon seriously said. She is unique. She does not need anyone. She sounded so serious, but Han Sen thought her words were a load of rubbish. Anyway, do not let any other creatures learn about who Baoer really is. If that were to happen, you will be in big trouble. By the way, I am injured now. If you want to kill me, then kill me. If you do not want to kill me, then heal me. Your power should be good at this. Big Sky Demon leaned on Han Sen's shoulder. She lowered her clothes and revealed the wounds on her bones. She let him do whatever he wanted to. Chapter 3277. Paying rent. Despite her saying how bad of a state she was in, Han Sen did not underestimate Big Sky Demon. On her own, Big Sky Demon infiltrated God Chaos Party's hive. She managed to enter Qin Xiu's old tower. Despite having been caught, she was able to make it out alive with only a few injuries. That was very scary. He hesitated a little. Eventually, Han Sen said to Big Sky Demon, my power has not recovered. I cannot help you. I may be able to help you in a few days. In that case, I will sleep a little. I am really tired. Big Sky Demon slept on Han Sen's lap. Her cheeks were up against his chest. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Han Sen still had Big Sky Demon's arms wrapped around his neck. He could only hold her. He frowned and said, if you want to sleep, find a bed. Why do you have to sleep on top of me? Big Sky Demon did not respond to him. It was like she was already in a deep sleep. Han Sen would not believe she was actually asleep. He lifted Big Sky Demon, planning on putting her down on a bench. Big Sky Demon's body suddenly became some magical light and vanished. At the same time, in Han Sen's brain, Big Sky Demon's voice said, "We will meet inside your dreams." After a moment, Big Sky Demon's body was gone. It was as if she had never existed in the first place. Han Sen frowned. He could feel Big Sky Demon inside him, but he did not know where she was. He used his Dongxian aura, but he still could not detect where Big Sky Demon was. In the 33 skies, Berry Path God stood before the old tower. Did that really happen? Does Han Sen have the power to make break world beasts evolve more perfectly? Qin Xiu's interested voice was coming out of the old tower. I witnessed Zhao Ninger become a break world armament, Berry Path God happily said. Her break world rate is more than 60%. Her asking heart sound is special. Now, out of all the break world beasts that have succeeded, she is the most successful out of them all. No one else can match her. That is interesting, Qin Xiu coldly said. That guy is more interesting than I thought. Mr. Leader, do you want me to send some God Chaos Party elites to kill Han Sen and take the break world beast, Zhao Ninger, away? In front of Qin Xiu, Berry Path God was very polite. I will sort that out myself, Qin Xiu said. You should just take care of the other test subjects and observe them. Berry Path God lowered his head. Zhao Ninger is the most successful test subject. The information we can gain from her for furthering our research into break world beasts will be invaluable. I do not like repeating myself more than once. Qin Xiu's cold voice sounded from the old tower. Yes. I will try my best to help you finish all these tests, Berry Path God replied in fear. He bowed. You can go now. Qin Xiu stood at the highest point of the old tower. After he told Berry Path God to go, he looked at a crystal bed. The blonde Qin Wanner was lying on the crystal bed. It was like she was waiting for a prince to come and kiss her to wake her from her slumber. Qin Xiu reached out his hand to stroke Qin Wanner's hair. He quietly said, Wanner, hold on a bit longer. All of the bad things will soon be gone. When you wake up again, it will have all been a terrible nightmare. You will once again be the happy and carefree Wanner. Suddenly, Qin Xiu's eyes had a weird light show in him. He could not help but clutch his head. He lowered his head and screamed like a beast. He did his best to try and not groan. A while later, Qin Xiu started to look more composed. His eyes looked calmer. He said to himself, what a scary man. He only has a will. He fought me for so long. I am better, but I cannot destroy it. I should be able to soon. I just need a little more time. When I control the armor, I will be able to give Wanner the happiness she deserves. I will not let her be sad. Han Sen had spent too much power. He could not rip space and return to Jade Wall City. Instead, he boarded a ship with Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiu-yi. Fortunately, Zhao Ninger had a concert to attend in the Han Kingdom. Han Sen followed Zhao Ninger to the Han Kingdom. After the concert was finished, they were going to continue on to Jade Wall City. On the ship, time passed by very slowly. There was not much Han Sen could do. It was best for him to use Geno arts to recover the strength he had lost. So, he went to sleep. He let his body tune itself back into the best shape possible. When Han Sen went to sleep, he noticed he was in jail. His limbs were tied up, and he was bound in a crucified position. Big Sky Demon was sitting in front of him. She was holding a whip and smiling at him. Han Sen froze. He now understood things. He looked at Big Sky Demon and asked, can you control someone's dreams? This is an easy trick of mine. I am injured, so I need to use your dreamscapes if I am to rest a little. You will not reject my presence here, will you? Big Sky Demon crossed her legs and sat on a chair. She looked at Han Sen and smiled. I did not agree to your presence here, but you've made yourself comfy here all the same, Han Sen said. He was a little upset. Big Sky Demon stood up and walked up to Han Senator. She used her fingers to tilt his jaw. In a seductive tone of voice, she said, do not say that. I will pay you rent. What kind of rent? Han Sen tried to control his current dreamscape, but he couldn't do anything. It was like all his powers were gone. Big Sky Demon's fingers applied some strength to force Han Sen to lift up his head. Her bright red lips came closer to him. Big Sky Demon's red lips were almost going to touch Han Sen's lips, but she slid away past his cheeks. She put them near his ears and said, you will find the rent I pay to be the most enjoyable. After that, Big Sky Demon backed off. The scene cracked when Big Sky Demon left. The jail's wall fell away. The environment became empty. Han Sen saw sword air come from the sky. That sword air was not too fast, but it also wasn't too slow. It was not jittery, but it wasn't smooth. It gave Han Sen a sort of pressure that words could not describe. It was like that sword was able to break his past life. Before 10 million years of lives, it was like he would be killed by that sword. Using his power, Han Sen changed his reaction. He knew that sword was in a dream, so it was nothing to fear. Yet, that sword was actually bending his will. Han Sen had seen many elites use swords. Six Paths Emperor, Lone Bamboo, and Jianbu Gu were all top-class swordsmen, but he had never seen a sword this scary before. He knew that sword was just the illusion of one, but Han Sen felt cold. His mind shifted. As it came down to slash his body, the sword air made him feel as if he was going to die. This is the slash Qin Xiu used to strike me with, Big Sky Demon said with a smile. If you are interested, I can help you feel it a few more times. You should be happy with this rent I pay you. Chapter 3278 Meeting a Life Soul. Again the scary sword air kept slashing Han Senator. Although this was all taking place inside his dreams, it made Han Sen feel physically damaged. If it was a creature with a weak will undergoing this, even in a dream, their will would be totally broken. They would never wake up, and their body would die. They would be rendered vegetables. From these sword strikes, Han Sen could gain an understanding of how scary of a foe Qin Xiu was. Big Sky Demon told him this was just a random strike from Qin Xiu. A random strike from him was like the striking of the best swordsman in history. Han Sen did not know how strong Qin Xiu might be if he was to become serious. It looks like it is not just power I need to improve. It looks like I need to train my will as well. Han Sen closed his eyes. He kept trying to feel how scary the sword mind was. Fear could not solve anything. Only deep into fear, where one could understand that fear, could one stop that fear. Han Sen understood that the sword he saw was just a product of his imagination conjured by Big Sky Demon in his dream. Fighting the real Qin Xiu would be even worse. When Han Sen awoke from the dream, he did not know how many times he had endured that sword. He now understood the sword mind. If Han Sen used that sword, he still would not be able to reach Qin Xiu's level. It was not that Han Sen's level was not high enough. It was just that he and Qin Xiu were different. That sword was Qin Xiu's sword. Aside from Qin Xiu, no one else could slash with that sort of sword power. That was because the universe could not produce another Qin Xiu. Han Sen did not plan on learning how to be just like Qin Xiu. So, he spent time thinking about how he might break that sword. Zhao Qiu woke Han Sen up. They had already reached the capital of the Han Kingdom. Zhao Ninger needed to be there for another 2 days. After the tour was over, they could then push on straight to the Qin Kingdom. Han Sen and Zhao Qiu disguised themselves as servants. They followed Zhao Ninger to depart the ship. They knew Zhao Ninger was very famous in the universe of kingdoms, but it was ridiculous to see how the Han people welcomed her arrival. It was not just ordinary fans showing up. Even many nobles and royals came forth to welcome her. Even the queen arrived to greet her arrival. When Han Sen looked at one of them, he was given a fright. There was a young man who was 15 or 16 years old. He looked ordinary, but he was dressed like a noble. There was an 80% to 90% chance that he was the son of a noble. Han Sen saw the young man's face and noticed how familiar he looked. It was like he had seen him someplace before. Even with his memory, if he saw the young man, he would not recognize him. Han Sen observed the young man for a bit. He finally understood why the young man looked familiar. Han Sen thought, this guy looks like Sky King from the sanctuaries, but he looked young. He did not look as mature as Sky King. Sky King was kind of like Situ Xiang. He was one of Ancient Devil's 8 generals. He was the leader of the 8 generals. Back then, Han Sen took Sky King and put him and Wuxia into the cruel bottle. When Han Sen leveled up, he never brought the bottle with him. He left it for Zero. Han Sen had not seen Sky King ever since. He had forgotten all about him. After seeing the young man who looked like Sky King, all of it returned to him. Did Sky King reincarnate? Han Sen wondered. Unfortunately, he could not go back to the Geno universe to find out. Otherwise, he could quickly ask Zero if Sky King was still inside the cruel bottle or not. If he really was Sky King's reincarnated form, it would not affect Han Senator, so he really did not care about it. It was Ancient Devil, who had escaped, that worried Han Sen a great deal. He did not know what Ancient Devil planned on doing after he escaped. That man would not remain with a low profile. God only knew when he would be able to stir up a storm. As Han Sen was thinking, he looked past the young man who looked like Sky King. He suddenly looked back and glanced at the young man again. The young man had some sort of presence. Han Sen looked at that presence twice and noticed it was the same as Chu Yuan and Zhao Ninger had. Life soul. That young man has a life soul. Han Sen's gaze was like that of a spotlight. He looked at the young man and saw that he possessed the presence of a life soul. Obviously, that young man was another one of Qin Xiu's test subjects. Han Sen frowned and thought, he is another young man Qin Xiu selected to be a test subject. It looks like they are all young men. I do not know if it is merely a coincidence that this test subject looks like Sky King or not, but it is a shame that I cannot ask Zero. Han Sen kept looking at the young man. The young man eventually noticed Han Sen was watching him. He turned his attention toward Han Senator. Although he was just a young man, his gaze was very strong and intense. When he looked at people, it was like he was looking at someone lower than he was. Han Sen always saw that sort of attitude in Sky King. Now, Han Sen really did think the young man was Sky King reincarnated. Seeing Han Sen and the young man look at each other, Zhao Qiu tugged Han Sen's sleeve and said, "Those people there are the Han Kingdom royals." Han Sen looked at Zhao Qiu and asked, "Do you know who that young man is?" Zhao Qiu looked in that direction and nodded. "I do not know much about the royals of the Han Kingdom, but I do know who that young man is." "Oh, that must mean he is famous," Han Sen said. "Is he a prince of the Han Kingdom?" Zhao Qiu shook her head and laughed. "No, but he is something like that. He is the Han Kingdom's Moon Will Princess's future husband. His name is Lin Jin. I have heard he is a commoner genius. When he was born, there was a god tree weird scene. That weird scene covered the sky. A few systems were able to witness it. The Han King saw the scene and sent for some royals to whip up a prophecy about him. Between the Han Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom, they discovered Lin Jin, who had just been born on that planet. They took him to the palace and decided he should marry Moon Will Princess. Because he grew up in the palace, he practically became the Han King's son. Han Sen's heart jumped as he asked, what was that God Tree weird scene? Back in the day, Sky King lived in Sky Tree. Han Sen still remembered Sky King's power was called 33 Skies Power. If that Lin Jin is indeed Sky King, what does it mean that Qin Xiu selected him to become a life soul test subject? Han Sen thought this was rather suspicious. Zhao Qiu thought for a moment and shook her head. I do not know. That is all I have heard. You cannot really record a weird scene unless you see it for yourself. No one can know what a weird scene is actually like. Han Sen looked at Lin Jin. He was interested in him. Chapter 3279 Ancient Devil's Identity. Zhao Ninger had become a break-world beast. Her power had become very strong because of that. Her sonic power was scary. Even if she did not deliberately use power and just casually sang, she sounded very magical. Her performances easily affected the hearts of people. She had a concert in a venue that had the capacity to fit 1 million people. The entire place was full. Many people wanted to buy tickets, but they were unable to. That alone signaled how attractive Zhao Ninger was. Han Sen sat in a VIP seat Zhao Ninger reserved for privileged guests. He listened to Zhao Ninger sing. He had to confess that listening to Zhao Ninger was indeed an enjoyable experience. Dong! 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 The concert had only just started when someone knocked on the door. Why would someone be here at this time? Han Sen frowned. The only people he knew there were Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiu. Zhao Ninger was on stage, and Zhao Qiu was in the same room as him. Therefore, who could have knocked on the door? Zhao Qiu got up off the couch and opened the door. She looked surprised when she saw the person outside who had come to visit. Even Han Sen was surprised by the visitor. The person was Lin Jin. Zhao Qiu lowered her head and asked, "Is there something you need?" "I would like to talk with Han Sen in private for a bit." Lin Jin looked past Zhao Qiu as he addressed her. He looked straight at Han Sr. "Let him in," Han Sen said to Zhao Qiu, who was looking a little bit scared. Zhao Qiu stepped aside. She allowed Lin Jin to enter the room and closed the door behind him. "Do you know who I am?" Han Sen looked at Lin Jin with interest. "You are the Qin Kingdom's #1 swordsman," Lin Jin coldly said. "You are a scary man that broke Jade Wall City. I do not think many people would not know you, but I know Han Sen is not from the Qin Kingdom. He is a man from the sanctuaries." Han Sen looked surprised. Lin Jin smiled and said, "Han Sen, can we talk in private now?" "Qiu, why don't you go outside for a bit?" Han Sen suggested to Zhao Qiu. Zhao Qiu left. Han Sen looked at Lin Jin and asked, "Who are you?" Lin Jin walked next to Han Sen and sat down. "Even if you have forgotten who I, Sky King, am, you will not have forgotten who my daughter, Qin Jun, was." "Sky King, when did you escape the cruel bottle?" When Han Sen heard that, he knew for sure that there was an 80% to 90% chance that this young man was the reincarnation of Sky King. Not many people knew Sky King's daughter was Qin Jun. No one in the universe of kingdoms would have known that. Aside from him being a true reincarnation, there was no other explanation for it. "I did not escape," Lin Jin said. "In fact, I chose death. I died in a special way. After being reincarnated, I held on to the memories of my past life. That is not easy to do." "How did you manage that?" Han Sen knew reincarnation required the Geno Hall. It should have been impossible for a soul to maintain its memories. "I am special," Lin Jin said. "We can at least say the souls of the 8 generals are special. There is, however, something I do not understand. After I reincarnated, I understood the switches between the 2 worlds. After I received a life soul, I was able to understand something further. Han Sen looked at Lin Jin and asked, "What is it?" Ancient devil might be like me and was able to retain his past memories. Finding the 8 of us from the sanctuary cannot be a coincidence. He had it all planned. It is more likely that he brought us here to kill a god. He had it planned all along. In the end, Azra betrayed him, so the plan failed. Han Sen always wondered where Ancient Devil was born. Sky King's thought process made sense to him. What did the god you guys killed back then look like? Han Sen had been very curious about this for a long time. Even now, he did not know which god was the one Azra consumed. I do not know. I only know Ancient Devil found the 8 of us and used our powers to summon a living creature. When that creature appeared before us, it was dying. Even Ancient Devil was surprised by that. He did not expect the god he summoned would look the way it did. Now that I think about it, even though it was a dying god, it still took us a while to kill it. If it was an ordinary god or one that was injured instead of dying, we might have been unable to kill the god. Sky King did not continue talking, but Han Sen knew what he meant. If Ancient Devil knew the god he had summoned was powerful, then his purpose to summon that god was not for killing him. Han Sen looked at Sky King and said, "You didn't come looking for me just to tell me this." Sky King sighed. "If I did not have to, I would not come looking for you. The memories of my past life were sealed during my reincarnation. Without the accident, even if I reincarnated again, those memories will be hard to claim. The life soul the God Chaos Party gave me opened me up to the memories of my past life. That way, I was able to learn about it." After pausing, Sky King went on to say, "Things like life souls are things the God Chaos Party has under control. Even if I finished combining things now, I would still be controlled by the God Chaos Party. Perhaps you can help me." "Why would I want to help you?" Han Sen asked with a lift of his lips. He and Sky King were never friends. In the past life, they were enemies. Even without those circumstances, there was no reason for him to help Sky King. "I do not know what kind of creature Ancient Devil summoned, but I do know a secret about Ancient Devil," Sky King said with a smile. "If you can free me from the God Chaos Party, I can tell you a secret you will be interested in learning more about." "What secret? Let me hear it." Han Sen did not believe Sky King. Sky King did not deny his request. He smiled and said, "I discovered this secret shortly after I got my memories back. It has something to do with the God Chaos Party. You are going to love it." Han Sen did not think it would surprise him, but he paused for a long time before saying, "I can help you to the best of my abilities, but I must know the secret first." Sky King quickly answered, "I went to the God Chaos Party and saw something interesting there. There was an old painting. That painting displayed the God Chaos Party's old leader, his 3 vice presidents, and other primary members. There were 4 core members of the God Chaos Party. I recognized 2 of them. One of them was Berry Path God. The other one was." Sky King paused on purpose. Han Sen asked, "Was it Ancient Devil?" Sky King nodded. "Yes. The vice president in the painting was Ancient Devil. It had to be him. Ancient Devil was a vice president of the God Chaos Party." Han Sen frowned. Chapter 3280 Sky King. Han Sen looked at Sky King and asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Sky King seemed to have prepared everything. After hearing Han Sen ask that, he replied, "The life souls connect to a soul candle. If the soul candle burns out, then a life soul will return. I have combined with a life soul. If a life soul returns, it means I return too. The best way is to get the soul candle and put it in my hands, but it will be difficult. Qin Xiao has most of the soul candles. It will even be hard for you to get it." Han Sen calmly listened to the man. He did not plan on interrupting him. Unless he had come completely prepared, Sky King would not have come looking for him. To get the soul candle from Qin Xiu might seem impossible, but I have given the idea a lot of thought, Sky King said. As a result, I have found a way that might work. This method, however, might prove risky too. I will need your help to accomplish it. Tell me, Han Sen said. Sky King did not hesitate. He spoke what was on his mind. From my investigations, it turns out the relation between a soul candle and a life soul is like the relation between a puppet and its wires. If they are used well, and you have enough power, you can cut the connection between the two. I have tried many methods to do this, but I have been unsuccessful in cutting the cords. Perhaps the power I control can't even touch the wires. Han Sen looked at Sky King and asked, "Do you think my power can do what yours cannot?" Sky King nodded. He then shook his head and said, "I don't know. You are different. Your powers have always been magical. You have a power that defies expectations. You're unpredictable and use your reincarnated body. You are very unique, so I think you can certainly give it a try. Having hope is better than having no hope." Han Sen thought of Berry Path God holding the gene egg. That gene egg had a burning candle inside, so it must have been a soul candle. What is a life soul? Han Sen wanted to get some answers from Sky King. Sky King shook his head. I do not know what a life soul is. They have the features of a gene race, but they are different. They are kind of like the beast souls used by humans in the sanctuaries. Again, they are different. After combining with a life soul, both my body and soul will level up in some way. Otherwise, I would not have unsealed my past memories had I not done this. When do we do this? Han Sen asked. When you do it, you must use all your power. That is the only way it will work. We cannot be interrupted during this process. I feel like God Chaos Party members are spying on me, so I need to get rid of them. When are you leaving this place? Give me a time and place, and I will get rid of those guards and come look for you. Han Sen shook his head. You have a life soul, and they have your soul candle. I do not think losing them will work for you. I only need a little bit of time, Sky King said. When they catch up, our side should bear a result. Han Sen did not say anything. He established a time and place to meet with him. Afterward, Sky King departed. Zhao Ninger's concert was a grand success. She declined the requests of the Han Kingdom nobles to stay behind. She got on a ship and left the Han Kingdom. Big sister, with your power, you are like the singing queen, Zhao Qiuyi merrily said to Zhao Ninger. I am afraid that even if Zhongli Qing came back to life, he would not be as good as you. Zhao Ninger shook her head. When it comes to the comparison of power, maybe I am no worse than the singing king. When it comes to the knowledge of songs and feelings, I am not as good as the singing king. Zhao Ninger really respected the singing king. She did not underestimate the singing king just because she was getting better. Han Sen was not in the mood to listen to them talk. They had already come to the system between the Han Kingdom and the Qin Kingdom. This was the place where Han Sen and Sky King planned to meet. Ever since he met with Sky King, Han Sen had been a bit nervous. He could not tell why, but he just felt like this entire thing would yield him a lot of trouble. He did not think Sky King's plan would go according to plan. Zhao Ninger, if Lin Jin comes and God Chaos Party people show up, take Zhao Qiuyi to Jade Wall City's Feng family castle. Do that before you do anything else. Han Sen told the sisters about Lin Jin's plan to meet with him, but he did not tell them about Lin Jin being Sky King in a past life. He only told them Lin Jin was like Zhao Ninger, in that he was a life soul test subject, okay. Zhao Ninger could tell Han Sen was not being his usual self, but she did not be nosy or pry into the specifics. Suddenly, Hansen felt the arrival of a weird power. The ship's door opened up, and Sky King entered. The door quickly closed. Sky King walked in front of Hansen and said, "Time is almost up. Let's go now." Hansen nodded. He gathered up his reverse Dongxian Sutra power and forced himself to break the world. He cast the Dongxian aura and peered into Sky King's body structure. He wanted to find out the connection between the life soul and soul candle. After looking closer, Hansen was able to see something on it. Sky King's body structure was not like an ordinary human's. His body had many weird substances. The substances went against the substance structures of an ordinary human. What was even stranger was that Hansen discovered a weird substance releasing a strange, small presence. The presence was seamless and tasteless. It did not move either. It was very weak, so it was hard to find. Hansen used his Dongxian aura, but he could only see it as if it was there but not there. When the presence left Sky King's body, it went out into space and vanished. It was just gone. The endless air kept spreading. Hansen knew the presence was the connection between the life soul and soul candle. If he cut it, he might end up cutting the connection between the life soul and soul candle. Cutting the presence was not easy. Most of the substances in Sky King's body had this presence. To cut it completely, he had to cut out all of the presence from the substances. Hansen tried to use super spank and break one substance presence. It made Hansen think it was easier than he initially expected things to be. The presence was tough, but super spank was still strong enough to break it. After breaking the presence, the weird substance stopped releasing air. "You really did not disappoint me." Sky King felt the wires that bound him get cut off. He laughed. Hansen was not in the mood to join in with the laughing. He focused his power on hitting Sky King. He cut many presences out. At this time, the ship moved. It had clearly been affected by some powerful power. "What is this?" Zhao Qiuyi looked at the monitors on the ship. Her eyes opened wide as she screamed. Chapter 3281 God Chaos Party Assault. A big electric storm was brewing in the space around them. All kinds of colors flowed, veiling the sky. A ship crew member ran into the room. He looked shocked as he shouted, "Mister, this is bad. We have encountered a giant magnetic storm. The ship is losing control." Before he finished his words, the ship's lights turned off. The ship was dark. They then felt the ship go sideways. Normally, a ship had a gravity system. Even if the ship flipped, a place like a cabin would still enable them to keep their balance. The gravity wouldn't be changed. Hansen felt that the ship was sliding. It meant the ship had a big problem. The gravity was no longer working. The light was quickly in their eyes again. Outside the ship, the magnetic storm was so bright that it was like a window. The colorful lights went past the crystal-like windows. The inside of the ship was now a vibrant shade of hues. They were so bright that people could be blinded. No matter if it was darkness or strong light, Hansen would not lose his vision. Through the crystal windows, Hansen saw the light substance was a creature. It looked like a god dragon. Its body was traveling between the substances, but it showed a part of its body. Break World Beast. Hansen saw the creature's presence and recognized what it was. It is coming in fast. Sky King frowned. He thought he had lost the one tailing him and would have had more time. He did not expect a Break World Beast to come back so quickly. Hansen had only just begun. Half of his presence had yet to be cut off. Let's just run. Hansen used the Dongxian aura to shield the ship. He wanted to use galaxy teleportation alongside the entire ship. Hansen quickly noticed that the space there was weird. It was like it was being cut by some strange power. He could not teleport. Zhao Ninger's body displayed some weird notes. Her wings spread as she let out a roar. The sonic sound shook the storm away, but there were still a lot of storms raging around them. Roar! A dragon's moan pierced the universe. It went against Zhao Ninger's voice, making her voice weaker. Zhao Ninger raised her eyebrows. She prepared to use her asking heart sounds. Before she spoke, the substance storm started to fade. The ship drove away from the substance storm, but they were no longer in the same system. They had entered a place that had weapons in every direction. Soldier Knife Sky. Han Sen and Sky King's faces changed. The whole ship had been taken to the first of the 33 skies. Han Sen and the others saw the weapon forest from above. There was a giant, dragon-looking creature hanging there. Its body was wreathed in electricity, and it glowed with a strange rainbow hue. The substance storm must have been created by that creature. The draconic creature's head looked like a monster. It had long, red hair and 3 eyes. Its body was inside a shell. It looked like a man, but it was not a man. It looked like a bug, but it was not a bug. The weird man stood atop the rainbow god dragon's head. He strangely said, "Han Sen, there is a way to heaven you are not walking on. Hell does not have a door, but you are knocking. To be an enemy of the God Chaos Party makes you a very dead man. Do you know how dead you are? Ninger, protect Chiu Yi and the ship." Han Sen flashed away and flew out of the ship. "I am going with you." Sky King flashed and went into the sky. "So, do you mind telling me what your name? And, if you would be so kind, which position do you hold in the God Chaos Party that you serve?" Han Sen did not start fighting just yet. He merely asked the weird man those questions. The rainbow god dragon was a break-world beast, but the weird man was not a break-world beast. "I am God Chaos Party's leader Shoot Shadow," the weird man proudly answered. "Why are you blocking my way?" Han Sen asked with a smile. He smiled like an innocent bystander. "Humph. If it was not for our leader having a big belly, he would have dealt with you already. You should have died a long time ago. Now, you have been interfering in the God Chaos Party's testing scheme. We will not permit you to live a second later. Go and die." Shoot Shadow spoke very grimly. He touched the rainbow god dragon's dragon horns. The rainbow god dragon rolled up its body. The rainbow-like substance went everywhere across the land. Han Sen could no longer see. Sky King looked cold. His body had a weird power arise, but he did not go to attack the substance that was everywhere. While Han Sen wondered what Sky King was going to do, many weapons suddenly started to moan. In the next second, countless weapons broke space and arose. They did so like rain in reverse. They came up from the ground, ripping the substance in the sky. Han Sen looked at the sky, which was full of weapons no matter where one looked. He was given a shock. These were the Soldier Knife Sky weapons. The place had countless weapons available for Sky King and they exploded with scary power. They kept striking the substance storm. Many weapons were destroyed by the substances, but more weapons broke space and came for them. It was like their stream was endless. The substance storm became weaker. Sky King can control Soldier Knife Sky's gene weapon gene races. Han Sen felt weird. Han Sen helped Zhao Ninger escape the clutch of the God Chaos Party. The God Chaos Party had yet to do anything but touch Sky King's life soul. The God Chaos Party immediately sent an old leader and a break-world beast after him. That meant Sky King had to be important to the God Chaos Party. He was likely more important than Zhao Ninger. Sky King was able to control the weapons that populated Soldier Knife Sky. It made Han Sen wonder whether or not Sky King's soul was special. In his past life, he was one of the 8 generals of ancient devil. His identity was shocking. He might have even had a connection to the 33 skies. If that was not the case, it would be hard to explain how Sky King had the ability to control the weapon gene races that populated Soldier Knife Sky. In his past life, his strongest power was called 3-3 Sky Power. The chances were slim for that to be a coincidence. The substance storm was gone. The rainbow god dragon and Shoot Shadow's body showed up again. You do not have what it takes to kill us yet. If you want to kill us, you'd best go and ask Qin Xiu for help. Sky King looked at Shoot Shadow. Countless weapons were aimed at Shoot Shadow and the rainbow god dragon. It seemed that if Sky King used his mind, he could tear their bodies to shreds. Shoot Shadow was not afraid at all. It was like he knew this was going to happen. Lin Jin, I am afraid you have become cocky way too soon, Shoot Shadow coldly said. He suddenly held the rainbow god dragon's head. He looked evil and weirdly screamed, "Come on. Light stream, let them witness your true break world beast power." With the roaring sounds of Shoot Shadow, the rainbow god dragon's body flashed. It turned into a lightstream dragon spear that was in Shoot Shadow's hands. Chapter 3282 Lightstream Dragon Spear. Sky King looked frozen. The presence of the lightstream dragon spear made his heart jump. It was a sign that he felt a sense of danger. After all, Sky King used to be a very strong and powerful person. The moment his heart jumped, he decided he needed to strike first. He was going to suppress Shoot Shadow. Sky King had only lived this life for 10 years and had not done much, but he had recently received his life soul and got the memories of his past life back. Although he had not brought over many skills to the universe of kingdoms, his life soul was his main battle power. He was different from Zhao Ninger. Sky King had not completely combined with his life soul yet. The Lightstream Dragon Spear also had not done that either. He was at about the same level as Chu Yuan. He was a beginner break world person. A shadow that looked like a demon was behind Sky King. It turned into an empty shadow that was burning him. Suddenly, it made him break the world. His body went through many layers that weirdly showed up on Shoot Shadow. He stepped on Shoot Shadow's horns. "You are too slow," Shoot Shadow coldly grunted. Somehow, the Lightstream Dragon Spear had already risen up. It was going toward Sky King's feet. Sky King's feet were pierced. His entire body turned into a shadow. At the same time, another Sky King shadow appeared behind Shoot Shadow. A hand burning with fire silently went for Shoot Shadow's heart from the back. What a scary man. It is no wonder he is the reincarnation of that man. You almost fooled me, but it is a shame that your power is too weak. Sky King's hand was going to strike. Shoot Shadow looked back. His eyes flashed with an evil light. Although it seemed impossible, the Lightstream Dragon Spear suddenly appeared in front of Sky King. The spear struck his hand. Sky King knew he was unable to avoid it, so he stopped hesitating. A scary power exploded in his hands. He struck the power coming from the Lightstream Dragon Spear. He thought there would be a scary shockwave explosion. After the two powers struck each other, not a sound was made. Sky King's hand was sucked onto the Lightstream Dragon Spear. The weirdest part was that Sky King's body glowed with light. It was like he was turning into light. Sky King seemed as if he wanted to move his body, but he could not get it to work. It was like he had lost control of his body. He kept shaking. Suddenly, Sky King roared. All the weapons of Soldier Knife Sky arose like a flood to cover the sky and the ground. They were all going for Shoot Shadow. Shoot Shadow's face did not change. He raised his hand. The Lightstream Dragon Spear blocked a few of the weapons in front of him, but the weapons then became like Sky King. They were sucked onto the Lightstream Dragon Spear. In the next moment, something even more strange happened. No matter how many more weapons came, when they touched the dragon spear, they were sucked onto it. Those weapons would then suck other weapons onto them. In a moment, after countless weapon gene races were sucked onto the spear, they started looking like a spider web. They were all shaking and unable to escape. They could not pose a threat to Shoot Shadow. "It is futile," Shoot Shadow said with a laugh. "If you have been sucked in by the dragon spear's power, you cannot escape. No creature can escape the spear's power. If it wasn't for the leader needing you alive, you would already be a dead man." Han Sen looked at Sky King's face. He knew he did not have the power to escape. He pulled out his inch-gray sword and used his Dongxian Sutra's break world power. Shoot Shadow looked at Han Sen's sword. He curled his lips and said, "Mr. Elder's sword is indestructible. It is a shame its owner is no longer the leader these days. It does not matter who owns it. As long as it can kill people, I reckon it's a good sword." Han Sen drew the sword and slashed. He used his super spank power. The light stream dragon spear power was weird. Han Sen did not want to waste any chances. He wanted to kill Shoot Shadow with one hit and be done with him. Shoot Shadow waved his light stream dragon spear. The spiderweb-like composition of weapons started to move. They blocked the inch-gray sword. Catcha! The super spank power gathered up sword air. It instantly destroyed the wall of gene race weapons. Like it was cleaving through a forest of bamboo, it went forth to strike Shoot Shadow. Shoot Shadow raised his spear to fight. The inch-gray sword struck the long spear's pole. The very powerful pole, which looked like it was clad in dragon scales, was cut by the inch-gray sword but did not snap. Almost at the same time, Han Sen felt a weird power surge through the inch-gray sword. It made his body very soft and numb. He was getting sucked toward the spear. The power inside him became light. It was going away. It gathered on the light stream dragon spear. Shoot Shadow was surprised by this too. Upon seeing the light stream dragon spears wound, he felt relieved. It made him weirdly laugh. "Fortunately, you can't fully use the power of the inch-gray sword. If you could, that would have been quite dangerous for me. Right now, it seems as if your life is in my hands. If I want you to live, you will live. If I want you to die, you will die. Mr. Elder only wanted Lin Jin alive. He did not say anything about keeping you alive." Han Sen was not in the mood to listen to that man's crap. He gathered up power to try and get away from the dragon spear's weird force of suction. The more he struggled, the harder it sucked him in. The more power he used, the number his body felt. His power was going away. Han Sen used the Blood, Pulse Sutra and the Dongxian Sutra's break world powers. There was no point in doing so. It just led to more power abandoning him. Stop squirming. Trying to resist is useless. Any life force that touches the light stream dragon spear will get all of its power sucked dry. The stronger your energy is, the better it will be for the dragon spear. It will only become stronger. Although the dragon spear only has a 36% break world rating, even if a break world elite with a 60% break world rating touched it, they would not be able to escape its power. Shoot Shadow weirdly laughed and asked, "Why don't you just wait here and let it suck you dry?" Han Sen frowned and did not speak. He thought, using the Dongxian Sutra's super spank to attack dealt good damage to the light stream dragon spear. That means the Dongxian Sutra power can destroy the dragon spear's power. After touching the dragon spear, the sword feels like it has been glued to it. I cannot use my power. If the Dongxian Sutra power was stronger, perhaps I could snap the dragon spear with a god weapon. Han Sen used the Dongxian Sutra's break world power to the max. Despite that, he could not escape the sucking power of the dragon spear. If I could use my Dongxian Sutra's break world power at 30% and make it solid, it should not be difficult to break the dragon spear. What will I have to do to get the Dongxian Sutra's break world power to operate at 30%? Han Sen was annoyed. The Dongxian Sutra had only just broken the world. He wanted to get it to 30%, but doing that was very difficult. Chapter 3283 Violent Suppression. Getting locked on by the dragon spear's power is something not even a real god spirit can escape. You should just concede. Shoot Shadow used one hand to hold the dragon spear. The other hand generated a weird, dark power. The dark shadow-looking power did not come from the dragon spear. It was Shoot Shadow's break world power. Back in the day, the God Chaos Party and the God Spirits had separated. They even forced the last Geno Hall leader to reboot the universe. That alone showed how scary the God Chaos Party was. Elites that were able to survive a reboot were all scary existences. Although their powers could not be restored to their greatest condition, they were not likely ordinary creatures. Shoot Shadow's hands lunged out to grab Han Sen, whose power was stuck to the light stream dragon spear. He could not use his hands to block him. Shoot Shadow's black flame-wreathed hand did not attack Han Senator. No power landed on Han Sen either, but his neck was delivered 5 fingerprints. It was like someone had tried to throttle his neck. If one looked at Han Sen's shadow, one saw a black-armed shadow grabbing his neck. You defeated Berry Path God. I thought you were someone great, yet this is all you have been able to do. Berry Path God is really becoming quite useless now. Shoot Shadow's hands looked like they were clutching nothing, but Han Sen's neck looked like it had been grabbed by an invisible hand. His skin was starting to cave in. I am not a cool person, Han Sen coldly said. His body turned into an ice jade color. His hair looked like ice coming down. His skin was like snow. He looked really holy. Even his face started to change. His facial structure was very clear and well-defined, but it didn't appear feminine. His entire body released a holy light. It was like some holy god had walked out of a snow world. Upon seeing Han Sen in such a condition, even Zhao Ninger, who was on the ship, felt a bit ashamed. It made her wonder how someone so holy-looking could exist. Shoot Shadow coldly laughed, but his laughter quickly disappeared. Han Sen's body released a holy light that made his shadow fade. It was then expunged. How is that possible? Shoot Shadow Elder screamed. He looked at Han Sen in a state of shock. How can such pure power exist in this world? Even the Black Shadow cannot accompany it. Even the main god of the 12 annihilation classes, Light God, can't be that pure. His power enabled him to control the shadows of the world. Now, Han Sen's body was too holy to even cast a shadow. It made Shoot Shadow's power completely vanish. If there is no light, there is no darkness. Light and dark are two sides of the same coin. Light God is not holy. Do you not understand that? Han Sen looked at Shoot Shadow Elder calmly. The hand holding the inch-gray sword started to brim with power. The jade skin in Break World mode created a scary body power. With the Break World power of the Dongxian Sutra and Bloodpulse Sutra, the 3 Break World powers ran in tandem with each other. It took Han Sen to another level. Catcha! Previously, he had been shut down by the dragon spear. The inch-gray sword, which had been unable to move, started to move again. It pushed the spear's shaft away. The spear's shaft was delivered a crack. Han Sen's Break World power was not solidified, but 3 Break World powers created a pool of power that was big enough to suppress his opposition. Although the dragon spear's power was already solid, it was not enough to combat Han Senator. It did not depend on the inch-gray sword's sharpness or require a powerful force of impact. It was just a pure crush of power. A sharp sword easily cut wood. A hammer easily broke stone slates. If the sword just touched the wood, it was difficult to leave a mark on it. If the hammer was set on a stone slate, it was unlikely it would be damaged. Han Sen was using absolute power. He was like a giant compactor machine that could crush everything. Impossible. Your break world power is not solid yet. How can you have such a powerful power? How is that possible? Shoot Shadow watched the dragon spear be broken by the inch-gray sword. He was very shocked. Although the break world rating did not accurately define the differences in absolute powers, when the dragon spear's power clamped down, not even something that had a break world rating greater than the dragon spear could escape its grasp or deal damage to it. Yet, Han Sen had been able to suppress it. How scary was that power? Shoot Shadow only used one hand to grab the dragon spear. Now, he had to clutch the dragon spear with both hands. He pushed all of his power into the dragon spear to fight Han's senator. Even so, Shoot Shadow's hands were crushed. The cracks in the shaft were becoming more severe. The inch-gray sword's blade pushed deeper. Half of the shaft was cut through. In the 33rd sky, Barry Path God and many other members of the God Chaos Party were watching this fight unfold. A scary creature said, "It looks like Shoot Shadow is going to die. Should we go and help him?" "Why would we help him?" another creature asked. "He gave up and decided to support Qin Xiu. It is beneficial for us if he dies here." "You cannot say that. After all, this is the 33rd sky. If Shoot Shadow is killed here, it is still a grand shame for us." The scary creature hesitantly added, "Plus, if we do not save Shoot Shadow, things will become too obvious. Qin Xiu will not use us anymore. It will be harder for us to accomplish things. What do you think, Barry Path God?" All of the scary creatures looked at Barry Path God. Barry Path God looked at the video stream playing in a mirror. He coldly said, "It is only just Shoot Shadow. His death won't matter to us, but I am interested in Lin Jin. Although Qin Xiu gave us the same amount of life souls, it seems fair. I always thought the life souls they had were different from the life souls we have." After pausing, Barry Path God looked at Sky King and went on to say, "Plus, after Zhao Ning'er's incident, Qin Xiu did not even bat an eyelid. Now, with something happening to Lin Jin, Qin Xiu was willing to send out Shoot Shadow and the Streamlight Dragon Spear. Do you not think that is rather odd?" A scary creature thought, "Barry Path God is right. This is so weird. Does Qin Xiu not trust us? Is that why he gave us weaker life souls? I want to know the answer to this too." Barry Path God looked at Sky King. Catcha! The inch-gray sword split the dragon spear in two. The light stream dragon beast that had become a dragon spear was broken. Its power went back to Shoot Shadow. When the dragon spear broke, the dragon spear that had snatched all the weapons and Sky King let all of its captives go free. A voice played in Han Sen's head. It was an acoustic he had not heard in a long time. "Break world beast hunted, light stream god dragon. Got light stream god dragon beast soul. Got break world gene." Chapter 3284 One sword power. A crystal shaped like a tear fell out of the broken dragon spear. Han Sen grabbed the crystal while he kept slashing at Shoot Shadow with the inch-gray sword in his other hand. Shoot Shadow was shocked. His body turned into a shadow. No matter how much he tried to run, he could not escape Han Sen's inch-gray sword. It was like the sword had locked onto him. The inch-gray sword was about to strike down on Shoot Shadow's head. Although he was a break world elite, he probably could not block the sheer sharpness of the inch-gray sword. Bzzzt. As the sound of the sword striking down was heard, a sword light appeared. It was like it pierced through eternity. It came down on the blade of the inch-gray sword. Han Sen froze. He recognized that sword strike. In his dreams, he had fought against this sword many times. This was the sword Big Sky Demon had shown him. She had shown him this many times in his dreams. When Han Sen saw this sword for the first time in reality, he felt afraid. Still, he had the resolve that denied him from falling back. An amazing power exploded. Han Sen used a sword instead of his knife. He slashed out with his sword, going toward the sword light that looked as if it could shred anything and everything. Dong. Han Sen and the inch-gray sword were knocked backward by the sword light. The sword light power did not stop there. It kept trying to suppress the inch-gray sword. Boom! Han Sen's body hit the forest of weapons. He created a trench in the ground that was 10,000 miles long. Many weapon gene races were hit and sent flying everywhere. A giant stone hole was visible at the end of the trench. Han Sen stood in the stone hall with both of his hands holding the inch-gray sword. His body was adorned with the Dongxian armor. His gauntlet started to show signs of cracking. More cracks were appearing closer to his hands. Pieces of armor on his fingers started falling off. The sword light was still in front of the inch-gray sword. A powerful pressure made the inch-gray sword fall back inch by inch. Han Sen's were shaking as he held his sword. He had finally experienced the sword, so he now knew its true power. It was no wonder Big Sky Demon, who was an evil existence, had been heavily damaged by it. The Big Sky Demon had a break world rate of 90%. Han Sen's body was a mess. It was like his organs were breaking. The sword light did not get any weaker either. It was getting stronger. Roar! Han Sen made a roaring noise like a beast. He suddenly slipped into his super god spirit mode. The inch-gray sword in his hands developed a white power. He stumbled back a little and slashed the sword light down. He finally shook away the sword light. Go! Han Sen gnashed his teeth and ran to the ship. He punched and ripped space. He punched a path through Soldier Knife Sky and the universe of kingdoms. He pushed the ship away and stayed with it. Sky King heard Han Sen shout and saw him do that. He did not dare stay either. He raced into the tunnel as well. Do you want to run? It is not that easy. Shoot! Shadow screamed weirdly. He became countless scary shadows. He kept trying to hit Han Sen, Sky King, and the ship. Sky King's shadow was stopped. He had to use skills to deal with the shadows. Han Sen was injured. He used all of his strength to break a tunnel. He pushed the ship forward but did not have any extra power to deal with the shadows. Ding! The sound of music was heard. It was like a wave that aided in shaking the shadows away. A phoenix head harp flew out of the ship. It floated behind Han Senator. The strings moved on their own. It kept producing scary harp sounds. Han Sen forced himself out of the Soldier Knife Sky. He grabbed the phoenix head harp. His body flashed onto the ship. He grabbed Xiao Qiu Yi and used galaxy teleportation to flash away. God Chaos Party was after Han Sen and Zhao Ninger. If they were not on the ship, the people on the ship would be safer and permitted to live. Han Sen used galaxy teleportation even though he kept losing blood. Although that was the power of the Blood Pulse Sutra, he could not stop the blood. It was unknown how many systems they teleported away to. When Han Sen could no longer hold on to the damage brought on by the teleportation, he fell out into space. The sword light was like a ghost surrounding him. It broke space and came down. Han Sen could not keep his super god spirit mode on. His body was injured. He had many ideas as the sword light came striking down. The phoenix head harp string moved. The music was so loud that it was like a storm with raging thunder. It created shock waves against the sword light. The sword light was like a sharp blade slashing at the waves. It ignored the sonic wave power. It slashed down, trying to slash the phoenix head harp. Han Sen imagined that slash could kill Zhao Ninger. She had a break world rate of over 60%, but she could not withstand such power. When she touched the sword light, Han Sen felt the sword light bear a power he was familiar with. It was the black crystal armor's power. The black crystal armor had repeatedly helped Han Sen when he was growing up. Now, it had become his greatest issue. It was like a reaper's scythe that killed people. Han Sen knew he would have to overcome this one day. Otherwise, he could not take back the black crystal armor from Qin Xiu. He would not survive if he didn't. The sword light touched the harp, and the harp broke. It was unable to stop the pursuit of that sword light. The sword light was going to land on the harp. Han Sen growled. The inch-gray sword trembled. The cells on his body were shaking and crying. Han Sen had no other choice. He had to take the sword. He had to live. The only way to do that was to fight. Do you want me, Han Sen, to die? That is not done so easily. Han Sen's body was heavily damaged, but a weird power exploded. It was the story of Jin's power. More specifically, it was the story of Jin's power in reverse. The power of the story of Jin's was not suitable for fighting. The increase in battle power was not so strong. The reverse, the story of Jin's, was different. The story of Jin's in reverse had a destructive power. Han Sen only ran it for a second, and he almost blew up and died. How scary was that power? Han Sen now had no choice. He had to try and use the reverse version of the story of Jin's. He needed to see if his body or the sword would blow up first. He wasn't sure if the reverse, the story of Jin's power, could fight the sword light. Han Sen did not know what the result of this action would be, but he had no other choice. Qin Xiu's sword was too strong. It was not just a display of Qin Xiu's strength. He was also wearing the black crystal armor, which went against the sky. As the former owner of the black crystal armor, Han Sen knew how scary the black crystal armor was. Pang! 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 Han Sen's cells exploded. His entire body was like it was exploding. His flesh and bones almost blew up. Han Sen completely ignored his breaking body. He was bleeding. His hands kept bleeding blood. He held the inch-gray sword and slashed at the sword light. Chapter 3285, Getting a Spirit Boom. The sword light was destroyed. After its destruction, a bloody mist appeared in its absence. But that also faded away, as did the presence of Han Sen and the two Zhao sisters. They were all gone. The many scary creatures of the 33 skies were shocked. Qin Xiu's sword was frightening. How could anyone not be afraid of that? Although Han Sen was someone capable of defeating Berry Path God, he could not block Qin Xiu's sword light. And this made Berry Path God and the other God Chaos Party members look ashen. In an old tower, Qin Xiu's eyes looked a little weird as he said, "He broke the sword light. This man is interesting. It looks like the black crystal armor chose to hide inside him for a reason." Suddenly, Qin Xiu looked as if he was in pain. His body started to shake as he tried to handle the pain. He stood where he was for quite some time. He's trying to get control back. It's a shame that the things in my hands cannot be reclaimed and controlled by others. Qin Xiu looked very tough. He let the pain spread, but he never moved. On a small, nameless planet, Zhao Ninger was looking more than a little pale. Her white clothes were dyed red. "Sister, are you okay?" Zhao Qiuyi scrambled over to get a look at Zhao Ninger and asked about how she was faring. A worried look was scrawled harshly across her face. "I am fine." Zhao Ninger shook her head. She turned to look at a shadow that was inside the cave along with them. She was not all that injured. Her wounds were superficial. They paled in comparison to the injuries of the person who was beside her in the cave. Compared to his wounds, her injuries were practically nothing. Zhao Qiuyi peered at Han Sen with profound worry. Her worry was immense due to the state he was in compared to her sister. His condition was very poor. After seeing him, there was nothing short of what one might call scary. Han Sen's arms looked like they had exploded. He had massive wounds everywhere. His body was like an open pomegranate. The only good thing about it was the fact that Han Sen's blood was crystallized. It was frozen inside his veins, refusing to come out. Is he still alive? Zhao Qiuyi looked at his body, unaware of what she should do. Any other person who had been hit like that would have died 1,000,000 times over by now. He didn't look alive. I think he is still alive. Zhao Ning'er was not so sure. There was not one speck of Han Sen's body that looked fine. Even all of his organs were injured. It was like he had been blown up. No organs were running normally inside his body. But Han Sen's presence had not faded away. Aside from that, he looked like a dead man. A white half-burned candle was burning on Han Sen's head. If Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Qiuyi moved closer to Han Sen or the white candle, their minds got messed up. Not even Zhao Ning'er could get close. They did not know what that half-burned candle would do. Zhao Ning'er knew the half-burned candle had flown out of Han Sen's body. Since it was something that belonged to Han Sen, they did not think too much of it. They could not see how scary the candle was. Otherwise, they would not have dared to stand where they were. The half-burned candle was on Han Sen's forehead. The flame was like a ghostly blue fire. It was like countless souls were crying in the fire. In the Qin kingdom, people only knew this half-burned candle was called Mirror Moon. It was able to revive people. They did not know that the candle required souls to burn. Where Mirror Moon was, if a creature died, their souls would be attracted by the fire. They would not go to the Geno Hall to be reborn. They vanished from the world. Mirror Moon's appearance there was not going to help Han Senator. It had no connection to him. To the candle, Han Sen was just any other creature. He might as well have been a dog or a cat. Mirror Moon would not distinguish the two. It was just for storing food. Mirror Moon flew out on its own because it felt Han Sen's soul leaving his body. That was why it had flown out. It was waiting for the soul to be sucked into the light. The soul had no form or texture. It was lighter than anything in that world. When a spirit left its body, it flew out. It would float into the Geno Hall. The universe did not have a difference between high and low or left and right, but the direction of the Geno Hall was up when it came to spirits. When people had a weak life force, their souls lost power and would start to ascend. Han Sen's life force was very low and had reached that point. He was practically a dead man. Despite that, his soul did not leave his body. Mirror Moon was waiting for Han Sen's soul to leave, but it did not. Mirror Moon was confused by this. Its fire kept waving. It was trying to draw Han Sen's soul out of the lifeless body. Usually, Mirror Moon would not do this. That was because spirits were everywhere in the world. It did not need to do it. It did not need to steal souls from a living creature. In the universe, creatures could die any second. Countless numbers of souls could be used at all times. But Han Sen's soul was very enticing for Mirror Moon. His body was obviously dead, but his soul had yet to rise up. The Mirror Moon candle's flame blazed brighter. It had a weird blue color. It attracted a lot of souls. It was trying to take Han Sen's soul. If Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Qiuyi could see souls, they would notice the souls around the planet were going into the candle's fire like the tide of the sea. Many souls were being sucked into the fire to burn. Crying noises were made, the likes of which could make people's teeth chatter. But they did not see anything. They only felt the cold of the cave give them goosebumps. The temperature of the cave, however, was not cold. No matter how much the mirror moon candle exploded and spirits from another system came, Han Sen's soul did not move. Mirror moon was so confused by this. It had lived for 1 billion years, but it had not experienced this before. All creatures or spirits were beings of freedom. When they lost their life force, they would leave their own bodies. Han Sen's body no longer had a life force. Why his body did not ascend was a mystery Mirror Moon was unable to grasp. Mirror Moon was not human. It did not have emotions as humans did. It would not be curious about why that was, but it felt Han Sen's spirit would help it. Because Mirror Moon could not attract Han Sen's soul, it went to Han Senator. It had never taken a soul from a living thing before, but Han Sen did not seem to be alive. So Mirror Moon wanted to try and take his soul. The candle landed atop Han Sen's forehead. It was bloody. His skull was cracked. One could see thick brain juice inside it. After the candle was on it, there was a sizzling sound. It was like skin getting burned by metal. Chapter 3286 Difficulties. The candle looked like a ghostly flame rising up. It covered Han Sen's entire body. The candle could not burn anything solid, but it could burn souls. No matter how strong the body was, it could not really protect someone's soul. Han Sen, however, seemed to be the exception. He had a super god spirit mode. His body and soul could not be separated. That was why his soul had not left his body and ascended. Many people who came from the sanctuaries had super god spirit modes, but the super god spirit mode itself was different. It had many different elements. Like Han Sen, his super god spirit mode was unique. Even Little Flower and Linger, who had his genes, both had different kinds of a super god spirit mode. It made their bodies able to become spirits. Mirror Moon needed spirits. It did not need bodies. That fire was useless for the body. It created a problem for it. Han Sen's body and spirit were the same, but Mirror Moon only burned spirits. When the fire wrapped up Han Sen's body, it had reacted to the candle although it should not have. Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiuli watched Han Sen's body become wreathed in fire. They did not know what to do about the curious thing. They had no clue if Mirror Moon was being cruel or nice to Han Senator. It was a mystery to them. Therefore, it was difficult for them to decide what to do about it. Zhao Qiuli looked at Zhao Ninger. With a face full of concern, she asked, "Is Han Sen going to be okay like that?" "That half-burned candle came out from Han Sen," Zhao Ninger said. "It is an item he owns. I do not think it will harm him. Besides, he is dying. Let's just see if he can be fixed by this thing or not." The two of them were frozen as they watched the candle set fire to Han Sen's severely injured body. The muscles and fat beyond the wounds were being ravaged by the flames of the candle. They were on fire. Han Sen's broken and out-of-shape body was hastily burning. "Sister, is this really okay?" Zhao Qiuli looked at Han Sen's burning body with a feeling of grand uncertainty. "Having a reaction is better than him being simply dead," Zhao Ninger said. His body continued to burn. The bones and flesh did not burn very fast. Flesh kept smoldering, releasing a lot of smoke. That was the dirt Mirror Moon was unable to absorb. Han Sen's body was not reacting to this. After it was set aflame by the peculiar candle, it started to protect itself. A white color started to spread. It tore through the suppression rules of the universe. Han Sen turned into a super god spirit. The power of the super god spirit, combined with the fire of the Mirror Moon candle, did not disable the fire. That was because the body was a spirit now, and it made the ravaging flames worse. That was not exactly a bad thing. In Super God Spirit mode, Han Sen's will returned. Now that Han Sen could see his shape, he was in shock. The way in which his body had been broken was totally obscene. If he was a normal person, he should have died a few hundred times from the wounds he had incurred. Even a human like him, with a body that had almost reached the highest point of evolution, would never wake up unless they had a super god spirit mode. Only in super god spirit mode was he able to just about live. That was thanks to the mirror moon activating his super god spirit mode. Had it not done that for him, Han Sen would have been a dead man. Mirror moon had given Han Sen another chance to live. It also brought Han Sen another big crisis to overcome. The scary fire kept burning Han Sen's soul. Even his super god spirit mode could not fight things. What is mirror moon? Even my super god spirit mode can burn. Han Sen was shocked. He knew this was not the time he should spend being curious. He had to find a way to sort out the trouble he was in. Han Sen was happy that under the influence of his super god spirit mode, his Geno arts could still be used. He quickly used another Geno art to douse the flames. It was a pointless effort though. The fire seemed to be latching on to the super god spirit mode. No other type of power could affect the fire. He could only use the super god spirit mode to fight back. What is this thing? Han Sen had a grand headache come on. It would be fine if super god spirit mode could restrict the fire, but the super god spirit mode was restricted by the fire. If this kept going, Han Sen would burn away into dust. He would not even have a chance to reincarnate. Han Sen was wreathed by the fire. He kept feeling the pain that was deep in his nerves. He tried every way possible, but nothing would work. The super god spirit mode was becoming weaker and weaker. What do I do? Han Sen's heart cycled through many different ideas, but none of them worked. Big Sky Demon. Where are you? Han Sen tried to call out for Big Sky Demon. Perhaps the old monster, Big Sky Demon, who had lived for countless years, would know how to deal with Mirror Moon. Big Sky Demon did not respond to him. Han Sen did not know Big Sky Demon was still badly wounded. She was living in Han Sen's dreams. Unless Han Sen went into his dreams, he would be unable to see Big Sky Demon. Han Sen's spirit was being burned. It was so painful that it could not be described. Every second was like a century. Han Sen could not endure the pain. He was unable to see a way out of this, and that was driving him insane. Am I going to die here? Han Sen thought of Ji Yanran. He thought of his son, Little Flower, and his daughter, Linger. He even thought of his mother, Luo Lan, and his dad, Han Yufei. He had many things left unfinished. No matter how much he did not want to die, he did not have the power to reverse his situation. To Qin Xiu, Han Sen was just an accident. He was just a guy who could not control the black crystal power and let the black crystal armor let him handle things. Aside from that, Han Sen was nothing to Qin Xiu. The humans from the sanctuaries were not created by Qin Xiu. They were products of World King God, who had Qin Xiu's body and the crystallizers. In the sanctuaries, humans were not pure. He never even cared for the Qin Kingdom's pure humans, who had Qin Xiu's blood. Han Sen was just the product of an accident. He kept on fighting to survive. He tried everything he could to survive. What do I do? What else can help me? Han Sen brought out every item. Every item was the same. They did not work. Even the demon god sword's power did nothing to stop the fire. Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiuyi watched Han Sen throw all of his things out, but none of the items were burned by the fires. Only Han Sen's body was burning. It was very weird. It was a shame they still did not know what was going on. Zhao Ninger noticed something was wrong, so she asked, Han Sen, do you need my help? Chapter 3287 Ultimate Reverse, use your power to help me put out the flames that wreathe me or break the half-burned candle, Han Sen said to Zhao Ninger. Zhao Ninger immediately turned into a phoenix head harp. She plucked her strings and made the asking heart sounds go to the half-burned candle, but the powerful harp sounds went through the candle and assaulting fire. Mirror Moon was not impacted in the least. Han Sen, who was already very weak, was affected by the harp sounds. "Don't move!" Han Sen immediately shouted. After this hit, he knew Zhao Ninger's asking heart sounds were useless against the candles. If this carried on, she would hurt him. Han Sen pulled out his sky god crown. He used his god of wealth identity to go to the god of wealth temple. Han Sen was instantly sent back. He took off the sky god crown. The fire almost incinerated the god of wealth temple. If Han Sen had not left there quickly, the entire temple would have been burned to the ground. Han Sen kept cycling through his inventory. They were all useless. Han Sen threw them all on the ground. There was one thing Han Sen pulled out that made him stop all motion. Han Sen pulled out a weird gene egg. The gene egg was half white and half black. There was a white dot inside the black part and a black dot inside the white part. It was the ultimate egg Han Sen had recently come into possession of. Han Sen had brought out many items. Even the inch-gray sword did nothing to damage the fire. When that ultimate egg touched the fire, there was a change. Han Sen clearly felt that the ultimate egg had something that resembled a heartbeat. The black and white Tai Chi symbol on it was spinning. Han Sen was like a drowning person gripping onto the life-saving rope as best as he could. He did not move. He just held the gene egg and hoped that ultimate egg would save him and allow him to live. The ultimate egg reacted, but it was unable to help Han Sen out of the situation he was in. The Tai Chi symbol spun slowly. It did not fight or absorb the fire. Han Sen put his power inside the ultimate egg. The ultimate egg still felt useless. Even the Super God Spirit mode could not prompt a reaction from it. Plus, Han Sen was really weak. As a result, his Super God Spirit mode was much weaker. If this continues, death is the only way forward. Let's see what happens, shall we? Han Sen swallowed the ultimate egg. It went into his belly. Han Sen did not have much hope, but he did not want to lie down there and do nothing. To stay there and burn to death was pointless. When the ultimate egg entered his body, it displayed a magical power. It went all over Han Sen's body. The ultimate egg was in the center of his body. His Super God Spirit mode was flipped by the ultimate egg. It went from white to gold like a rising sun. That gold power was something Han Sen was very familiar with. The blonde Qin Wanner had shown this off many times. This power went against Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode to produce a reverse Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen's body power was reversed by the ultimate egg. It became a reverse Super God Spirit mode. The white Super God Spirit mode was replaced by gold, and it was becoming brighter. Previously, the Super God Spirit mode was restricted by the universe. Now, it had just become a reverse Super God Spirit mode. There were no more restrictions to inhibit him. Han Sen's body felt a whole lot more relaxed. Can the ultimate egg reverse Super God Spirit mode? Han Sen was shocked and happy. Han Sen now understood why some people had bad luck after getting the ultimate egg. Ordinary people's bodies could not accept the reverse power that was suppressed by the universe. Even if they did not swallow the ultimate egg as Han Sen did, carrying it around would affect them. To get restricted by the universe led to unfortunate things, which was fairly normal to see. Although the ultimate egg was not that simple, seeing how it could reverse a power, one could understand how cursed of an item it was. Who was the Wu Wei Dao Alpha? Was he really born with this ultimate egg? Han Sen was shocked as he wondered about that mystery. The reverse Super God Spirit mode was different from the ordinary Super God Spirit mode. Each of them was the opposite of the other. The Super God Spirit mode was a soft power. When Han Sen's body became a spirit, it gave his body an invincible power. He was not hurt by any type of power. In the universe, not many powers could hurt him. Not many powers could hurt him in his Super God Spirit mode form. Destroying the Super God Spirit mode was an even harder task. The reverse Super God Spirit mode was different. Han Sen felt that the reverse Super God Spirit mode possessed some type of suction force. It pulled Han Sen's body into a vortex. Initially, he was wreathed in the fires of the mirror moon candle. Now, he had been sucked into the reverse Super God Spirit mode. Even the half-burned candle was sucked in. Mirror moon was sucked into Han Sen's brain, where it still burned. Han Sen's body was filled with fire. Before, Han Sen was like a burning fireman. Now, he was a human glass bottle that had a fire burning within. It made Han Sen feel even worse. The reverse Super God Spirit mode consumed Mirror Moon and its fire, but it could not melt it. It was melting in the fire, and it was melting fast. Even though the Super God Spirit mode has become a reverse Super God Spirit mode, the mass has not changed. I still cannot fight the Mirror Moon fire. Han Sen was disappointed. The reverse Super God Spirit mode was still unable to save his life. While Han Sen wallowed in that disappointment, the ultimate egg exhibited more changes. The reverse Super God Spirit mode was turning into a Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen's gold Super God Spirit mode became white again. The difference was that Mirror Moon was burning inside him. Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiuli looked at Han Sen with shock. They did not know what was going on. They had watched Han Sen become gold and then become white. Han Sen felt as if he was being played by the ultimate egg. The guy before them was able to keep reversing his power. It was like yin and yang. To him, it was something that was easy to toy with. Han Sen sometimes had the reverse Super God Spirit mode. Other times, he had the main Super God Spirit mode. They kept changing. It was like they were playing Wheel of Fortune. Han Sen was in a terrible state. He was heavily injured, and his powers were weak. He had been burned by the fire for an extremely long time now. He was going to die. He had been played by the ultimate egg, and it was taking Han Sen's life too. His resistance against the damage was failing. The existence of the ultimate egg did not help Han Senator, it actually put him in more danger. Within that danger, Han Sen gleamed a faint strand of hope. If the Super God Spirit mode can break the world, maybe I will have the chance of living. The ultimate egg had disturbed Han Sen's power. It made him lose his power. At the same time, Han Sen felt the reverse Super God Spirit mode and understood how he might reverse things. For him, this was a chance. Chapter 3288 Breaking the World failed. Han Sen knew he did not have much time left. If his power was consumed too much, even if he had a way to break the world with his Super God Spirit mode, he would not have the power needed to break the world. He needed to let his Super God Spirit mode break the world, but his power was too far depleted. The ultimate egg was still reversing Han Sen's power. It made him keep switching between the Super God Spirit mode and reverse Super God Spirit mode. When he was in reverse Super God Spirit mode, Han Sen felt its amazingness. The Super God Spirit mode's power was invincible. The reverse Super God Spirit mode could consume everything. It felt like the reverse Super God Spirit mode had more of a destructive power, but it was just that the powers were different. Originally, Han Sen had greatly desired the reverse Super God Spirit mode. The ultimate egg's features enabled Han Sen the chance to claim the reverse Super God Spirit mode. Even if he was a stupid person, Han Sen could still learn some things about the reverse Super God Spirit mode. Han Sen, however, was not stupid. Every time the ultimate egg switched Han Sen's body from the Super God Spirit mode to reverse Super God Spirit mode, he understood something more. He understood the reverse super God spirit mode more and more. He was pretty sure he was able to reverse the super God spirit mode. But to break the world with it would be a trial and a half. The difficulties stemmed from the presence of the ultimate egg. Breaking the world required a balance of the main and reverse powers. There had to be equilibrium, but the ultimate egg kept changing the element of Han Sen's body. In a situation such as this, Han Sen was unable to find the balance between the main and reverse powers. Han Sen had zero confidence, but he knew he could not wait any longer. His super God spirit mode was weak. If this kept going on, even if he did manage to break the world, he could not do anything to combat Mirror Moon. Live or die, this is the moment everything hinges on. Han Sen gnashed his teeth. When the ultimate egg turned his body into super God spirit mode, he forced a part of his power into the super God spirit mode's power. It began the process of combining the main and reverse powers. Because he already had experience with both powers, they combined very well. The two powers were like water and fire combining. The process for them to combine was smoother than Han Sen expected it to be. Actually, it was not just because of him using the ultimate egg. An important reason for all of this was that Han Sen had been raising water for many years. Their powers extinguished each other. They restricted each other. That made the super God spirit mode get used to the reverse super God spirit mode's power. At this time, it could be said that the two powers had the basic fundaments of each other and the ability to mesh well with one another. This time, it was about feeling and learning. Otherwise, they would not combine smoothly. It was a surprisingly smooth process for them to combine, but it did not make Han Sen relax. What came next would present him the real crisis. It only took Ultimate Egg a few minutes to suddenly reverse Han Sen's power. It made Han Sen's power completely reverse. That was the worst thing that could happen. Initially, Han Sen was forced to generate his Super God Spirit mode's power to combine with the reverse Super God Spirit model's power. The Ultimate Egg reversed the power, so the reverse Super God Spirit mode's power became the Super God Spirit mode's power. It forced Han Sen to cast the Super God Spirit mode's powers, both the main and reverse versions, and make them combine again. They became two main powers combining, which made the process of breaking the world fail. Do it again. Han Sen did not become depressed or angry because of the failure. This time, Han Sen was forced to cast the reverse Super God Spirit mode's power. He combined with the Super God Spirit mode's power. The process was just as smooth. After a few minutes, when the Ultimate Egg flipped his powers again, Han Sen had the time of reversal calculated. At that moment, he was able to force his powers to go from the reverse Super God Spirit mode to the Super God Spirit mode. Fortunately, Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode was not showing any blood. If there was, he would have spilled another 3 liters of blood. As he forced his powers to become Super God Spirit mode, the Ultimate Egg's reversal of the powers was slowed down considerably. It made Han Sen's combination of the powers fail once more. Han Sen kept on trying, but he also kept failing. The Ultimate Egg seemed to have a mind of its own. It was like it was playing hide and seek with Han Senator. He timed the reversal powers a few times, but every time the Ultimate Egg made the switch, it would either go faster or slower. Han Sen was unable to succeed. Han Sen's body was becoming dimmer and dimmer. He was becoming darker than ever. He knew he was running out of time. In another 10 minutes, his body would be unable to support him in breaking the world. Aside from keeping on trying, Han Sen had no other choice. As long as he was not dead, Han Sen did not want to give up on living. The Ultimate Egg was like a naughty child. At least, it was like a very experienced guerrilla soldier. When the enemy approached, they fell back. When the enemy fell back, they chased. Whatever the case, it would not allow Han Sen to find the chance of combining. Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Qiuyi watched Han Sen's white light and gold light keep swapping. They did not know what Han Sen was doing, but they did notice that the lights on his body were starting to grow dimmer. He looked like he was there but not there. Han Sen's situation had to be a dire one. Zhao Ning'er frowned as she pondered all of this. She cursed her inability to help Han Senator Zhao Qiuyi, on the other hand, was straight up depressed. After trying again, the ultimate egg missed the time to swap its power. Han Sen had a feeling he wanted to scold it, but he did not have the time to scold it. Han Sen's weaker feelings were becoming stronger. The super god spirit mode looked like it was there, but it was not there. It seemed as if it was going to sputter out and disappear. F***CKU. If you want to play, I will play with you back. Han Sen was furious. He cast his power again. This time, Han Sen did not cast the Super God Spirit mode or the Reverse Super God Spirit mode. He was casting the Reverse the Story of Genes, which had almost killed him before. Boom! After he cast the Reverse the Story of Genes, Han Sen's Super God Spirit mode broke. He was like a human nuke. There was a scary explosion. If you want to suck, then you can suck. If you want to play, then you can play. Han Sen knew he could no longer survive by doing things normally. He used the Reverse the Story of Genes to blow up his spirit body. He wanted to see if the ultimate egg or mirror moon could be blown up so that he could live. Mirror moon absorbed Han Sen's spirit body power. Now, Han Sen had blown up his spirit body, and Mirror Moon had absorbed the part that exploded. Mirror Moon was a giant warehouse for spirit bodies. It burned spirits to gain power. After all of these days and nights, it was unknown how many spirits it had managed to collect. Other people's candles were burning shorter, but Mirror Moon was burning longer. The candle was a pure spirit power after it consumed souls. Han Sen's spirit body power became a part of the candle. After blowing up, it was like he was lighting up an arsenal. Mirror Moon exploded. Chapter 3289 Big Explosion. Zhao Qiuyi and Zhao Ning'er watched Han Sen explode with light. The light expelled was so bright that they could not even open their eyes. There was just bright light. Nothing else could be seen. After the light dimmed, Han Sen's body vanished. All that was left in the cave were the items Han Sen had thrown around. Han Sen. Han Sen, where are you? Zhao Qiuyi was in a panic as she called out Han Sen's name. Zhao Ning'er sighed. It looks like Han Sen could not make it through. He was so strong, but not even he was able to fight the God Chaos Party. If that is the case, who in this world can hope to stand against the God Chaos Party? Although Zhao Qiuyi did not believe Han Sen had died just like that, the facts were in front of her. She had no choice but to believe and accept it. Before, Han Sen's body had looked like it was there, but it was not there. It seemed as if it was ready to vanish any second. The last explosion must have used all of his energy. There could not have been anything else left. Let's collect his things. I heard he has a daughter in the Qin kingdom. I can only suppose we should return his things to his family. Zhao Ning'er started to collect his things. Zhao Qiuyi was very upset. She looked depressed, but she still had to pick up all the items alongside Zhao Ning'er. Hey. You guys, stop acting. Can't you guys see me? Han Sen stood in front of the pair, talking to them both in shock. Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Qiuyi were unable to see Han Senator, they were unable to hear him too. They could not feel his existence. Han Sen did not believe it, so he tried to grab Zhao Ning'er, who was currently picking up his things. His hands went right through her body. Han Sen's eyes opened wide. He watched his body go right through Zhao Ning'er's body. He was like a ghost that could not touch anything. Does that mean? Am I dead? Han Sen looked at his hands and body in shock. From what he could tell, everything seemed normal. Aside from him being in a spirit mode, there was nothing else special about his circumstance. He could not accept the fact he was dead. Han Sen had only just used the reverse version of the story of genes. He wanted to expel the ultimate egg and mirror moon from his body. By doing so, he triggered the mirror moon's explosion. It made mirror moon explode with the spirit power. It filled up Han Sen's body. He believed he was going to die. His body was almost collapsing. Even when he used Super God Spirit mode, he was still unable to hold the scary spirit explosion at bay. Upon his body get destroyed in a big explosion, the ultimate egg's power displayed something rather miraculous. At first, the ultimate egg just kept reversing Han Sen's body power. Finally, the ultimate egg lured out Mirror Moon's spirit power to reverse it too. At that moment, the exploding scary spirit power turned into another weird power. Mirror Moon's power had a soul element that burned everything. When that power was flipped, it created a reverse Mirror Moon power. It became the soul's food. Han Sen's spirit body, which was going to collapse, had an explosive spirit power to fill him up. Because of that, he recovered his power. Still, the scary spirit powers kept changing him. Mirror Moon had too many spirit powers. It was hard to imagine the powers with one explosion. Han Sen could not hold against the spirit power. After he had too much spirit power, his body was unable to control a thing. He had changed. Because the spirit power exploded so fast, and the whole changing progress was done in a second, Han Sen could not figure out what had happened inside his body. When that was all over, Han Sen noticed his body had completely recovered. He was also still in his spirit body mode. The spirit body mode was not like the Super God Spirit mode or the reverse Super God Spirit mode. His body did not have the white spirit light. There was no God Spirit light at all. Han Sen felt like his body was just like he had not entered the spirit mode. Everything was very natural. In the beginning, Han Sen had not noticed that he was in a spirit body mode. When Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiuyi were not able to see him, they were also unable to feel his presence. It made Han Sen realize there was some kind of problem. No. I shouldn't be dead. I have seen dead people's spirits. They have transparent soul bodies with no will. They can't behave like a living thing. They cannot have their own will. Han Sen looked into the sky and was given a fright. In the past, he only used Mirror Moon's power to see spirits flying to the revealed presence of the Geno Hall. Now, Han Sen could see the spirits of the universe flying. He could see the floating emptiness had a Geno Hall that looked like a god building. Han Sen started to look weird. There were only two reasons why he might be seeing this. One was that when Mirror Moon exploded, the power had filled up his body with its residue to gift him the powers of Mirror Moon. The second possibility was that he really was dead, which was why he was now able to see everything. Han Sen tried to grab the items that belonged to him, but the results were the same as before. He was unable to touch a thing. In spirit body mode, he was unable to use Geno arts. It was not like before. He could not back out of his spirit body mode. Am I really dead? Han Sen was frozen as he looked at his hands. He could not accept the fact he was already a dead man. Zhao Ninger and Zhao Qiuyi packed up all the items and were ready to leave. Han Sen hastily followed them. The Zhao family sisters were still unable to see or hear Han Sen even though he was able to see them and hear them. If they are going to the Qin kingdom, I will follow them. Even if they cannot see me, Bao will be able to see me. Han Sen comforted himself. Although he was unable to use a Geno art and his spirit body's power could not alter items around him, as a spirit body, he was able to move quite fast. Han Sen was worried about not being able to catch up with Zhao Ninger. He soon realized his worrying had been pointless. Within a second, Han Sen was next to Zhao Ning'er. He was faster now than he was in his ordinary speed. After trying this a few times, Han Sen noticed that if his heart jumped, his spirit body could reach anywhere. I see, Han Sen's heart jumped. He suddenly appeared inside Jade Wall City's Feng family castle. He was much faster getting there than he would have been by using galaxy teleportation. Now, this is the real style of travel to reach places. Han Sen was surprised. After that, Han Sen started feeling bad again. It was pointless being able to go that fast. He was still just a spirit that could not touch anything. So, what if he was invincible to the world? Chapter 3290 Gino Hall. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin were with Bauer. They did not tell Bauer about Han Sen being missing. They were worried about Bauer getting upset. Seeing Bauer merrily eat, drink, and watch her favorite comedies, she looked very happy. Feng Fei Fei sighed and thought, if something happened to Han Sen, I really don't know how I will explain it to Bauer. Dad. Bauer was watching her comedy show when she suddenly threw away her snacks and jumped. She jumped into the air as if Han Sen was there. Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin did not see anything. Bauer latched onto nothing and fell to the ground. Bauer, are you okay? Feng Fei Fei ran to pick Bauer up. She looked hurt. I am fine. Bauer's mouth was talking to Feng Fei Fei, but her eyes were looking to where she had jumped. She asked, Dad, could you please tell me what you are doing right now? Han Sen was very happy. Although Bauer was unable to touch his body, she could see him just fine. Someone was at least able to notice his presence. That feeling was better than winning the lottery. I am fine. I don't know why my body has become like this. Aside from you, no one can see me. There is nothing that can touch me. Han Sen explained his situation to Bauer. That is very strange. Why would you even be in such a condition? Why are things like that for you? Bauer curiously reached out her little hand to grab Han Sen's body. Just like Han Sen thought, her little hands went right through him. Bauer, again, I feel compelled to repeat the same question and ask if you are okay. Feng Fei Fei looked at Bauer with profound worry. Bauer looked as if she was possessed and was talking to some spirit or ghost. Bauer turned to talk to Feng Fei Fei and Feng Yin Yin. I am talking to Dad. Do you guys not see him? The sisters looked at each other. They then shook their heads. They looked at Bauer strangely. Bauer was talking to Han Sen, and she kept jumping around trying to touch Han Sen. Nothing she tried seemed to work. She could only see him and not touch him. In Feng Fei Fei's and her sister's eyes, Bauer's movements made them hurt more. They thought Bauer must have missed Han Sen so much that she had started to hallucinate his presence. Han Sen was feeling better. Although Bauer could not touch him, at least there was someone who knew he still existed. He was not like a real ghost. Bauer, I will be leaving for a while, Han Sen said to Bauer. You stay in the Feng family castle for now. By the way, around this time, Zhao Ning'er and Zhao Qiu-yi will be coming here. Please help take care of the stuff they bring you. As for the inch gray sword, you must not draw it. That is a break world gene. You must keep it safe and secured. Dad, where are you going? Bauer asked as she blinked her eyes. I need to find a way to fix my body. Han Sen looked at the Geno Hall. If someone was able to help him, it had to be God Hall leader in the Geno Hall or Night God No Moon. God spirits were spirits, and God Hall leader was the leader of all the God spirits. As for spirit bodies, he likely knew a lot about them. Perhaps he would be able to explain what was happening to Han. Senator Night God No Moon had used the Mirror Moon once before. She had to know more about Mirror Moon. That would help Han Sen understand his situation. What happened to Han Sen's body had to be related to Mirror Moon in some capacity. Han Sen had no idea where Night God No Moon was, so he decided to go to the Geno Hall first and try his luck. He hoped he could find something and learn more about what was going on. He told Bauer to stay in the Feng family castle. His heart fluttered as he went to the Geno Hall in space. The Geno Hall was in space, but it was not in any defined point in space. No matter where or how one traveled through space, one would never be able to touch the Geno Hall. After a brief second of thought, Han Sen had already arrived before the doors to the Geno Hall. Han Sen was no stranger to the elusive Geno Hall. In the Geno universe, he had seen the hall many times. Now, he had another opinion of it. In the past, Han Sen thought the Geno Hall was just a hall built atop a pyramid of god temples. Things were now different. The temple had not shown up, and there was a vortex that was similar to a black hole below the temple. His spirit body flew around the universe. It entered the vortex and disappeared. The entire Geno Hall was like a giant beast. It kept consuming souls as if it was a sea. As he stood in front of the Geno Hall and saw that the souls beneath his feet looked rather like seawater, he thought it was like a vortex. That feeling could not be described. Han Sen had a weird thought. The humans of the sanctuaries can accept beast souls. That might be a way to accept souls. That was the direction Qin Xiu and World King God's research went in. I am now a pure spirit body. Does that mean I am like a beast soul or a god spirit now? After thinking about it a bit more, he felt a little bit confused. The spirits that enter Geno Halls. How can they be between two universes? Is the Geno Hall really like a middle ground between both? Are there some more secrets about the Geno Hall that I have yet to learn? As Han Sen pondered all of that, he heard a "catcha" sound. The Geno Hall's doors opened. A bright god light seeped out of the widening gap. Han Sen had seen this god light many times, but he had always been too weak to see through the light. As Han Sen stood before the door, he was no longer affected by the light. The door was slowly opening, enabling him to peer through the light that was coming out. He saw what was beyond the door. When the door opened, the spirits that wandered around looked as if they had just been summoned. They stopped being confused. They madly tried to escape the vortex. They scrambled in a bid to reach the door of the Geno Hall. The weak spirits were unable to escape the attraction of the vortex. After they struggled a little, they were sucked into it. The powerful spirits were able to escape the suction of the vortex. They managed to come before the Geno Hall, wanting to reach the door. When their spirit body entered the light, it was like ice meeting charcoal. The bodies of the spirits vaporized. Even so, the powerful spirits were still going toward the Geno Hall's doors. No spirit was able to enter. The god light vaporized each one into nothing. In just a moment, tens of thousands of spirits were vaporized. Their appearance made Han Sen frown. The Geno Hall's job is to keep the universe in balance. Isn't that to let spirits reincarnate? Why would they kill spirits? Han Sen seemed to doubt what he used to think. You finally came. A woman's voice emerged from the god light shining out from beyond the doors.